Teknologi Dr. Norsyadatu Akmal bin Mazlan, Setiausaha Kehormat SusNET, yang berusaha, insan yang banyak memberikan sokongan dan galakan, Landscape Arkitek Rohaniah binti Muhammad Noor, Timbalan Pengarah Unit Teknologi Pertanian, Bahagian Kurikulum, merangkap Timbalan Pengurusan Program MPCC SAS Award 22, yang berusaha Encik Anwar bin Ismail, Pengarah Program MPCC SAS Award 22, yang sentiasa komited dalam memastikan kelancaran program, yang saya hormati panel-panel penceramah, pengarah-pengarah politeknik dan kolej komuniti, pengurus-pengurus Smart Green PolyCC, serta seluruh warga JPPKK, Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti Malaysia. Alhamdulillah, bersyukur kita kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan limpah dan izinnya dapat kita bersama-sama berkumpul pada pagi ini sempena webinar MPCC SAS Award 22 yang bertajuk Memahami Projek Mampan Membangun Pemikiran Kreatif di PolyCC. Saya yakin ramai yang sedang menyaksikan webinar ini. Terlebih dahulu, saya bagi pihak warga Politeknik Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah atau ringkasnya POLISAS mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahuddin, Pengarah Kanan Akademik, Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti JPPKK yang sudi meluangkan masa bersama-sama menjayakan sesi webinar ini. Terima kasih juga saya ucapkan buat pihak SusNET atas penganjuran webinar untuk kali kedua ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya kasihi dan hormati sekalian. Sesi webinar ini diadakan sempena Malaysian Polytechnic and Community College Award 2022 MPC ataupun ringkasannya MPCC SAS Award 2022, Anjuran Bahagian Kurikulum Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti dengan kerjasama Politeknik Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah. Alhamdulillah, sekali lagi bersyukur saya kepada Allah Ta'ala pada tahun ini POLISAS telah diberikan kepercayaan untuk menjadi tuan rumah bagi penganjuran MPCC SAS Award 22 selepas Politeknik Mersing pada tahun 2020 dan Politeknik Sultan Idris Shah pada tahun 2021. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada pihak JPPKK atas ruang dan peluang yang diberikan dan insya-Allah dengan sokongan dan kerjasama semua diharap program ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Kita lakukan yang terbaik, yakinlah Allah akan berikan yang terbaik juga insya-Allah. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya kasihi sekalian, penganjuran MPCC SAS Award 22 ini merupakan satu pengiktirafan bagi memperkasakan budaya hijau dan melestarikan politeknik dan kolej komuniti selaras dengan objektif pembangunan blueprint Smart Green PolyCC 2021 sehingga 2026. Ingin saya maklumkan di sini juga, penganjuran ini juga bertujuan untuk mencapai KPI Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti di bawah strategi peningkatan program TVET berimpak tinggi. Selain daripada sesi webinar yang diadakan pada hari ini, pelbagai aktiviti telah pun dilaksanakan bermula pada bulan April yang lalu. Pertamanya adalah sesi e-Jerayawara yang bertajuk Hala 7 Ekosistem Mampan PolyCC yang telah berlangsung pada 26 April 2022 yang lalu. Kemudian sesi webinar Anjuran SusNET yang bertajuk Pengurusan Projek Mampan untuk Ekonomi, Komuniti dan Persekitaran juga telah berlangsung pada 13 Mei 2022 yang lalu. Ada 3 siri webinar bersama SW Kok Pahang iaitu webinar bertajuk Kebersihan Persekitaran dan Amalan 3R yang telah berlangsung pada 25 Mei 2022. Kemudian webinar bertajuk Hindari Pengguna Plastik sekali lagi pada 31 Mei 2022 dan webinar bertajuk amalan 3R dan budaya kebersihan di pejabat pada 15 Jun 2022 yang lalu. Satu program CSR komuniti telah dilaksanakan baru-baru ini, iaitu CSR pembersihan pantai di Esplanade Tanjung Api yang telah berlangsung pada 11 Jun 2022 yang lalu dengan kerjasama Majlis Bandaraya Kuantan dan Jawatan Kuasa Pembangunan dan Keselamatan Kampung Tanjung Api Kuantan. Saya nak ucapkan ribuan terima kasih juga kepada Puan Landscape Arkitek Rohaniah kerana sudi turut hadir pada hari tersebut dan menyertai program tersebut. Satu lagi, kempen kumpul minyak masak terpakai juga telah dilaksanakan pada 10 April hingga 10 Jun. Penutupan program ini telah dirasmikan oleh pengarah SW Corp Pahang pada 14 Jun 2022 yang lalu. Selain itu, antara aktiviti yang akan dilaksanakan adalah aktiviti kampus hijau, pertandingan dan anugerah. Majlis penutup ini pula akan dijadualkan berlangsung pada 8 September 2022 akan datang dan insya-Allah kita doa-doa dengan izin Allah Ta'ala, majlis ini bakal disempurnakan oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Menteri Besar Pahang. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekali lagi yang saya kasihi, terdapat 9 anugerah yang akan dipertandingkan dalam MPCC SAS Award 22 ini, iaitu anugerah Smart Green PolyCC 2022. Anugerah ini adalah anugerah utama yang dinilai daripada jumlah markah daripada 7 anugerah berikut, iaitu anugerah penjimatan tenaga elektrik, anugerah landscape hijau, anugerah penjimatan air, anugerah pengurusan sisa, anugerah pengurusan perolehan hijau, anugerah pengurusan pengangkutan dan anugerah penyelidikan terbaik. Selain daripada anugerah yang pertama tadi, iaitu anugerah Smart Green PolyCC 2022 ni, ada satu lagi anugerah iaitu anugerah pengurusan projek hijau GPM PolyCC 2022 yang akan dinilai oleh pihak Sustainable Business Network Association Malaysia iaitu SusNET. Jadi kita ada dua lah anugerah utama iaitu anugerah Smart Green PolyCC dan juga anugerah pengurusan projek hijau ya. Jadi akhir kata sekali lagi saya mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahuddin, pengarah kanan akademik JPPKK yang sudi bersama-sama kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada semua peserta dan jawatan kuasa pelaksana khususnya daripada pihak SusNET dan juga pihak POLISAS yang telah merealisasikan sesi webinar ini. Jadi saya berharap sangat-sangat agar program MPCC SAS Award 22 ini mendapat sokongan dan penyertaan yang meluas dari seluruh warga PolyCC. Jadi saya akhiri kata saya dengan sekian. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekian, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Cik Suhaimi. Sekarang sebagai pemula kita dah ada semangat ni. Jadi seterusnya lebih bersemangat. Yang dinanti-nantikan adalah satu perasmian. Jadi dengan itu saya menjemput Encik Muhammad Noor bin Syahuddin, pengarah kanan akademik Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi untuk memberikan ucapannya dan sekaligus merasmikan webinar ini. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajma'in. Terima kasih Puan Maria selaku pengacara majlis pada pagi ini. Senyumnya begitu manis lah pagi ini kita tengok. Jadi pertama saya tengok Puan Maria ni, saya mungkin pernah jumpa sebenarnya, tak tahu lah. Okey, yang berusaha Dr. Wirnarti Sani, Green Project Management, Assessor SusNET Indonesia. Yang berusaha teknologis Dr. Saidatul Akmar binti Mazlan, Setiausaha Kehormat SusNET. Yang berusaha Landscape Arkitek Rohaniah binti Muhammad Noor, Timbalan Pengarah Unit Teknologi Pertanian. Bahagian kurikulum merangkap timbalan pengurusan program MPCC SAS Award 22. Yang berusaha Encik Suhaimi bin Yajid, Timbalan Pengarah Sokongan Akademik Politeknik Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah merangkap Timbalan Pengurusi Kewangan MPCC SAS Award 22. Yang berusaha Encik Anwar bin Ismail, Pengarah Program MPCC SAS Award 22. Panel-panel penceramah, pengarah-pengarah Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, pengurus-pengurus Smart Green PolyCC, serta seluruh warga JPPKK, Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti se-Malaysia. Jadi alhamdulillah, segala puji bagi Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Selawat dan salam buat junjungan besar Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan izinnya kita dapat bersama-sama pada hari ini dalam webinar memahami projek Mampan, membangun pemikiran kreatif di PolyCC, sempena program Malaysian Polytechnic and Community College Sustainability Award 2022. Jadi terima kasih kepada Ketua Pengarah Teknologi Zainab binti Ahmad serta seluruh pihak pengurusan tertinggi JPPKK atas sokongan dan kerjasama yang telah diberikan selama ini. Tahniah dan syabas kepada Jawatankuasa Malaysian Polytechnic and Community College Sustainability Award 2022, terutamanya tuan rumah daripada POLISAS dengan kerjasama Sustainability Business Network Association Malaysia atau singkatannya SusNET atas penganjuran webinar pada kali ini. Terima kasih juga diucapkan di atas kehadiran semua peserta yang hadir di sesi webinar ini dan kepada jawatankuasa serta semua pihak yang terlibat secara langsung atau tidak langsung dalam penganjuran webinar pada kali ini. Jadi tuan-tuan, puan-puan yang saya hormati, webinar bertajuk Memahami Projek Mampan, Membangun Pemikiran Kreatif di PolyCC ini merupakan salah satu usaha bahagian kurikulum JPPKK untuk mencapai hasrat yang terkandung dalam Blueprint Smart Green PolyCC atau singkatannya BSEPC 2021-2026. Dan secara tidak langsung menyokong usaha kerajaan untuk merancang dan melaksanakan agenda pembangunan negara yang mampan selaras dengan semangat keluarga Malaysia. Aspirasi Wawasan Kemakmuran Bersama 2030 dan agenda pembangunan mampan 2030. BSGPC 2021-2026 dibangunkan dengan visi untuk memperkasa budaya hijau dan melestarikan politeknik dan kolej komuniti. BSGPC 2021-2026 ini mengandungi 7 bidang tumpuan yang mempunyai objektif dan pelan tindakan tersusun yang telah dibangunkan untuk memastikan semua aspek kemampanan dan kelestarian di setiap politeknik dan kolej komuniti dilaksanakan bagi membantu mencapai hasrat negara. Ia memberi peluang kepada institusi untuk memilih inisiatif yang sesuai untuk diketengahkan mengikut kesesuaian kerana setiap institusi mempunyai keupayaan, ekologi dan ruang serta kepakaran yang berbeza-beza. Warga PolyCC semua, beberapa tahun kebelakangan ini kita dapat lihat politeknik dan kolej komuniti mengadakan program-program teknologi hijau serta projek kemampanan dan pencapaian tersebut mendapat pengiktirafan di dalam maupun di luar negara. Antara pencapaian di peringkat antarabangsa adalah dengan menyertai Universiti Indonesia Green Metric World University Ranking ataupun singkatannya UI Green Metric World University Ranking. Untuk makluman hadirin, pada tahun 2021 sebanyak 7 buah politeknik telah menyertai UI Green Metric World Ranking University yang telah diiktiraf kedudukan institusi mereka di peringkat antarabangsa. Jadi politeknik yang terlibat adalah Politeknik Merlimau, Melaka, Politeknik Mersing, Johor, Politeknik Sultan Idris Shah, Selangor, Politeknik Kuching, Sarawak, Politeknik Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah, Pahang, Politeknik Nilai, Negeri Sembilan dan Politeknik Banting, Selangor. Tahniah dan syabas diucapkan kepada mereka dan diharapkan pada tahun 2022 ini akan ada lebih banyak penyertaan daripada institusi yang lain. Ini merupakan satu kebanggaan dan usaha ini perlu diteruskan tanpa henti. Bagi menyokong usaha ini, alhamdulillah pada tahun ini MP SAS Award 2022 yang merupakan tahun ketiga penganjuran akan diadakan pada September 2022 dan Politeknik Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah atau POLISAS telah berbesar hati untuk menjadi tuan rumah. Tujuan penganjuran program ini adalah untuk memberi penghargaan khas kepada politeknik dan kolej komuniti yang telah berjaya melaksanakan inisiatif amalan Mampan dan teknologi hijau sekaligus menyumbang kepada hasrat dan komitmen negara dalam mengurangkan pelepasan karbon dioksida. MPCC SAS Award 2022 juga akan memberi pengiktirafan kepada individu dan kumpulan yang mengetengahkan amalan-amalan Mampan di dalam kampus maupun di luar kampus dalam menjalankan aktiviti dan berjaya menghasilkan projek dari sumber-sumber yang sedia ada, dan kita akan menyaksikan pemenang yang akan menerima pengiktirafan Malaysian Green Project Award oleh Green Project Management atau GPM Global USA pada kali ini. GPM adalah badan profesional yang mengiktiraf projek-projek Mampan di peringkat antarabangsa yang merangkumi sebanyak 145 buah negara. Hadirin sekalian, webinar pada kali ini merupakan siri yang kedua dan pelbagai aktiviti telah dirancang bersama pihak SusNET bagi merealisasikan Malaysia GPM Sustainability Award 2022 ini. Untuk makluman semua, sebanyak 7 kategori anugerah akan dipertandingkan dalam MPCC SAS Award 2022. Anugerah yang dipertandingkan adalah penjimatan tenaga elektrik, landscape hijau, penjimatan air, pengurusan sisa, perolehan hijau, pengurusan pengangkutan dan penyelidikan hijau. Kesemua kategori anugerah ini adalah merupakan 7 bidang tumpuan di dalam BSGPC dan jumlah markah keseluruhan yang tertinggi akan mendapat anugerah Smart Green PolyCC. Tambahan bagi anugerah pengurusan projek hijau akan mendapat pengiktirafan Malaysian Green Project Award dan Green Project Management Global USA. Akhir kata, semoga webinar memahami projek Mampan, membangun pemikiran kreatif di PolyCC ini akan menjadi pemangkin kepada warga JPPKK, Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti dalam mencapai agenda matlamat pembangunan Mampan ataupun SDG dan Pelan Strategik Politeknik Kolej Komuniti 2018-2025. Semoga program sebegini dapat diteruskan lagi di masa hadapan dan membawa JPPKK ke puncak kegemilangan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, para hadirin sekalian, seterusnya dengan lafaz suci Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya dengan berbesar hati merasmikan webinar bertajuk Memahami Projek Mampan, Membangun Pemikiran Kreatif di PolyCC. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita bagi sokongan sikit walaupun secara maya. Terima kasih Cik Makno. Alhamdulillah banyak pesanan amanat. Moga-moga kita bersama dapat mendukung hala tuju tu dan seterusnya membawa negara kepada kecemerlangan. Kini kita akan bermula dengan sesi pembentangan para panelis. Panelis ini akan dimulakan dengan pembentangan yang pertama iaitu daripada Dr. Winardi Sani, GPMB Assessor SusNET Indonesia. Sebelum tu izinkan saya memberikan sikit latar belakang Dr. Winardi ni. Orang ini istimewa dan comel. Dia kini bekerja dengan Universitas Sangga Buana dan dia menerojui Professional Certification Department di PT Smart PLN dalam bidang Risk Management untuk sektor tenaga dan usaha-usaha low carbon. Banyak yang telah diterima oleh dia sebenarnya. Pada tahun 2019, dia menerima Sustainability Award dari GPM USA dan dia mempunyai 15 tahun lebih pengalaman sebagai bukan saja dalam bidang akademik, universiti, tetapi juga dalam bidang industri. Selain daripada itu, dia merupakan seorang trainer dan verifier dalam proses safety in emergency response dan dia juga aktif dalam bahagian penulisan. Dah banyak diceritakan tu. Jadi orang yang istimewa ini, Dr. Winardi, dipersilakan untuk memulakan panel yang pertama.
Baik, terima kasih. Adakah suara saya boleh didengar?
Ya, terang sekali.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan saya bercakap dalam beberapa menit ke depan bersama anda dengan mengambil satu topik bahawa how polytechnic and college community can be a leader for sustainable campus. Saya membawa satu subtitle yang sangat-sangat menarik. So very relevant to this current issue. Success of today can be the biggest enemy of tomorrow's success. Tadi pengarah sudah menyampaikan bagaimana hasrat ke depan PolyCC. Saya kata kenapa ini relevan? Jangan sampai kita bertepuk dada. Hari ini saya sukses, tapi sebenarnya ini membawa mudarat kepada 100 tahun akan datang atau 50 tahun akan datang. Contoh yang paling konkret relevan adalah apabila 200 tahun lebih, iaitu Ford ataupun Otokon diesel, dia invent iaitu ICE, Internal Combustion Engine, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Honda, Toyota, Ford. Mereka dapat duit banyak at that time. Tapi rupa-rupanya lepas 200 tahun kemudian apa jadi dengan planet kita? Ini adalah musuh kita, iaitu bahawa rupa-rupanya sampah dekat atmosfera mereka buang tanpa mereka mengambil balik. Siapa yang dapat padah? Kita semua. Tidak hanya kita yang dekat Asia Tenggara ini, tetapi orang Afrika sendiri pun terkena sampahnya. So, it means that kenapa sustainability ini menjadi isu yang harus diambil berat oleh setiap orang, terutamanya mereka-mereka yang berada pada position decision maker. Jangan sampai kita meninggalkan iaitu generasi yang akan membawa masalah kepada apa yang kita klaim hari ini adalah champion, tapi sebenarnya dia adalah masalah bagi mereka. Oleh kerana itu, utamanya adalah decision maker, mereka yang ada di top management, pengarah, timbalan pengarah, manager, etc. My focus on this today event adalah saya akan menerangkan what is the framework. Saya lama dekat Malaysia, So, okay, please next slide. Ini adalah setiap orang mesti kita memberitahu macam seorang Bilal dekat surau, macam seorang Bilal dekat masjid. What we consume today actually adalah we consume seolah-olah kita memiliki dua planet bumi. Jadi kalau kita kenyang hari ini di tempat Anda, sebenarnya ada sisi lain di planet ini yang kelaparan. So ini adalah fakta, di mana dikata bahwa setiap tahunnya we consume seolah-olah kita mempunyai 1,7 planet bumi. Why? Because of overfishing, overharvesting, and overconsuming. Oleh karena itu tadi dikata oleh pengarah bahwa energy efficiency akan menjadi topik utama. Efficiency is the current jargon now, the keyword. Sehinggalah apa yang disuarakan oleh Dr. Nur Suhaida ini adalah we have to embrace green issue into our project life phases, ya, mulai daripada perancangan sampailah kepada execution. Ini adalah fakta yang setiap orang kita mesti tahu bahwa apa yang kita rasa sekarang, kita nikmati itu seolah-olah sebenarnya adalah kita telah exploit what our planet natural resources is. Next slide. Next slide, please. Ya, the second challenge ini adalah yaitu ini pun sekarang kita rasa ya di Indonesia bulan Jun sepatutnya tidak ada hujan, tapi every day sekarang ini hujan. Kalau hujan itu sebelah petang, itu tidak apa, itu petanda musim hujan nak habis. Ini pagi subuh pun hujan, almost every day. Bulan Jun ini sekarang. Ya, jadi sekarang ini kita menghadapi bahwa the challenge adalah cuaca yang kita rasa ini akan menjadi ekstrim. Ya, kekeringan. Kita baru-baru ini mendengar bahwa last week yaitu Presiden of the Central Africa pergi ke Rusia memberitahu bahwa negara mereka tengah kekeringan, tolong. Ya, mereka kata beri ekspor yaitu gandum. Berikutnya adalah yaitu property, yaitu kemiskinan, pandemic. Kalau pandemic ini adalah yang corona itu adalah individual punya masalah. Kita pakai mask, kita isolated, under quarantine, insya Allah selesai. Tapi kalau masalah ini sampai kepada kita, yaitu bahwa cuaca, ini adalah collective problem, not individual problem. Kemudian adalah refugee, ya, kerana negara dia susah, maka nak tak nak dia pun harus lari. Sea level rise. Semalam, berita semalam dekat Sulawesi, sudah banyak rumah-rumah, jalan raya, tepi pantai hilang. Saya cakap ini semalam. Dan semalam pula di Wyoming, yaitu di US, pun the same case terjadi di sana. That is fact. And the next adalah 1.5 degree Celsius. Kalau kita sampai kepada 2,2 degree Celsius punya increase, what will be happening? Kita menghadapi yang namanya tipping point. Tipping point ini seolah-olah kita punya pinggan yang berada di tepi meja. Seolah-olah kita menghadapi satu pinggan yang ada di tepi meja. Satu sentuhan saja pinggan itu habis. It means that kalau sampai pada tahun 2050, tak lama lagi nih, suhu kita menaik kepada kenaikan dia 2 degree Celsius. Kita menghadapi case yang disebut sebagai irreversible. Oleh karena itu, dunia sekarang ini sedang berpusu-pusu. 2030, ya, tak sampai 11 tahun lagi, kita mencoba untuk menahan supaya kelajuan suhu ini tidak sampai 1,5 degree Celsius. Kalau dia sampai naik kepada 2,0 degree Celsius, maka kita akan menghadapi kasus yang tidak boleh balik lagi. Sekarang berapa average? Average-nya adalah 1.2 degree Celsius. So ini adalah fakta yang diambil daripada Bank of International Settlement 2020. Dia ada dekat website dia. Ada dekat website, itu ada live. Anda boleh download itu application. Ya, Anda itu akan ditik, yaitu tahun, hari, bulan, jam, bahkan sampai second. Berapa lama, berapa masa lagi yang kita punya untuk menahan kelajuan suhu ini. So, itu adalah challenge-challenge di depan kita, yang mana ini adalah tidak cuma masalah individu, tidak cuma masalah negara, ini adalah masalah bersama. Oleh kerana itu, last year, tahun 2021, bulan Julai, Presiden Jokowi sudah memberi komitmen kepada yaitu UN bahwa Indonesia komit untuk bersama-sama mencegah terjadinya yaitu challenge-challenge yang bersifat global ini. Dan saya juga membaca surat daripada Kerajaan Malaysia bahwa mereka pun the same commitment. Artinya semua kepala-kepala negara yang ada di bumi ini sudah komit yang namanya NDC. NDC adalah National Determined Contribution. How much we will contribute to overcome this challenge. Itu adalah the commitment daripada setiap negara. Kemudian dia akan turun ke bawah kepada setiap menteri, turun lagi ke bawah kepada setiap sektor, sampailah kepada academician melalui ini PolyCC. Jadi PolyCC yang sedang membuat inisiatif atau program itu sebenarnya adalah untuk yaitu memenuhi janji NDC setiap negara. Apa janji dia, komitmen dia to overcome all this global challenge. Next. Okay, please next slide. Okay, next slide please. Yeah, so that is apa yang dalam tajuk ini adalah sustainable project management. How we manage every project to be sustainable. Kalau Anda ingin menjadi champion, ya, maka inilah sebenarnya in every organization, anything what you are doing, anything what you will be planning, maka organization can be academic, can be commercial sector. So, project ini ada di tengah sini. Ini adalah setiap project, adakah ia pergi kepada product oriented ataupun support ataupun service oriented, this deliverable ini dia akan menepati objektif yang telah ditetapkan. Kemudian objektif itu akan membawa kepada benefit ataupun outcome. So, kalau outcome sudah didapat, maka outcome ini akan digunakan untuk yaitu business as usual atau operation daripada organization itu. Karena ini akan dibawa akan menjadi business strategic. So, flow ini akan berjalan terus-menerus as long as business itu masih ada, as long as organization itu masih wujud, maka to change ataupun untuk membuat perubahan, maka dia akan tetapkan dia dalam blueprint misalnya, kemudian dia akan implementkan dalam bentuk business case ataupun project charter. Seterusnya dia akan terjemah ataupun implementkan dia dalam bentuk project. Dan mesti ada tata kelola bagaimana project itu kita manage. Nah, ini adalah flow yang setiap project akan kita bangunkan, kita planningkan, ataupun kita jalankan. So, at the end adalah dia akan digunakan menjadi amal hal sehari-hari ataupun kita sebut sebagai operation. So next slide. Okay, please. Ya. Right. Jadi daripada bisnis ataupun daripada projek yang tadi perlu dia mula daripada how do we organize our project, macam mana dia akan menjadi sustain. Anda akan menjadi leader kalau Anda embrace yaitu gambar-gambar yang ada di sini. Mari kita tengok bagaimana kita menyelesaikan every project agar dia sustain. Ini adalah yaitu triple constraint yang umum digunakan oleh PMI, Project Management Institute. Yaitu bahwa quality ini ada constraint kepada cost. Cost mesti murah, cost mesti relevan. Kemudian time, project mesti dijalankan sesuai dengan masa. Kemudian dia mesti menepati semua skop yang telah ditetapkan. Ini pada tahun 60-an. Pada tahun 94, dikenali yaitu triple bottom line. Daripada triple constraint menjadi triple bottom line. So, apa yang dia tambahkan di sini yaitu risk harus kita maintain. Risk we have to manage because every activity within the project it carry risk. Tidak hanya dia membawa opportunity, tetapi dia juga membawa risk. Juga benefit ini. Setiap yaitu profit yang kita bangun atau setiap outcome itu membawa benefit kepada individu maupun kepada organisasi. The last part is value. We have to orient it what we will add up the value to this organization. Value for money, for example. Value for time. So ini adalah yaitu yang asaskan tahun 94 sebagai penambahbaikan kepada teori triple constraint. Yang terakhir adalah yaitu GPM punya approach. Ini tetap sama, tetapi now we are going to the impact. All the value must be measured. Apa impact dia kepada people? People meaning society. Jangan sampai organisasi itu saja yang mendapat untung. Tetapi people surrounding us, itu kita mesti juga ukur adakah mereka merasa nyaman dengan kita, merasa ada pertumbuhan ekonomi kepada kita. Kemudian juga prosperity, ini sama, ini akan membawa kepada economic growth. Yang penting sekali adalah yaitu dalam product and process. Ini ya, product and process ini adalah jangan sampai selama supply chain dia, proses dia adalah yaitu kita menggunakan pakai bahan-bahan yang akan merusakkan kepada kita punya environment. The last part of this impact adalah we have to be able to measure what will be the impact to our planet. So ini adalah yaitu 5P atau dikenali sebagai prisma yang digunakan oleh GPM sebagai yaitu standar untuk memungkinkan kita menjadi leader di dalam activity kita dalam menangani project. Apa itu project? Project ini adalah tidak semestinya final year project. Tetapi apabila kurikulum itu kita nak design, itu pun project. Do make sure that kurikulum yang Anda design, silabus yang Anda design, itu adalah tidak hanya in compliant with all the constraint, tetapi dia mesti create satu value yang membawa nilai kepada 5P tadi. Kepada yaitu product and process, kepada prosperity, kepada people surrounding you, dan juga kepada planet. Ini adalah ciri-ciri apabila kita nak mengukur, adakah kita mampu untuk menjadi champion di dalam PLCC. Saya rasa ini adalah yang sudah dipersetujui, dan sebagai informasi juga, sebagai makluman, PMI itu sudah embrace GPM untuk isu-isu sustainability. It means kalau kita juga membawa ini kepada yaitu penyelesaian dalam masalah-masalah di dalam rangka di dalam sektor akademik, saya rasa ini adalah the best tool. The best tool untuk memastikan kita berada pada track yang tepat. So, di mana-mana tempat sekarang ini, ya, di mana-mana tempat kabinet, kementerian, itu adalah selalu mereka fokus kepada sama ada ESG ataupun SDG. Tetapi mereka ini tidak mampu mengukur sejauh mana dia sudah membawa create value on people, on planet, on prosperity, on product and process. Prisma atau GPM ini memberi solution, dan saya rasa Anda berada pada track yang tepat untuk menjadi leader pada yaitu hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan sustainability. Ramai orang bercakap sustainability, tapi malangnya mereka tidak mampu mengukur how we comply to the SDG. Even though Petronas sekarang ini semua projek-projek di bawah Petronas, dia sekarang ini tengah di-inline-kan dengan SDG punya elemen. Tool yang diguna, banyak orang cerita SDG, tapi mana tool yang nak saya guna? Salah satu tool yang sudah proven, yang digunakan pakai secara global adalah yaitu Prisma, yaitu yang kita tahu, Dr. No adalah satu-satunya asesor yang peringkat tertinggi pada sustainability measurement ataupun assessment ini. Saya rasa next slide. Ya, saya rasa itu adalah satu warming up saja kepada yaitu sesi pagi ini agar kita mempunyai the same fundamental, the same prinsip, apa yang kita akan buat dan mana toolnya, mana framework yang saya nak guna. So ini adalah the common framework, the common tool. How do we measure about sustainability? What kind of tool we can be using? So orangnya ada, toolnya ada, standarnya ada, platformnya ada. Dan saya rasa itu adalah laluan yang tepat. Terima kasih. I pass the control back to MC.
Okey, terima kasih Dr. Winardi. Okey. Sekarang saya harap semua boleh dengar suara saya. Dr. Nur boleh dengar suara saya? Okey. Perkongsian yang sangat padu Dr. Winardi dan aspirasi tersimpan di situ. Moga dia dapat diteruskan lagi. Ini adalah lanjutan yang bagus daripada pemula majlis. Okey. Sekarang ni kita patut dengar. Siapa lagi kalau bukan daripada Dr. Nur sendiri. Dia adalah satu ikon sustainability ya di Malaysia. Seperti Dr. Winardi di Indonesia, inilah Dr. Nur. Dia okay, alright. Izinkan saya kongsi sikit lah a bit of the profile pasal Dr. Nur sebelum dia bermula. Ya.
Kita buka soalan kepada siapa yang ingin bertanya kepada Dr. Winardi.
Sebelum kita terus kepada Dr. Nur, ada apa-apa soalan ke untuk Dr. Winardi sebab dia panelis yang pertama kan? Patut adalah semangat sikit. Boleh juga type di chat box kalau tak nak cakap, kalau ada masalah mic.
Okey, Assalamualaikum kepada Puan Pengerusi dan juga kepada Dr. Nusaidatul dan juga Dr. Winardi. Betul? Okey, maaf kalau saya salah gelarannya. Okey, saya Rohaniah daripada Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik bahagian kurikulum. Kami sebenarnya tadi saya tertarik dengan Dr. Winardi ada mengatakan bahawa sekiranya kita ingin membangunkan kurikulum berkaitan dengan how kita nak kita nak pastikan bahawa amalan itu sorry saya buka kamera sekejap. Okey, sorry. Okey, saya Rohania tadi. Okey, saya tertarik dengan ada satu kata-kata daripada Dr. Winardi tadi berkaitan dengan kurikulum. Bagaimana kalau kita nak menerapkan amalan berkaitan dengan amalan mampan ni kepada pelajar-pelajar bermula daripada awal. Jadi sebenarnya kami di Politeknik dan College Community kami telah masukkan orang kata elemen sustainable ni dalam kurikulum. Kami ada 2 kaedah, satu kami ambil satu kursus khas dan satu lagi kursus yang di-embedkan dalam kurikulum. Tapi yang saya sekarang tengah orang kata dalam proses untuk melihat yang tadi macam Doktor mengatakan bahawa bagaimana kita nak memastikan bahawa kurikulum tu adalah kurikulum yang dapat menjadikan ataupun menerapkan amalan mampan tu kepada pelajar. Boleh Doktor bagikan sedikit pandangan atau bagaimana penambahbaikan yang boleh kami lakukan lah. Terima kasih Doktor.
Baik, terima kasih. Mungkin boleh share balik slide-nya. Kalau saya boleh request. Okey,
Puan Zura.
Sambil menunggu barangkali saya akan beritahu bahawa memang di sinilah pentingnya bahawa kenapa Dr. Nur Suhaida ini ada. Ya. Jadi itu adalah pentingnya kerana semua orang berkeinginan nak pergi ke sana. Jangan sampai kita itu punya keinginan macam nak pergi ke bulan. Ya, yang sampai sana cuma orang-orang yang memang faham, yang punya toolnya. Kita ini nak saja punya keinginan. Sama juga, I want to embrace SDG. Ya, saya in compliant with SDG. Nanti apabila ditanya, ya, how far you can complete your SDG approach. Tak boleh ukur. Nah, sebagai toolnya adalah yaitu yang Prisma ini. Nanti saya rasa on the detail adalah Dr. Nur boleh bercerita ya. Detail of the specification of the Prisma itself. So, okay, kita tunggu. Jadi, Puan Rohania, betul ya?
Betul.
Ini adalah yang sangat-sangat bagus sekali pertanyaannya adalah kita ingin embrace ya, kita ingin membawa yaitu all the curriculum design itu adalah daripada peringkat awal-awal lagi sudah in compliant with SDG. Nah, tool dia ada Prisma ya, Dr. Puan Rohania. Jadi dalam Prisma itu dia ada metrik ya. Dia ada metrik untuk setiap metrik ini dia punya scoring system.
Okey.
Ya, Puan Rohania. Jadi dia ada scoring system. So disitulah nanti kita akan melihat bahwa saya punya outcome ini sudah menjawab yaitu aspek people misalnya, aspek planet misalnya. Planet itu sendiri adalah di breakdown kepada dia punya subkategori macam itu.
Okey.
Cuma my advice to you, jangan ambil semua. Kita ini manusia yang punya kebolehan dengan kecukupan tertentu sahaja. Mampunya kita sebegini, jangan kita nak sebegitu. Jadi lebih baik Anda mempunyai planning year by year. Contohnya, tahun ini saya nak subkategori ini semua orang 10. Saya nak mendapat skor katalah 5. 5 it means that the highest score. Boleh faham ya Puan Rohania yang saya maksud?
Maybe yang skor ni saya belum Dr. Noh mungkin sebelum ni dia ada terangkan juga, tapi secara overallnya yang maksudnya kita menggunakan Prisma punya kaedah ni, boleh tak Dr. terangkan sikit sebab daripada berdasarkan kepada yang chart yang ada kat depan ni yang project organisation tu, maksudnya kalau kami bangunkan kurikulum, so kurikulum lah kan projek kami, so how dia akan berjalan berdasarkan daripada first kali daripada start and then sampai sehingga kepada kita boleh evaluate, nilaikan that curriculum is mampan or not, itulah.
Yap. So leader ini satu proses.
Okey.
Ya, bukan position, bukan authority, tapi dia adalah satu progressing effort, usaha yang daripada hari ke hari atau tahun ke tahun makin baik. Oleh Oleh kerana itu disebut leader dia adalah bagaimana kita memahami all the resources yang kita punya, di bawah kita punya authority, mengarah kepada satu tujuan yang lebih baik. Setuju macam itu, Puan Rohani?
Okey, setuju betul.
Oleh kerana itu, ada 5 kategori dalam SDG. Kemudian dalam 5 itu sendiri akan ada subkategori dia.
Okey.
Contohnya adalah product and process, misalnya. Ya,
Okey.
product and process contohnya dalam proses desain kurikulum, misalnya bahwa Puan Rohania lebih suka pergi ke luar bandar, ya kan? Yang
Ya.
jauh-jauh. So itu pun adalah ada consumable daripada segi petrol. Itu sudah, adakah itu efisien? Ataukah kita pergi sekali tapi seterusnya kita guna platform online? Paham yang saya maksud?
Paham.
Kemudian Anda banyak menggunakan print out katakanlah. So kenapa kita tidak upload saja dekat digital system? So itu adalah salah satu cara juga dalam product and process.
Okey, faham.
Setuju ya? Jadi itu adalah from the beginning on until the end of the product. Misalnya, supply chain kita ikuti. Adakah kita sudah menggunakan pakai energi secara efisien? Nah, untuk scoring system ini adalah saya sarankan boleh merujuk kepada Dr. Nur Suhaida.
Alright.
Ya, daripada scoring system itu we can quantify.
Okey, sebenarnya kalau ikut berdasarkan kepada yang Dr. Winardi mention, maksudnya bila kita nak bangunkan, kita nak tahu apa outcome kita lah kan, sebenarnya apa hasil yang kita nak kan. Sebab kami sebenarnya di PolyCC ni kita dah ada blueprint lah. Maybe Dr. Winardi telah inform oleh Dr. Nasaida. So kami dah ada blueprint berkaitan bagaimana tindakan yang akan dilakukan oleh politeknik dan kolej komuniti terhadap bagaimana dia nak bertindak untuk mencapai kemampanan tu. Betul Dr. Noh?
Betul. Ya, blueprint tu pun dah disediakan.
Ya, Dr. Noh pun salah seorang daripada pemain lah yang menyediakan ada blueprint. So kita semua cuma mungkin dari segi scoring tu dah, maybe kalau Dr. Noh terangkan nanti mungkin kita akan lebih faham lah nanti. Okey, boleh. Okey, thank you Dr. Nadi. Nanti kita akan cuba saling berhubung lah
untuk makluman Puan Rohania, ya. Kalau Anda akan menjadi leader, saya sangat-sangat percaya. Kenapa? Karena tak ramai orang di dunia ini yang boleh buat scoring. Jadi kalau pertanyaan soalan yang Puan Rohania itu sebenarnya soalan PM. Ya, kerana apa? Tak ramai orang di dunia. Yang ramainya apa? Dia nak embrace SDG, dia nak embrace sustainability, tapi dia tak tahu macam mana nak ukur. Kalau kita, macam mana nak ukur? Alat nak mengukur pun tak ada. Macam mana dia tahu? Betul tak? Jadi soalan Puan Rohania ini sangat-sangat bagus. Oleh kerana itu, memang layak kalau topik dia adalah you will become leader in this kategori. Kerana tak ramai orang tahu. Bahkan PMI, Project Management Institute, itu paling besar seluruh dunia, betul tak?
Betul.
Untuk part sustainability, dia bagi kepada GPM. Nah, soalan yang Puan Rohania ini adalah soalan GPM punya isu. Bahkan GPM ini adalah Dr. Noh. Jadi sudah dekat lah itu, paham tak? Oleh kerana itu, ya, I believe, Anda akan menjadi satu role model lah nanti. Because what? Anda sudah buat di awal-awal lagi pada kurikulum design. Artinya, kepalanya dah betul. Kan? Kalau dah kepalanya betul, insya Allah aman lah kan? Tinggal kita bawa rotan, kan? Tengok ekornya kan? Adakah betul para pesyarah ini atau pengajar ini telah mengamalkan itu? Tidak.
Itulah.
Saya rasa begitu ya, Puan Rania?
Ya, betul. Setuju. Okay, thank you Dr. Winardi.
Welcome.
Okay, terima kasih atas jawapan diberikan, sungguh padu, harap memenuhi apa yang diperlukan. Kita masih ada ruang untuk 1 minit lagi untuk jika ada soalan apa-apa. Dr. Nur izinkan ya. Okey, ada siapa-siapa yang ingin bertanya lagi? Tak ada ya? Okey. Baik, tadi saya tengah bercerita pemula di sini. Jadi sebelum kita dengar daripada Dr. Nur, okey, ikon bahagian sustainability di Malaysia, kita harus tahulah dia ni orang yang istimewa. Dia adalah setiausaha kehormat SusNET. Dia juga adalah CEO Think Plus Group of Companies. Luas pengalamannya daripada bidang human resource, consultancy, talent management. Banyaklah kalau saya senaraikan nanti tak tersenarai pula kan Dr. Noh? Okey, tetapi antaranya dia juga adalah corporate trainer dalam topik-topik seperti yang telah disebutkan, sustainability business framework, impact framework, reporting, ESG, sustainability impact, certification, applied sustainability, Malaysia GPM Sustainability Awards Workshop, GPMB Certified Course, Sustainability Practitioner Course. Jadi memang patut ada banyak soalan untuk Dr. Nur ni. Okey, dengan itu saya mempersilakan Dr. Nur untuk mulakan pembentangannya. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Puan Cik Maria, sorry ya, Puan pula. Okay. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Nurandi tadi ke atas persembahan beliau. Saya memang memanggil Dr. Minardi ini untuk datang membuat persembahan sebab beliau adalah salah seorang daripada the early batch of GPMB globally yang mana kita banyak menjalankan aktiviti-aktiviti bersama sama di Malaysia ataupun Indonesia untuk kita bangunkan satu model bagaimana kita nak bawa impak kepada elemen-elemen mampan tu tadi, right? Battery low, you tekan battery. Alright, izinkan saya untuk memberi persembahan saya yang mana tujuan saya adalah bagaimana kita sebagai sebuah institusi, ya, PolyCC memainkan peranan untuk membawa kepada penjiwaan hijau ni tadi, going green ni tadi, bagaimana nak improve pembelajaran. Kita tahu bahawa ramai orang nak tahu the learning of sustainability. Tapi the learning of sustainability ni dia tidak boleh dicapai sekiranya dia tidak ada elemen penjiwaan tadi. Dia mesti ada hasrat untuk sama ada you nak buat sesuatu kebaikan untuk bawa kepada satu perubahan, transformasi dan untuk memulihkan balik perkara-perkara yang dah dirosakkan. Kita tahu bahawa the element of sustainable development goals tu adalah di peringkat antarabangsa. Ya, the 17 SDGs. Itu di peringkat antarabangsa. Tapi bila kita nak bawa ke level operation, ke level yang mana kita sebagai pengguna biasa, kita kena jadi practitioner. So kalau nak jadi practitioner, kita kenalah bawa satu elemen yang boleh pergi kepada mungkin elemen menjimatkan, penjimatan dari segi penggunaan elektrik, ataupun kita bawakan satu model-model baru untuk kita buat perubahan. Sama ada dari segi aktiviti waste management ataupun aktiviti new innovation ataupun aktiviti-aktiviti yang nampak dia punya future development. And elemen CSR ni dah merupakan salah satu daripada aktiviti yang amat penting sebab itu dah menjadi kehendak elemen CSR tu, the social responsibility. So tidak ada orang yang akan pentingkan just profitability hanya untuk menjana banyak pendapatan tanpa memberi keprihatinan kepada planet, community dan of course ekonomi serantau, right? So kita tahu bahawa we are in one world. So one earth, dan kita bukan boleh bahagi-bahagikan kita punya environment tu tadi. Okay. Now, next. Boleh dengar ke? Sekarang boleh dengar?
Clear.
Okay. Now, we know that everyone is a project manager. Ya? Semua orang adalah pengurus by itself. Sama ada secara sendirian ataupun secara berkumpulan ataupun secara tugas, arahan. Ya? Jadi, bila kita menjalankan tugas tadi, kita kenalah membuatkan pemikiran yang lebih padat sama ada kita ni nak membesarkan projek kita tu dengan penggunaan aset yang ada banding dengan apa yang kita sedang lakukan sama ada produk atau servis dengan aktiviti-aktiviti mampan tu tadi. Kita mention about the 5P, product, process, people, planet, prosperity. So, sama ada kita nak besarkan S, besarkan E ataupun besarkan ekonominya, itu subject to the project leader. Project leader yang mempunyai hasrat sejauh mana dia nak bawa kemampanan tersebut. Right? So ramai orang yang nak bawa kepada ciri mampan, dia harus kontrol. Apa yang area yang nak dikontrol? Iaitu risiko. Kalau risikonya tidak dikawal, maka manfaat yang nak dicapai itu sudah tentu tidak dapat dicapai. Sebab itu, bila kita talk about sustainability, kita kena measure impact. Bukan setakat kita jalankan tugas. Dia mesti ada elemen action and what is the improvement, the transformation. Barulah kita tahu dia ada impact. Sekarang ni ramai orang talk about ESG. Ya? E talk environment, social and governance. Kenapa? Sebab itu dah merupakan perkara yang penting untuk dilapor. Ya? So when you talk about being a project manager or a project leader, everyone is a project manager. Okay, next. Okay, now for every project, bila kita dah pergi kepada elemen mampan, secara tak langsung kita memang akan memakai ontologi 5P.
Ada. Saya pun nak
This
jumpa
is
dia,
where
tapi tak tahu sekarang ni ada.
everyone yang pakai ontologi 5P ni tadi, P5,
Itu ada lagi ni.
dia dah ada satu structure. Dia dah ada satu guideline, satu kitab. Sekiranya pergi kepada satu international standard, maka dengan mudah dijalankan sekiranya memakai standard-standard yang sudah pun disemadikan ataupun yang telah diatur secara kompleksitinya dah dimasukkan untuk mendapatkan ramuan-ramuan tersebut. Okay, next. Now, for those yang mungkin tak faham tentang P5, ini adalah kompetensi ya. Kalau seseorang tu nak memakai P5 standard dalam projek, dia kena ada kompetensi. Dia tidak boleh jalankan tanpa ada ilmu pengetahuan. It's just not about your interest. It's about your knowledge. How do you integrate that knowledge into the project management? Alright? Contoh, sekarang ni we are talking about campus. Politeknik ada banyak campus. College community ada banyak campus. So the campus itself is an asset. So how do you manage the asset with all the project inside the campus? It is itself a learning environment where you can have many activities. So apa yang saya syorkan, all the elements inside the campus, as you can see, you have all the P5 element. You have the people, you have the environment, you have the product, you have the services, you have all the processes. plus you have the economy. So therefore, the campus itself has got sustainable element. But have you measured? Ya, adakah pernah diukur tentang ESG-nya? Alright, that is the arah yang kita nak pergi. Supaya impaknya dapat diukur, supaya standardnya dapat dipakai dan pemakaian atau pemantauan, monitoringnya dapat disenaraikan sebagai mengikut standard-standard antarabangsa. Now, contoh, some of the things that you can do in campus, because you want to go into green campus. So green campus itself, it has its own asset. So if you going into that level, I'm sure you all want to go and get your ranking to be part of the green campus. So these are the elements yang you must focus. Number one, organic food, renewable energy, gardening, landscape, biodiversity, low carbon transport, clean water, recycling. All these elemen ni boleh dijalankan dengan elemen P5 framework. Hanya sekiranya you tak jalankan P5 framework, maka aset itu tidak memakai standard antarabangsa. Alright? Okay, next. So, kalau you talk about engaging, kita nak student kita get involved because they are the ones supposed to learn in the curriculum. So hands-on experience is very important. They have to take action because then only they see the impact. They have to also understand why the action is important so that they understood also what are the future needs of the future leaders and what is their role when they become project manager, right? Because if ada satu dia punya ekosistem dia sendiri, right? So next, itu talk about organic. Because you know ada banyak lebihan di campus. Renewable energy, I'm sure everybody understood and everybody is going to go into solar, is going into what I call saving energy, whatever that you believe that has got the quality, right? But learning itself on the system doesn't make the person a project manager because it's talk about system. So they need to also practice. So as a practitioner, dia kena faham apakah tenaga yang membakar. So that's why kita kena try to cut down all those energy that is burning and heating up the environment, yeah? Because climate change is a big issue. 78% of the climate change is affected by energy. 12% is affected by waste, right? So you can see energy is the one that is contributing a lot to the climate change, right? Next. Gardening, landscape, biodiversity, get the students involved so that they know we have to maintain our environment, right? Gardening is not something that is difficult. Creating a landscape is not something that needs rocket science. Biodiversity is something that needs to be developed so that our environment gets more flora and fauna so that our ecosystem become better. So this activity, once you have that in campus, they will always apply it in their home, somewhere else, or in wherever they go. So the practice too must be in campus. Kalau dekat campus dia tak praktis, takkan dia nak akan praktis kat rumah ataupun dekat mana-mana. Sebab dia tak nampak kurikulum campus tu untuk dibawa keluar. Because he or she may not see it as a project manager punya role. Okay, next. And then of course transport. A lot of people, they probably have money to burn petrol. But that's not the case. We are not talking about whether you have money to burn petrol. A lot of people, they waste food because they've got money to buy. But that is not the right attitude. The fact that we must reduce waste, that is the right practices. So that is where, bila kita kata, kalau boleh jalan kaki, kalau naik basikal, because it has all the sustainability element. So in campus, if you can drive change for people to understand, transport is one of the biggest contribution to climate change. So that is the biggest curriculum. Kalau kita tak pakaikan elemen transport tu sebagai climate change, then people will still keep on wasting a lot of petrol, a lot of fossil for the sake of lifestyle. We are not trying to make this kind of lifestyle as part of our sustainability practice. No. Sustainability practice means you got to cut down all this wastage. You can still have a lifestyle, but you must not harm the planet, and you must increase economic activity where there is prosperity, right? So that is where the practitioner of the project manager must be applied in campus. Kalau tidak, dia boleh keluar, dia jadi tak biasa. Ya, dia kata dekat kampus I pun tak buat. Kenapa I kena buat dekat luar? So these are some of the things that we must inculcate learning about sustainability right in campus. Okay, next. Clean water, of course. Now, clean water is a very expensive item, right? Mungkin kita tak rasa sebab kita rasa kita banyak air. Tapi orang yang ada masalah air, orang dah tahu air ini satu benda yang mesti dijaga dengan baik. So, if we did not introduce this importance of water, in 20 years time, in 30 years time, tabi'i dia tak tahu. Tabi'i lama dia akan pakai, dan that is where there is no sustainable change. That's why now we have to keep practicing something which is good, not to wait later, right? So because clean water is very important. Our river, our marine life, our rainwater also must be clean. Kalau tidak, we are going to be in danger. Hazards and all the necessary chemical that may harm our hygiene and of course our health. So, and it is very expensive to even repair it. So that is why we have to think beyond, not just look at money and cost. We have to look at value. Nilai water tu, bukan tengok harga water. Kalau setengah orang kata, oh harga mineral $1, boleh beli lagi. It's not the right thinking. You got to look at the value of water. People drink the water, they throw the plastic, but they think the plastic has no value. That is where the mindset of treating water and treating plastic ni, dia masih lagi tidak ada practices yang baik, right? So that's why di campus, kalau kita boleh ajar how to understand the difference between water and plastic and how to treat, this will bring people to become better project managers in future. Next. Of course, recycling. Now you can see all the municipalities. Kalau siapa yang pergi municipality PJ, municipality Subang Jaya, municipality Ulu Langat and all that, they are all trying to make a lot of recycling project. Bottle untuk recycle, they crushkan, buat another item, because people know this item is no longer the government role. It is the community punya role. So kalau di campus kita tak nampak community punya role, in other words, kita akan serah kepada orang lain. We will outsource. Sustainability is not an outsourcing process. It is a responsibility of all individuals. So that's why kalau you nampak, kalau orang tu suka buat sampah ataupun buang sampah, it's because attitude dia tak ada responsibility. Alright? Pasal dia rasa ada orang lain yang boleh buat kerja. So that's why the understanding about sustainability is responsibility and attitude. Kalau curriculum tu tak dibawa masuk kepada dalam ciri individu secara langsung, whatever curriculum you want to teach on sustainability, dia tidak akan menjadi. Sebab sikap is the main element dalam sustainability. It is not about the knowledge sahaja. It's all about your treatment and how you act. And how you will then see the impact of your action to improve things in the long run, in the long term, and also in your involvement in other projects. Contribute to the other project. Participate in other project. You just cannot do your own project. Because sustainability ni dia adalah elemen interaction, integration, element of being part of another ecosystem. So kita tak boleh buat sesuatu projek tu dalam hal kita akan buat semua. No. That's why dalam sustainability kita work with a lot of NGO, we work with a lot of social enterprise, we work with government, we work with everyone. Because it is an interrelation. Dia tak boleh buat secara individu ataupun secara berkumpulan sendirian, ya, because it has got its own chains of how to make things work better when you work in group. That's why prosperity in sustainability is about sharing the earth, sharing and saving the earth. Bukan prosperity nak apa orang kata share kewangan. No, it's about how we love and we take care of the environment and share what we believe we need to take care of. Right? Next. Okay, there are many other ideas you can engage the student. Now, students are the greatest asset in campus, all right? Because students are your knowledge workers. Now, if they are not involved in any of the sustainability projects, means they are not contributing. So that's why the GPM Awards is to assess what is their ability to think on sustainability. Be it small project, medium-sized project, big project, to ensure that they integrate the 5P. Give them the ownership, give them the recognition so that they get into some element of sharing, togetherness, you know, and creating what they call group activity, right? So you can have SDG posters, right? For you to run together, because usually campus, people like to work in teams. People like to gang up. People like to create their own, how they call, committees. They like to create their own social group. So all this should be allowed, but let them focus on something that they believe they can create their own campaign. They can create their own agenda. They can create their own leadership, right? Next. And then, when we talk about assessment, you must also allow them to bring an element of measurement, that's what Dr. Vinadi mentioned, to ensure whatever they do, they have to measure the impact, be it for the research, be it for their learning. It's just not about how good they are in doing their exam, but to what extent they're able to apply that knowledge in the project that we're talking about. Because project management is a product. Many people think the graduates' qualification is the product. The quality of the graduates is where they're able to contribute more. That is how we want to see their project, yeah, as part as their CV, part of their learning to contribute. What are the areas that they have been involved with? So when we look at a person's contribution, it's all about their commitment. Are they committed to look at areas that are very important right now in sustainability, because everybody is talking about sustainability. Every corporates are trying to address sustainability. So if the students are not showing their CV with sustainability impact, that means there are disengagement. Dia memang pisahkan diri dia dengan the industry. So that's not what we want. We want to make sure that they're able to do measurement, yeah, be it for carbon credit, be it for any other measurement, to indicate that they know what they are talking about when elements of impact assessment. Okay, next. And then, of course, there are students, they love to be together. Allow them to create their own goals. Allow them to do a lot of media. Allow them to do a lot of talks, yeah? And give them the opportunity for them to share and voice out. Because part of sustainability is all about talking, right? Sharing and commitment. And if they are just doing things alone, it is going to be very difficult for people to understand. what is it in their mind, right? So that's why group activity in sustainability is all about learning in groups, sharing in groups, and doing things in group. Because a lot of the NGOs, they don't work alone. It's all in groups. So in campus, if you already have a lot of the group activity, that will help them later when they move out, they can be participating in a lot of the other sustainability groups. Next. Of course, you can always give them a lot of other activity like art, yeah, and bring them to a lot of other impact of working with other universities, all right, and working with other teams, other NGOs, so that there is a cross learning. Macam baru-baru ni saya buatkan satu sustainability week together with my set with UPM. And the students learn a lot because I bring 12 industry people to come in to talk about sustainability to the students. So you need to have that element of interrelationship. Kalau tidak, students are just focusing on academic. They are not learning from industry. So this is where have more interaction with industry and allow them to understand what is the demand from industry before they leave as compared to just trying to finish their academic exercise. All right, next. Of course, you can have a lot of exhibition. Allow students to showcase their waste management, allow them to showcase their recycling project, allow students to showcase whatever, whether it's art exhibition, expression of their thinking. Now, I have yet to see polytechnics or college community, because they are highly talented, but trying to make their expression through art or through exhibition. It's hard because most of the time people think that, oh, there's no budget. Always, that is not part of this year's program. Of course, there are things that you need to plan, but there's so many things that can be managed without the budget. It's just a matter of how you handle the cost, how you look at leadership, how you look at sustainability in sharing and making it happen, sometimes not even having a budget. So that is the challenge. A lot of people always want to do with money, but not necessarily with money they can create impact. Sometimes dah bagi duit pun tak ada impact. Yang tak ada duit tu dapat banyak impact. Because it's cost control, objective oriented, and they know what they want. Because sometimes the activity of that you do is just sambil it is a job and a KPI, not necessarily the mission oriented approach that we are talking about, right? So the passion is what can the student learn? What can the student express? That is what we want to achieve. Next. Of course, students should conduct their own lecture series. Sometimes we as lecturers or academicians, we have our own sets of speakers that we want to bring. But allow the students to bring their own speakers, right? Because they have their own interests too. They have their own team, or they have their own area that they want to learn. So if the polytechnics have got links with all NGOs and students are looking at some of these topics as their interest for project paper, for their project management, for their project idea, allow for all these speakers to come. It can be during the weekend, it can be in the Zoom, or it can be in any other platform. Next. And of course, create your own SDG day, right? So if you have your own SDG day, the student may plan what SDG at the present moment that is most important. Maybe it's talking about gender equality. They're talking about right now, there's a lot of OKUs, which are without job, all right? Now, for those who are lucky, they get academic excellence, they get all the success. But there are some people who are not lucky, but they are being deprived from education. They have been deprived from work. So do something so that you can see that you are carrying the community. that you are understanding the concern of the community, so that they have an SDG day of activity, equality or gender inequality issue to being reduced, so that they learn what does that SDG stands for. SDG ni bukan something yang nak dihafal, it's something yang nak difaham. So kalau mereka tak faham, means they will not apply it. So these are things yang kena dimasukkan dalam activity di kampus. Alright, next. Of course, ask a lot of good questions. Allow for the intellectual, apa dipanggil, what I call learning, intellectual learning. Allow them to learn or get the answers. There is no right or wrong answers. It's all about participating, right? So kat Malaysia ni is always worried about, who are the scorers. We are not here to look at champions. We are here to look at activity. So sustainability is an activity that allow the mindset to be explored. Creativity comes with many forms. So therefore, kita bukan nak judge about people's intelligence. We want to ensure they broaden their intelligence so that they get to understand other things. So this is some of the things which if the campus can do, it'll be good, right? Next. Excursion, of course, now there are many, how we call, banyak activity, SDG, mangrove, planting, cleanups, and also now with new eco municipality, recycling center. All these are good excursion areas, all right? Even though the campus doesn't have money to bring by bus, but if they were to visit to Kuala Lumpur or to visit to certain cities, ask them about a project that they can go on their own, and then when they come back, they get extra marks for doing the extra curriculum activity. That will give them the interest to study sustainability without giving any, extra, what I call enforcement, but more towards voluntary. So when you have voluntary, there is an element of learning with passion. But when you don't have voluntary, then it's arahan based on apa yang kena paksa. So that's why the learning becomes limited, right? So that's why you give people to have the room for excursion and learning beyond their normal curriculum. Next. And of course, practice sustainable living. Now, many people, especially right now, people are living with high-end lifestyle. All right, people are comparing the rich and the poor. We are not in that level to compete about sustainability lifestyle. We are trying to make people understand waste management, energy saving. It is not about a lifestyle. It is about protection of our environment, protection of our community, and sharing of values, right? So, to a certain limit, kita kena faham how do we make everybody understand this, right? Because sometimes the way we address issues is all about competition, yeah? It's all about discrimination. So we don't want to do that. Sustainability, there's no discrimination, you know very well, yeah? So there is a reason why sustainability need to create equality for everyone. Tak kira lah bangsa, agama, and also gender. So that's why when you have a lot of the sustainability living environment, you can create harmony, peaceful arrangement for better things to be done. So Alhamdulillah, Malaysia is very peaceful. It has its own harmony recipe, but it cannot last long if sustainability is not practiced, right? That's why we have to keep on having the sustainability living as part of our activity dalam campus. Next. Last but not least, there are many ways for you to jumpstart. There is sustainability event for starters, maksudnya untuk yang beginners. So banyak beginners yang baru-baru jina, yang mungkin baru masuk, first year student. You can have a lot of things yang boleh bagi pada starter untuk mereka start to be aware. Kalau yang belum pernah kenal lah, alright? Next, then you go to the next stage yang lebih advanced, ya, yang intermediate, yang mana mereka dah tahu, now they want to go to the next level. They want to achieve another level of sustainability impact. So we should bring them to that level. Sebab dia nak meningkatkan dia punya tahap pemakaian sustainability itu. And last but not least is the advanced level. So when people reach the advanced level, inilah the next slide. When you reach to the advanced level, that is where you see dia punya level tu dah sampai level national. Sebab dia dah advance. That's why you see in our sustainability award, kenapa some awards they can go to the project of the year. And why some awards, this sustainability leadership, and some of it is fundamental. Because we look at from the understanding of dia punya pemakaian of the talent. So these are some of the things. Of course, the assessment is all done through P5, right? And it is only the assessor who understand what we are assessing. Maybe a lot of the project managers will not know because they are just doing it and displaying the showcase, right? So, all right, this is my last slide. I hope my topic today for Go Green and the topic for us for the whole of our webinar today will bring you enough approaches to understand. Sustainability is togetherness. In campus, you are already having all the assets. You're already having everything. It's a matter of how you make use of it to learn as much as possible how to go green and create as many activity. Creativity will come in when people have got the right attitude towards sustainability. So with that, I can open to any question, MC. And
Yes, thank you, Dr. Noor, for your wide experience sharing. We have a lot to learn from you. All right. Like as she said, all right, we open the floor to questions. Okay, terbuka pada ruang pertanyaan dalam BM ke BI, tak kisah ya, Dr. Noor. Okay, boleh type di dalam chat box ataupun direct tanya dengan Dr. Noor. Sesi soal jawab dimulakan sekarang. Untuk makluman semua, kita akan berhenti untuk rehat pada 10.45. Jadi gunakanlah ruang ini untuk bertanya sebanyak mana sebelum kita berehat. Dan seterusnya, sesi panel yang seterusnya adalah pukul 11.15. Ada apa-apa persoalan ke?
Selamat pagi, Doktor. Saya Chandran dari Politeknik Melaka. Boleh dengar tak, Doktor?
boleh dengar.
Okey, saya ada satu pandangan. I tak pastilah kalau Doktor setuju. Macam ni, Doktor. Kalau kita mulakan semua program yang Doktor cadangkan tadi di peringkat budak-budak yang dah dewasa ni, amalan yang kita berikan pada dia tu, dia tak nak ikut. Dia selalunya mentaliti mereka ni reject dulu, lepas tu bila kita force baru dia nak buat. Saya punya pandangan macam ni, Doktor. Saya dilahirkan di kawasan estate kampung dan sebagainya. Saya mendapati kalau kita approach pada umur yang lagi kecil kan, contohnya macam standard 1 ke macam tu, bila kita bawa dia ke kawasan kelapa sawit ke ladang getah ke hutan ke, dan bagi tahu dia macam mana air yang kamu minum ni datang dari mana, kalau kamu pollute apa akan jadi, impact dia adalah lebih baik. Itu pandangan saya lah, tetapi saya tak nampak pun sekolah ada ambil tindakan macam ni, bawa mereka ke keadaan sebenar, bagi tahu dia kenapa air sungai kita ni kotor, apa akan berlaku masa kamu nanti bila kamu dah dewasa, dah tua, dah ada cucu dan sebagainya, air ni semua akan efek mereka semua ni lah. So in Politeknik memang okey, cuma budak-budak ni dia agak susah kita nak tukar minda dia. Tapi cadangan doktor memang bagus lah. You have to start somewhere, correct or not? So but then if you can start earlier in school, then will be much better lah. Comment doktor?
Terima
Terima kasih,
kasih
Doktor.
Cik Chandran. Memang kita tahu bahawa kita kena didik ilmu tentang penjimatan, tentang perkara persekitaran ni daripada awal. Memang sekolah, memang saya tahu, apa yang saya tahulah, sekarang sekolah tentang praktis tentang eco school. One of the other NGO, WWF and Green Growth Asia Foundation juga very aktif untuk menggerakkan pendidikan environment kepada sekolah. So kita pun, SusNET pun memang ada involved. Dan kami nampak mereka memang cuba sedaya upaya pergi ke peringkat sekolah untuk bangunkan kurikulum environment learning ni tadi through dia orang punya co-curriculum subject matter lah. Saya nampak memang ada keberkesanan. Tapi dari segi bila kita kata sikap tu sama ada sikap tu disambung, ya, disambung apabila dipelajari itu yang selalu kita tak assess. Sebab kita tahu bila anak murid pergi sekolah, tujuan dia adalah untuk berjaya dalam bidang kurikulum. Alright? As long as dalam bidang kurikulum, dia boleh dapat markah tinggi, maka penilaian terhadap diri dia tu tinggi. So, kita punya assessment on the student is always about dia punya achievement. Bukan dari segi apa yang dia sudah lakukan, yang dia punya perbuatan itu memang satu perbuatan yang baik, right? So assessment on practices ini yang kurang. Assessment on knowledge kita banyak. Assessment on excellence academic kita banyak. Excellence on practices ini yang banyak kita tidak ambil peduli. Alright? Macam sikap orang terhadap orang tua ke, sikap kita abaikan, kita nampak kelakuan, culture kita dah berubah. Sebab sikap tu sudah tidak di-assess. Sikap tu tidak ada nilai. So that is why kita nak cakap, kalau sustainability impact ni adalah pergi kepada sikap integration. Economy, environment, community. Dia tiga-tiga. Dia bukan satu. Not because you know about a product or you know about a service. It's all about everything that you should be taking care of. Now, di mana assessment on this? So kalau I tanya kepada lecturer, guru-guru ataupun guru besar, siapa assess on practices? Tak ada. Orang assess on knowledge, exam based, on dia punya skill, competency skill, skill dari segi pertukangan, skill dari segi penulisan. Where is the skill on thinking? Practices is on the ability to take care of environment, to take care of community, to take care of our future leaders, our future business. Di mana assessment ni? Kalau ada, kita ada buat assessment, I'm very happy. That's why SusNET is trying to ensure kita nak pergi ke talent management ni untuk assess ability to integrate knowledge dan praktiskan. Kalau you just apply knowledge tapi tak practice, that is where there is a segregation of learning and practices. Dia tak buat. Dia belajar tapi dia tak buat. Ini yang kita tak nak. Kita nak dia buat. Itu yang kita nakkan, attitude perubahan itu berlaku. I hope I answer your question.
Okay.
Yes,
Jadi,
Doctor. Very good point. This is very good point. Probably we can introduce to our own classes first. We assess their attitude. Maybe we can give some 5 points or whatever at the end of the semester. Probably we can see some changes.
Yes, Chandra. That's why kita tak nak assess practices dia based on dia punya percakapan. Kita assess on dia punya projek. Apa idea dia dalam projek untuk integration tu. Sebab bila talk about the 5 element, kita tak boleh nampak because it is invisible. Apa yang dalam menda dia. Tapi bila diletakkan di dalam projek, idea dia tu, kita boleh nampak. That is where sikap dia tu boleh jelas dilihat. That is why our recognition is on the 5P, dan kita nampak dia punya storytelling dia, dia punya percakapan, apa yang evidence yang dia tunjukkan tu dah menunjukkan sikap dia. That is where we are trying to go to, right? Untuk menjadi dia sebagai seorang practitioner. That is why prism practitioner dalam P5 ditekan. Pakai pemakaian P5 to become a practitioner, bukan to just become a knowledge expert. No. I answer you, Puan Rohania, because you were asking about curriculum. And a lot of time you are measuring on curriculum. Most important thing, you must measure on practices.
Okey, terima kasih Dr. Noor. Kita dah sampai ke 10.45. Ada siapa-siapa lagi ingin last bertanya dengan Dr. Noor?
Maybe Puan Rohania ada lagi ke situ?
Puan Rania?
Ada.
Okey, silakan.
Okey, Okey, tadi apa yang Dr. Noor mentionkan sebenarnya betul. Apa yang kita dah buat di Politeknik dan College Community sebenarnya kita dah buat semua. Cuma kita belum buat measurement, kita belum buat bagaimana kita nak menentukan bahawa pencapaian kita. And then maybe lepas ni kita akan buat, saya dah ada bincang dengan Dr. Noor kan. Dr. Noor, kita akan berbincang berkaitan dengan bagaimana kita nak buat assessment, bagaimana kita nak melihat kepada pencapaian amalan kita. Dan mungkin dengan pertolongan daripada SusNET dan juga sebagainya. Jadi betul, amalan ni sesuatu masa yang sebenarnya pertama pun kita dah lihat. Amalan tu sangat susah kita nak ukur, kita nak buat. Sebab dia macam orang kata budaya. Bagaimana kita nak create budaya kalau seperti mana yang saya lihatlah, kita bangunkan kurikulum, kita ajarkan di sekolah, di politeknik dan sebagainya. Tapi bila dia keluar tu environment kat luar tak sebegitu, tak dapat menerima dia dalam keadaan yang dia dah amalkan. Macam contoh yang buang sampah tadilah, kita dah ajar jangan buang sampah dari kereta, jangan buang sampah dari, tapi bila di luar sana, dia keluar sana, mak dia okey buang sampah atas jalan raya. Sebab itu amalan. Jadi amalan ni bagaimana, macam saya setuju juga Dr. Windardi cakap, bagi tahu tadi bahawa amalan ni dia kena step by step. Saya dapat inspire by that, bahawa dia step by step. Sebab bila kita nak jadi amalan, maksudnya semua orang perlu mengamalkan. Jadi kalau kita dapat dalam satu kampus, kita dapat sebahagian mengamalkan, maybe yang lain akan follow lah. Selalunya amalan yang baik ni memang susah kan kita nak dapatkan, tapi amalan yang kurang baik selalunya cepat sebab dia seronok kan. Jadi betul Dr. Noor, insyaAllah saya setuju dengan apa yang Dr. Noor kata tadi. Dan kita cubalah seperti mana soalan tadi yang kita akan buat, bagaimana kita nak buat pemantauan dengan kaedah yang itulah, seperti mana yang Dr. Noor sarankan tadilah. Kita cubalah yang terbaik. Okey?
Okey. Sebab itu Puan Rohania, GPM Global dengan PMI, they are doing the framework as an assessment framework.
Okay.
Bukan setakat assess amalan melalui observation.
Okay.
Dia adalah assess melalui activity, melalui a very structured guideline. That's why kalau pakai P5 dengan structured guideline, tak lari daripada assessment. Assessment tu boleh diukur dengan betul. That is why kita galakkan orang guna standard yang telah dah di-band dengan tu tadi, supaya at least get to some level of a starting point. Kita bukan nak just buat observation saja ataupun ikut ukuran masing-masing. We have to use standard assessment. That's why P5 is a standard assessment used globally untuk nak tengok, are you practicing sustainability? Itu yang banyak orang takut di-assess. Tapi kita bukan assess kepandaian dia. Kita assess projek dia untuk memastikan dia boleh pakai pemakaian P5 untuk projek dia. That is where a lot of people doesn't understand how we assess project.
It's not about the individual. It is about the ability to integrate. Maybe insyaAllah kita boleh kupas lagi how to make people understand practices.
Mungkin saya boleh add on sikit, Dr. Dok. Yang tadi Encik Nandran ya, tadi diutarakan itu memang sangat-sangat relevan. Saya ingin menyampaikan satu prinsip dekat Germany, ya, because saya ini lama dekat Germany. Dia punya prinsip bahawa kemajuan suatu bangsa itu bermula daripada classroom. Sekarang ini pandai-pandailah kita membacanya macam mana. Jadi bukan daripada dia punya industri, no. Bukan daripada dia punya kilang-kilang, no. Jerman punya prinsip bahawa kemajuan suatu bangsa bermula daripada classroom. Artinya, kalau tadi amalan praktis sudah diterapkan di awal-awal lagi, itu akan makin bagus. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okey, terima kasih. Terima kasih daripada Dr. Noor dan juga Dr. Winardi. Okey. Harap-harap jawapan yang diberi padu dan memenuhi, tetapi sekiranya ada persoalan lagi, bolehlah diajukan terus kepada pembentang-pembentang ini. Kita dah isi minda penuh. Sekarang ni waktu rehat seketika dan kita bagi ruang kepada para panelis pun untuk bernafas sikit. Untuk makluman semua, selepas ini kita akan bermula pada pukul 11.15 dengan panel ketiga, diikuti dengan panel keempat dan round-up session, sesi rangkuman yang pertama sebelum kita berhenti untuk rehat yang panjang sikit pada pukul 2. Jadi dengan itu, saya mohon nanti semua kembali pada sini pada pukul 11.15. Tak perlu terus keluar. Okay, mungkin offkan mic ke video ke. Terima kasih semua dan diharap apa yang diberi ini dapat memberi ruang pemikiran yang seterusnya dan aktiviti untuk jalankan. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mara.
Okay, boleh je lah nak berehat, nak keluar kejap, tutup skrin sekejap. Terima kasih semua ya. Jangan lupa kembali 11.15.
Dah, saya dah message dia orang. Kata saya dah boleh masuk dah. Saya masuk ke belakang tadi. Okey. Nanti saya lock. Okey.
Salam Prof.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Apa khabar Prof?
Baik. I'm
Dengar
sorry.
tak? Tak dengar. Mute.
I'm running between here and there. So many things happening concurrently.
Okay.
Tak apa.
Alright. I tak pakai. I tunggu MC sekejap.
Okay.
Just having one more 2 minutes break.
Oh, I see. I tried to share my slide, but I cannot because I need the green light.
Sharing kan? Tak apa. Nanti I Zura buatkan you sebagai co-share. Co-host, sorry. Co-host.
Sepatutnya dah boleh share.
Okay. Okay.
Nanti kita tunggu Maria introduce Prof.
Oh, ya ke? Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi. Selamat kembali semua. Okey, mohon para peserta dan para panelis untuk kembali ya. Selamat kembali ke ruang perkongsian ini. Yang berjudul, webinar yang berjudul Memahami Projek Mampan Membangun Pemikiran Kreatif di PolyCC. Kita akan meneruskan sesi ini dengan pembentangan dari panelis ketiga kita, iaitu Profesor Dr. Norbit Bashar Idris, CTO IIUM. Boleh saya cek Profesor Datuk Dr. Norbit sudah ada ke?
Dah good.
He's here. Yeah.
Okey, alright. Alhamdulillah. Jadi sebelum saya lepaskan padanya, izinkan saya berkongsi sikit profilnya yang agak mantap, menarik. Profesor Datuk Dr. Norbit Bashar Idris merupakan Profesor Kuliah ICT di IIUM atau UIA dan sekarang dia adalah Chief Information Officer. Bidang-bidangnya yang dia terlibat adalah software engineering, cryptography, cyber security, IT entrepreneurship. Dia juga merupakan penasihat dalam bidang kriptografi dan cybersecurity untuk beberapa organisasi dan untuk pihak kerajaan di Malaysia dan di tahap global. Minat dia sekarang ni adalah berfokuskan pada fintech, blockchain dan DST dan bagaimana kita menerapkan teknologi dalam Islamic Financial Product dan Services. Beliau juga merupakan member atau ahli kepada Standard Committee and Blockchain and Distributed Ledger. Itu adalah aplikasi yang terkini. Dengan itu, tanpa membuang masa, saya menjemput panelis kita yang ketiga untuk memulakan pembentangannya. Dipersilakan.
Okay. Okey, boleh dengar suara ke?
Ya, boleh.
Okay, alright. Thank you very much pada Master of Ceremony,
Ya, Cik Maria.
Cik Maria. Again, also thank you very much kepada organizer kerana menjemput saya. Saya ni terkejar-kejar in between 2-3 seminar at the same time. Jadi I'm trying my best to juggle, but insyaAllah never mind. Alhamdulillah, we want to share one of the work that we are doing dekat UIA. Slide nampak ke the slides?
Yes,
Ya,
nampak,
slide
nampak.
nampak.
Okay, I will
Tapi
do
belum
slideshow.
mula slideshow kan?
Okay, I will do a slideshow now insyaAllah.
Dah jalan. Okey,
Okay.
silakan.
Webinar ni namanya Memahami Projek Mampan. So I would like to assume dan to anggap bahawa the organizer rasa projek yang kita ada ni one of the projek yang mungkin mampan dari segi karakteristik dia dan sebagainya. So we really would like to share this project and then hopefully mungkin the more the idea spread among rakan-rakan di Politeknik, di community college dan sebagainya, we really would like to go into the next stage of the implementation of this project, iaitulah we really want to implement it in the society and in the community gitu. So sharing it dengan kawan-kawan dan rakan-rakan daripada Politeknik dan CC, I hope it can lead to that kind of hasil selepas ni insyaAllah. Projek ni asalnya biasanya kita panggil Sustainable Social Bank. Tapi the organizer dia tukar kepada Sustainable Social Exchange. It's also okay pada saya lah. Mana it's okay. Basically we just want to share what is the concept in the project. And then the apps that we have developed to implement the project, as well as the technology that we use behind the mobile app. And hopefully ada rakan-rakan daripada Politeknik dan juga community college yang berminat, so that we can really work together dengan UIA to make this thing happen. I think the Polytechnic and community college, you all are far more spread in the country. Macam kami di UIA ni, we have di Gombak, kita ada di Kuantan, kita ada di Paguh gitu je. Tapi di negara lain kita tak ada. So tapi di negeri lain kita tak ada. So I really look forward for that kind of collaboration dan nanti whatever kita boleh explore. So tajuknya adalah Sustainable Social Bank ataupun Social Exchange, dan we really want to see how benda ni berguna dan it can support benda-benda macam yang kita dah sebut sustainability, membantu masyarakat dan sebagainya. Okay, I'm trying to push. Okay. Okay. Pelan-pelan.
Boleh. Tak ada masalah.
Alright, a bit of intro. Saya campur-campur lah bahasa Inggeris dengan bahasa Malaysia.
Persilakan.
Okay. The concept is time bank. Dan time bank ni is not something yang incredibly new. It has been implemented in many other countries. But it has yet to be implemented in Malaysia. The nearest to us is of course in Singapore. Singapore dah buat juga benda begini. And we would like to also bring the idea into Malaysia. But bringing it into Malaysia, we also want to menyesuaikan dia, customize it to the Malaysian environment ataupun budaya di negara kita. Contohnya di negara lain tu dia ada budaya dia. Contohnya budaya sukarelawan di negara luar macam Jepun, di Eropah. Volunteerism is a very active behavior. People like to volunteer in the established countries or in the more advanced countries, kita sebut gitulah. But in developing countries, developing communities, Malaysia being one of them, volunteerism is not something yang can sustain on itself. So the concept tu bila kita bawa ke Malaysia, I guess we need to customize and modify it. Plus, we also add things new macam mobile app. Kan sekarang orang suka handphone. Semua orang pegang handphone mobile.
Lepas guna bulan 11 ke apa. So tu ya, lepas tu kita terus praktis guna borang baru lah.
Yang tadi saya main dekat Bang Sabah yang pasal telefon bentuk mati baca lah.
Dia baca dah.
punya respon kan. Tapi itu tanya saat apa respon kita. Next.
Okay,
The
kita
cross
sekejap
talk.
apa.
Itu bahagian
Bagi saya,
Dr.
tak perlu kita sekejap. Kita sekejap tu, bila Ameng tu dah untuk
Hello,
sekejap,
tu bahagian Dr. Norbin ke?
Tak semua dulu.
kita masuk kan. Baru kita buat
Dr. Norbin?
kita setuju.
Bukan,
Itu
pun saya ke?
Okey.
Bukan.
baik teruskan ya.
Bukan saya tu. Tak tahu siapa.
Saya pun keliru tadi. Okey, sila teruskan Dr.
Ada nama, I think there were a few names that come out, but I don't know who they are lah. I think they orang terlupa nak off microphone gitu kot.
Yelah.
Okay.
Maaf ya, siapa
Tak
teruskan.
apa. By the way, Maria, saya sampai pukul berapa waktu yang saya ada? I don't want to encroach into the next panelist apa semua. Sampai 11.45 kan? Gitu kan?
Begitu.
Okay. Alright, insyaAllah. I will stop around 11:42, 43 gitu. Okay. The concept is time banking. Iaitulah, we want to use time as a credit which can behave in a barter trade system. Maksudnya, I do some good work. The amount of time I spend in doing the work is recorded somewhere. And then it is like a credit, it's like a value that is credited into a bank account or into an account. And later on, that credit or that value, I can spend it, I can exchange it for something else, and I can even transfer it the way I transfer money from Membangun ke RHB ke and so on gitu. So there is a new barter trading system that uses time as the credit. Maknanya kita buat kerja, we do something useful, the amount of hours we spend in doing it is logged, it is recorded, it is stored in a system somewhere, and that becomes a value that we store in a bank or in an exchange, and that value later on kita boleh tukarkan dia, kita boleh trade, kita boleh send somewhere else dan sebagainya. In a simple concept dia begitulah. So whatever amount of time that you spend, katakanlah saya spend masa saya untuk buat tuition. I mean, I'm not going to get paid. Normally I get paid, of course. But in the time bank system yang kita propose ialah, I may be offering a tuition to some anak-anak B40 ke whatever gitu. They don't have money to pay me, mungkin, but then at least they have a mechanism to record that, ya betul, dia spend mengajar anak saya 3 jam gitu. Dan we would like to record that amount of hours yang saya spend helping somebody, and later on that become a value, a credit, which is credited into a bank account. Of course, all these bank accounts managed by the mobile app yang kita develop. Dan later on, that value I can guna dia untuk buat benda lain. Sama ada I can spend it, I can transfer ke orang lain, ataupun mungkin saya ada mak saya di kampung ke yang sakit dan perlu orang jaga dia, I can transfer it to my somebody in my kampung, and he will look after my mother the amount of hours that I have been willing to transfer kepada dia gitu, dan he get the credit for doing that as well. So it's a very interesting sustainable society punya, I mean, it's a mechanism to sustain the society almost economically, but without having to resort ke ringgit dan sen. Begitu kan? So, because kita juga perasan bila COVID-19 ni berlaku, people lost their jobs, people become unemployed, and yet people need nak makan. In other words, maknanya you have to put the bread or the nasi goreng on the table kind of thing for the family to consume. So we are proposing that the social sustainable bank or exchange ini can be a means, can be a mechanism that can sustain the economic activity of the society without having to resort to the ringgit and sen, ataupun saya kena buat business ke whatever. Katalah saya nak buka kedai, saya nak pergi pinjam duit dekat bank kata bagi saya you punya 3 bulan salary slip. Mana saya ada salary slip? Saya dah lah kena buang kerja. I don't have such a thing, and the loan agencies, the bank will not entertain me. So the idea of time bank originate from this kind of concept. Okay. Sekejap. So in other countries, when any has been implemented, sorry, I juga nak control ni. Okay. So as I was saying, this concept is not terribly new. It has been implemented in many other countries. I think there are about 300 implementations all over the world gitu. I think it started in Switzerland, and then many other implementation happened in the US, Japan, dan sebagainya. So just to look at what they have done, the way they have done in other countries, just to understand the concept. For example, in Switzerland, you know, young people, macam kita ni, we have a lot of free times, and we can be doing almost like voluntary work. Sama ada mengajar, tuition, give advice to orang nak buat tax LHDN ke, ataupun jaga orang tua yang terlantar ke, ataupun, you know, this kind of activities. Then I will want to offer the kind of services I can do. Sama ada saya tutor, saya mungkin orang yang pandai potong rumput, saya mungkin pandai cat rumah, saya mungkin an accountant yang dah tak ada kerja ke, ataupun saya just someone who is willing to look after somebody elderly yang bedridden ke dan sebagainya. Then in Switzerland, the way they did is you do these kind of activities and then you clocked it, the amount that you spend, and then you keep crediting this asset into your time bank system. Dan nanti bila you tua, once saya pun dah jadi tua, dia kata sebab dia punya retirement plan. So when I'm old, I can start spending the credit that I have been doing when I was young, when I was doing all these kind of activities. So mungkin saya dah sakit dah, tak larat nak pergi Giant ke ataupun mana-mana nak do shopping and so on. I get somebody young when I'm old. There are also younger people. Somebody young will come and bantu saya do the shopping and clean my house and that kind of thing. In other words, I'm spending whatever I have been crediting into my account all this while. So and it has worked very well in Switzerland, where like I said, the budaya of volunteerism and helping and caring for the society begitu berlaku. Okay. Other countries like US, they have also implemented the concept. Ada yang on a small scale, but there are also on a bigger scale. But the concept is almost very similar. Iaitulah we offer various kind of services that we can do, from the simple one like potong rumput or bersihkan whatever. Kalau di UIA ni kita even galakkan among student, iaitulah kita guna konsep wakaf time. Some student dia akan volunteer. Dia kata, Prof, saya nak volunteer basuh tandas masjid 2 jam seminggu, gitu kan? They're not going to get paid, but then the number of hours they spend is recorded somewhere in the system, in the student information system. So bila dia graduate tu, bukan saja dia carry CGPA dia, subject and the academic part, but also the non-academic, the co-curricular part gitu. Yalah, dalam konteks student tu dia tak ada macam the rewarding system. What we are saying dalam Sustainable Social Bank ni ialah whatever accumulated credit, number of hours I have recorded, I should be able to enjoy that. Sama ada I enjoy when I'm old, or kita nak conceptualize dalam Malaysian context, we want to work with, you know, shopping mall macam Maidin ke ataupun 7-Eleven ke whatever and so on, so that people yang ada credit ni, they can go to these places and they can walk away with 10 kilogram beras, minyak masak dan sebagainya gitu. So we wanted to modify and almost monetize the system in such a way that it is useful for anybody who wants to offer any work and get rewarded gitu. Of course, the extension of it can be, kita boleh maknanya fikir dengan cara yang bermacam-macam gitulah. Okay. In Japan, again, these are also very established budaya in which volunteerism is something that works. But again, the currency Kita panggil currency itu punya ringgit juga lah. The currency that is being credited into the bank is time. So jangan lupa tu. The concept is, that's why it's called time bank. You do work, you record the time, and later on it becomes something valuable, almost like a currency, like a ringgit or whatever. But of course, it's not ringgit. And then we will store it somewhere in a very secure system, and yet it should be using the latest technology, which is the mobile app and so on. And then we make the society move and being sustained by this mechanism. To us, it's a very interesting offering that we can offer to the society dalam keadaan masyarakat kita yang, you know, people want job, people want to do something, and yet maybe because of the constraint of the real financial, the traditional financial system, they cannot get the thing done begitu. Okay. Okay, these are just some of the example of the implementation there. Ada yang panggil babysitting circle. You may even be looking after the babies of somebody's baby dan sebagainya. And it can also lead to what is called the reward points. I guess the most similar one to this is macam bonus link or bonus point gitulah. Okay. Okay, this is some pendetailan kepada benda itu. Like I said, the rewarding point tadi itu ialah we really want to make this happen by collaborating with many parties in the society, macam Maidin, 7-Eleven, Speed Market ke ataupun mana-mana kedai yang would like to join this scheme. Of course, the reward come in that form. Then we believe strongly that the society can really benefit from this kind of mechanism that has been proven to work in many other societies. Okay. This diagram is quite interesting because it almost represents what can happen in an implementation. So dia kata start here. Sekejap saya nak get my pointer, laser pointer. Nampak laser pointer merah ni. Okay. We start here. So somebody offer a service of dia tolong makcik ni ataupun somebody yang ni pergi buat shopping je dekat Giant ke mana-mana ke, and then the amount of hours she log there or she spend there will be credited into the bank, and then kemudian dia boleh guna benda tu untuk mungkin dia belajar from, dalam hal ni belajar main gitar daripada somebody else. So he used that thing to his advantage, or she used that thing to her advantage gitu. Because belajar daripada somebody, you have to pay probably. But then this person yang ajar dia main gitar mungkin can log that as a service into his account dalam the sustainable social bank gitu. Ni ada seorang yang hamba Allah ni tengah pegang burung ni, dia volunteer just to look after the pet of somebody. Sekarang ni anak saya pun ada kucing itu, kalau kita nak travel kita fikir nak letak mana kucing ni gitu kan. So you can offer all kind of services. Plus is the entire cycle of things that is being shown here, in which people can offer a lot of services, as well as people need all kind of services. We just need a system to make this thing work in such a way that the society can take advantage of the technology, of the various services, and yet dia memakmurkan dan dia make the society move gitu. Like I said, without having to resort to the traditional requirements of ringgit, cents, slip gaji, this kind of thing, and so on. Okay. So essentially, what we have developed is also an app. We call it SSB app, in which there is a set of requester, and there is also a set of provider. Maknanya ada group of people yang, can I get somebody who can do this job for me? Anak saya nak SPM, so I need people who can tuition dia. I need somebody nak cat rumah saya. I need somebody to jaga mak saya, ayah saya terlantar di rumah gitu. These are the requesters set. And yet there is another group yang also subscribe to the system. They are called providers. Maknanya saya pilot Asia. Sekarang tak ada kerja gitu. So I can do a lot of things. I can cook, I can chat, I can mengajar tuition, I can even drive aeroplane and so on. So I can provide all kind of tasks. And of course, the third person in this entire ecosystem is the admin of the system. Maknanya dia admin ni dia punya role also special, because we are also aware that system begini is also subject to abuse. People bukan mengaku dia accountant, bahkan dia pembohong aja, dia bukan accountant pun, gitu. Dia kata dia pandai bagi tuition, padahal dia mungkin somebody yang, you know, could be even do harm to our children dan sebagainya. So the administrating part will have to manage all this kind of thing, and this is exciting because the technology itu will even guna benda-benda macam AI. We need to profile people. We need to also identify con people or scammers or con people yang who are moving in the society, but they actually not real providers dan sebagainya. Okay. All right. Because of that, we engage. I don't know, maybe some of you have heard of this technology, which is called the blockchain technology, which is a very secure way of recording even minute or small amount of transactions gitu. So actually this work is being done by a group of researchers dekat UIA, and we purposely wanted to adopt a very secure technology because we don't want people to cheat or people to create just wrong information or misleading information dan sebagainya. Ini sebagai maklumat lah. Dan we also wanted to make benda tu so implementable in the society. And of course, these days, people love mobile app. And doing it by mobile app is very reachable to anyone. Makcik-makcik dan orang di kampung dan sebagainya in the society, I guess pengalaman My Sejahtera saja will show that almost everybody ada handphone gitu. Because it is used to verify whether you are COVID dan sebagainya. So of course the use of blockchain and the mobile app has purposes as far as this project and this is concerned. So this is just some snapshot or some screenshot of the mobile app and the technology that is available to make these things something yang happening in the society. And we, like I said, we have quite a big team of this in the university. And we are at the stage, like I said, we have been talking to real banks, and they are also keen to be involved. But I told them, kita ni bank bukan bank ringgit dan sen tu, but we are bank which with a different currency, which is very much the time currency and so on. And these people mainly yang dalam uni, they are very technical people lah from the universities. They're all most of them are lecturers, but also administrator dan sebagainya. Okay, I guess this is my last slide. It is already 11:40. I'm really keen to kalau ada question dan sebagainya. So we created such a system. I think within the short time yang saya ada, I just wanted to share the concept. Kalau di universiti saya kata, we call this even the early implementation sebagai walk off time. We encourage students to do voluntary works, bantu orang miskin, bantu people around UIA. Dia sebenarnya around UIA di Gombak ni ramai orang miskin. Kadang-kadang rumah tak ada dapur and so on. We really encourage our students to be involved in this kind of activity and recording the activity itu, the amount of hours they spend on this. Okay, other than that, the other important things are like the profiling, and also these are the issues of trustworthiness. Saya sebut tadi, saya kata memang sistem ni orang boleh abuse. People can abuse it and do all kind of funny thing. For example, dia tak ada buat kerja pun, tapi dia nak claim dia buat kerja gitu dan sebagainya. So there are mechanism that has been built into the tool that will make the implementation to be able to manage tendency yang begitulah. We are also planning to make this work with, like I said, tempat yang people who have credited a lot of currency into their account, and yet they are needing benda-benda basic macam beras, minyak dan tepung dan sebagainya. You know, they can actually exchange this credit that they have into something that can be brought home, walk away from this. Of course, yani we are planning and working on establishing the exchange rate dan how much the values, the amount of hours tu is equivalent in some other form dan sebagainya. And last kali yang memang disebut tadi bahawa this doesn't involve ringgit and sen, but it is a system that can really help sustain and move the society, hopefully helping especially people who have lost their job, people who are in the the B40 dan now dah jadi B60 pun saya dengar. Dulu je B40, now B60 dan sebagainya. How can we help these people yang kalau dia nak start a small business ke, dia pergi bank tak akan layan dia gitu. So but we want to, like I said, look after I mean, in a word which we normally call sustain the wealth and the health of the society through technology, through good concept which has been proven, and let's try to make it work somewhere di mana-mana. That's why I said go back to what I said earlier. We are looking for as well, kalau ada kawan-kawan daripada politeknik ataupun community colleges ke whatever, who are who think that the idea is interesting, and inshallah we can communicate and work together to try to make things happen or whatever. All right. So I guess that is my last slide.
Thank you, Dr. Norbek.
Thank you very much.
Very informative. These are high-tech things. It's called a digital economy now. So we need sustainable digital economy so we don't get scammed. So we need more people like you, right? Okay. Now I open the floor, all right, to question and answer session. Anyone who has questions, this is the time before we go to the next panelist. You can type in the chat box or talk directly to Dr. Norbek. And this is the time that you switch on your mic. Okay? So, dipersilakan.
I would like to ask a question.
Mhm.
Prof,
Yes.
I know
Siapa ni?
that
Dr. Noor ke?
this apps is going to be a game changer
Mhm.
untuk a new platform being used so that it's transparency for supporting the genuine social work can be accredited and can be measured and can also be accountable lah, right? So let's say if one polytechnic, I'm just giving just a short scenario here. Let's say one polytechnic is supportive of your social platform, and they want to use it as a project to support some of their community within their campus. It could be orang nelayan, it could be petani, it could be anybody, right? So what would be the first step for them to do?
Masya Allah. The first step is to contact Dr. Noor and the organizer. Actually, saya punya slide tadi ada nama saya tapi tak keluar. I do not know why. Email dan tu. Contact the organizer. We are looking forward. Kita sembang lah how we can make things happen gitu. So I really look forward for that. I mean, kalau ada apa ni mana-mana group yang berminat, let's sit down and take it from there.
Okay. Yes. I think this is the reason why we call Prof to showcase. This is one of the best apps when we assess some of the good projects that can be taken to a national level. And every polytechnic, if they want to do it under a social club or under a cooperative, whichever activity that they do, and to make students get involved, I think there is this platform can be, I would say, trustworthy. It has its blockchain technology. It has all its cyber security. So what I meant to say is that there is no time to waste. It is already proven as been used by other international countries. So I open and invite all polytechnics and college communities to really use this new way on how to credit the work of social activities in a manner that it is not monetary, but it has impact on social entrepreneurship and social attributes lah. So maybe kita open to polytechnic mana yang dah berminat tu, bolehlah kita berjuang bersama.
Saya kata, orang Arab kata ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum. Maknanya contact the organizer, ask for them for our contact. We are more than happy to share the ideas and the concept and how we can work together to make things happen. I really like that our society benefit from such a technology, such a concept dan sebagainya.
Okay, thank you Dr. Norbit.
Thank
In
you
the
very
chat
much.
box ada soalan from Haji Yusof. Kata dari
Okay.
penerangan doktor, yang mana aktiviti yang menyokong pada hal green yang mampan? Dia minta perincikanlah.
Okey, sekejap saya nak tengok dia punya chat. Oh, dia dalam chat
Dalam chat box.
Okey. Dia kata apa? Soalan ni macam mana? I cannot open up. Saya tak biasa dengan Webex ni. Saya biasa dengan
Dia
Teams.
kata dari penerangan doktor, yang mana aktiviti yang menyokong pada hal green yang mampan? So activities lah. Just now I think you were about to talk about it with Dr. Noor, right?
I do not know whether green is really the issue here. I think green yang saya faham biasanya adalah greening the earth and looking after the sustainability of the earth and so on gitu. Our project is very much sustaining the society. Sustaining the society from the economic punya behavior and so on like that. I guess later on kalau kita nak tune dia ke arah focusing more on green punya sustainability activities also pun boleh juga begitu. So I don't know whether I answered that question, but wallahu alam. I rasa gitulah.
I think I can help to answer. Green project is very much related towards asset base lah, ya, maksudnya solar, water, electricity and all that. But social impact project yang related to community engagement, dia more kepada aktiviti social justice, social interaction and more towards giving value base kepada certain SDGs, 17 SDGs. So ada certain SDGs yang more kepada social impact. Apa yang saya tertarik dengan this platform ni is because sekarang ni kita tak payah nak create another project. Project dah ada. Your project is already good enough. But what we need is players. Kita need the people to come in and report dia orang punya social activity and help to apply your concept of exchange ni tadi, of kita barter trade ni, supaya they get to see the value of that barter trade. Ini yang kita nak activatekan, supaya it's not to create another platform, but to use this platform and make it as a assessment on how people can contribute and how people can participate and they can measure their interest to help others. Itu yang kita nak nampak impact tu, because kita bukan nak buat a similar project.
Okay, terima kasih Dr. Noor. Bagaimana Haji Yusof? Nama yang bertanyanya Haji Yusof. Jadi dia berkata tadi Dr. Norbit lebih menerangkan pada pelaksanaan melalui sukarelawan dan non-currency bank. Jadi Dr. Norbit dah bahagian tu kan, Dr. Noor dia menyentuh lagi lebih pada mampan. Saya harap ini menjawab soalan-soalan Haji Yusof ya.
Dia nampak kat ini baiklah kalau kita nilai.
Okay. So itu pun dalam sistem sebenarnya satu bentuk kemampanan dalam
Masya
sistem.
Allah. Masya Allah Haji Yusof, memang really look forward kalau kita boleh. In fact, one of the SDG saya rasa memang is to eradicate poverty gitu. So perhaps it is something that is related to that. Tak ingat SDG nombor berapa lah, tapi it's really relevant.
Number one.
Number one, eradicate poverty in the society.
Jadi ada apa-apa lagi sebab ni dah menyentuh masa bahagian panelis yang seterusnya.
Baik.
Okay.
Last one, I think, saya memang one of the things what saya nampak this panel kedua dan ketiga ni dia more kepada application of project yang telah di considered as projek yang ada platform yang kukuh. So, kita nak galakkan all the social activity yang ada berimpakkan community. So, kita nak apply as much as possible penglibatan student ataupun the alumni of student to come forward to at least contribute the sustainability impact ni dalam application yang kita rasa ada elemen teknologi, ada elemen digital, ada elemen kemudahan yang mudah lah. So I think what we want is to have a collaboration for any polytechnic or college community to work together with UIA, where SusNET will collaborate and integratekan the effort so that we can do a good reporting. Ya, nanti we can do a good report, ESG report regarding how social entrepreneurship based on this social service bank ni become one of the national platform for us to integrate all communities. That is the passion that I'm trying to bring in.
MasyaAllah. Thank you very much, Dr. Noor. Master pun dah lebih. Okay.
Okay, terima kasih pada soalan-soalan Dr. Noor dan juga Dr. Noor kena sabar melayani dan luas ilmunya. Okay, terima kasih kepada peserta-peserta yang bertanya. Boleh tanya lebih padu ni direct pada Dr. Noor dengan Dr. Noor. Sekarang ni tibalah giliran Dr. Nico Seto daripada Newton Eco Technologies dengan judul pembentangan dia, the title Carbon Credit Trading, What PolyCC Needs to Know. Okay, jadi sebelum Dr. Nico teruskan pembentangan, izinkan saya bagi sikit latar belakangnya. Okay, jadi orangnya istimewa juga, tak kurang istimewa daripada Dr. Norbek. Okay. Dia ni adalah Executive Director, jawatan Executive Director. Dia adalah PhD holder dalam Business Administration dan highly trained dalam Business Process Reengineering, BPR. Saya pun tak tahu tu, mungkin dia boleh terangkan Asian region. Dia juga merupakan salah seorang yang telah menerima certification daripada GPM USA sebagai professional dan ambassador, dan juga dalam bahagian sustainability leadership dan project management dalam industri. Buat masa ini dia tengah menerajui Eco Energy Management Business di Newton Technology Group di Malaysia dan telah memimpin pasukannya selama 7 tahun dalam mengadakan Sustainable Green Project. So dialah orangnya juga kalau nak tahu lebih pasal bagaimana nak menguruskan Sustainable Green Projects. Dia juga di sini adalah Group Coordinator in Strategic Planning untuk the KL Stock Exchange. Okay, kaitan rapat sangat dengan Dr. Norbek, right? Dan dia telah mengadakan strategi, trading rules, corporate dan regulatory rules. Semua ni penting. Jadi dia orang penting dalam mengadakan perubahan, hala perubahan bagi Malaysian capital market. Sekarang kita dah nampak bukti bagaimana kita telah jauh berkembang. Dia juga berkebolehan dari dalam aspek lain sebagai country asset manager. Antara company-company yang pernah dan dia pernah terlibat adalah FMCG, trading, marketing, automotive dan luas sampai ke logistics. Dia ada lebih daripada 20 tahun pengalaman dalam corporate financing yang merangkumi bidang capital investment funding and investing banking with CIMB, investment bank, RSB bank. Dia specialize dalam corporate structuring, business remodeling, organization, M&A activities. Banyak kan bunyinya? Jadi, marilah kita dengar daripada panelis yang multi-skill ini. Dipersilakan. Dr. Nico?
Yeah, thank you. Selamat sejahtera semua. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you're very clear. All right.
Thank you.
Can you share your slides?
Okay, can you see the slides on?
I see the slide, but it's all of the slides.
Okay. slideshow. All right, better?
All right. Better? Yes, better. Much better.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Thank you, Nadia, for your introduction. I would like to share today on the carbon credit trading. Apa yang PolyCC need to know. So I'll go straight to the pengenalan introduction on carbon credit trading. So the climate change that we are experiencing right now has been given a lot of discussion, a lot of attention by the entire globe, led by United Nations. And because of this climate change that is threatening our whole planet right now, we are seeing this threat coming in from none other than our global companies' operation. Every company that is in the industry currently, whether they are in different sectors, manufacturing, even in finance, as a consumer, in commercial, in trading, and even in a household, right? Every country is affected, and this is giving a threat to climate change. So how did this carbon credit trading come about, right? So I want to go into detail today. We will start with why. Why are we doing this? So the reason why is actually now, because of the threat to climate change, every party that is contributing to this threat, whether it is a company, a household, people like you and I, in every country in the world, we are looking at protecting the climate. So one of the things that we are looking at is decarbonization. How are we going to do this? One of the ways will be decarbonization. Looking at the way of decarbonization, of course, the way forward is everybody knows we are aiming for net zero. Even Malaysia, our national agenda is looking at net zero. How does this net zero come about? I'll explain later. But let's see, because of this net zero, what is the impact, right? Apakah impact net zero ni? Impact net zero ni telah menambahkan carbon offset demand. So carbon offset demand ni sudah naik. Everybody is looking into carbon offset. Macam mana nak dapat carbon offset ni? Kalau kita tak buat carbon offset ni, kita akan kena carbon tax. Carbon tax.
Okey ke Dr. Nico? Tadi bergema sikit.
Yeah. Okay. So you cannot hear me, yeah?
There's an echo. There's an echo. Now I can't hear it all.
Can you hear now?
Now we can hear you.
All right. So let's look at the carbon offset demand. Sebab sekarang because of net zero, semua orang nak carbon offset. Apakah carbon offset ni? Because they need to do this because kalau tidak, you get, and if not for carbon tax, you will have also what we call a fuel emission reduction incentive. So kedua-dua ini. So the history, let me share with you the history. Carbon trading started in 1997, okay, where 180 countries signed the Kyoto Protocol. Protocol ini targetnya is to reduce the greenhouse gas between 2008 to 2012 by 5%, okay, 5% below the 1990 levels. Itu dulu, alright, but this target was not met. Tak kita capai, alright, kita sudah gagal. So what happened is this Kyoto Protocol, they create 4 types of carbon credit. Each carbon credit is representing 1 ton of CO2 equivalent, carbon dioxide. Huh? So the first one is the assigned amount units. We call it the AAU, issued by an Annex 1 developed country party. The second one is a removal unit, RMU, issued by an Annex 1 party on the basis of land use. So you have AAU, which is the amount units, and then we have the removal units based on land use change, and forestry. So in short, we call it LULUCF, LULUs, all right? These are the activities. Now, the third one is called an emission reduction unit, ERU, generated by an implementation project jointly under Article 6 of the Kyoto Protocol. This is just a background ya, untuk latar belakang, untuk you fahami kenapa ada unit-unit ni. Now, the final one, this is something that I'm going to be talking about later, which is called the CER, Certified Emission Reduction. CER ini is currently being practiced and is generated from a Clean Development Mechanism project activity under Article 12 of the Kyoto Protocol. So when we talk about carbon trading right now, kita akan guna Certified Emission Reduction, which is the CER. So the transfers of all this carbon and acquisition of these units, they are tracked and recorded through satu registry system under the Kyoto Protocol. In 2005, we established the EU Emission Trading Scheme. This is started then, so where we started with 12,000 plus power station and manufacturing plants. Dia ni orang dia trade the carbon credits, all right, in order to meet the emission reduction target. So this is the largest emission trading market in the world. Then in Article 6 of Paris Accord, this is in 2015, this started the next call for carbon trading to be carried out on a voluntary basis. Yang dulu itu mesti, all right, it's a mandatory. Now for Paris Accord, we call it the Paris Agreement. I'm sure that semua orang pernah dengar Paris Agreement ni. Apakah Paris Agreement ini? So this is to call for carbon trading carried out on voluntary, secara sukarela. So from 2020, right, we will see and expect an international carbon trading to return. So right now it's in 2022, we are seeing a lot of this happening right now. So the Paris Agreement trading was established in 2015. So in 2015, what we have is they have a goal to limit global warming, right? Global warming ni, Paris Agreement has got about 192 countries committed to it. Everybody has agreed to keep the global warming below the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius or well below 2 degrees Celsius. Why this? Because the scientists have agreed, all the scientists have agreed, and they have come to a consensus that anything above this is going to be a very big threat to the planet. So everybody agree that 2 degrees is the maximum that we can go, all right? We cannot go up to that. And why 1.5? This is based on the pre-industrial era. Sebelum industry, that is the degree, the temperature that was before the industrial period. So sekarang they want to limit the global warming below this. So this is the Paris Agreement goal, right? So what happens? This started the emission trading. So tadi kita tanya, kenapa? All right, why? So this is the reason why we need to control global warming. So what are we trading in carbon trading? We are trading what we call emission, like carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases like GHG. So you will hear a lot of this word, GHG, CO2, carbon pricing. This is also known as the cap and trade carbon pricing, CAT. We call it the CAT. So the approach is to limit climate change by creating a market with limited allowances for emission. What does this mean? We have a quota, all right? Everyone has a quota to emit carbon. Macam mana kita nak measure, all right? That's the thing. So we look at a few things. We look at fossil fuels, all right? We look at the carbon source of energy. We look at wind power. We look at photovoltaics. So we know that fossil fuel contributes to 89% of all CO2 emissions. So we target fossil fuel. Apa plant or manufacturing plant or power station that use fossil fuel, right? These are generating 89% of CO2 and 68% of all GHG emission. This is yang bahagian yang terbesar lagi, right? Terbesar sekali. So we look into controlling that. So that's why when the European emission trading started, they focused on power station and manufacturing plants. So under the emission trading, a polluter having more emission than their quota has to purchase the right to emit more. So that means one party will have their quota, another party will have another quota. So when party A use up all their quota to emit carbon, they have to purchase the right from somebody else. So the entity having fewer emission, let's say they done some carbon reduction exercise, they got energy savings, they manage their waste properly, right? And they are having extra credit points. This entity having fewer emission has got the right to sell to the emit carbon to other entities. So they need to, the people that doesn't have enough quota, they need to buy. The person that has got less quota now, who has got less than their quota, they have the right to sell it. So this right to emit carbon will be sold to other entities, right? So let's say you have factory A. Factory A has got a quota of 20 carbon emission rights. Then the other company also have 20, but company B managed to reduce. So company B now only uses 10 out of 20. So he's got 10 extra to sell to other people. Okay, so how does this work? So the emission trading works by setting a quantitative total limit on the emission. Every party ada satu quantitative total limit by the emitters. So all of us are net emitters. We are consumer. So kita guna electricity, kita buang sampah, we are net emitters. We cannot produce any. Only the forest, all right, the forestry, they can produce the credits. So they can create the credits, but we cannot. We are consumers. So as a result, because of all this emission that is being released out to the atmosphere, we need to do this emission trading. So emission trading starts how? There is a mechanism that automatically adjusts to this target based on supply and demand, all right? So this is the main advantage compared to a fixed carbon tax. So what this means is, selain daripada mengenakan carbon tax to companies, this price mechanism of emission trading will allow them to control their emission and will not tax the company unnecessarily, right? So it becomes an opportunity for them to make money, not only just to have to pay the taxes. So carbon ETS, emission trading, are available in China, in European Union, EU, and other countries. This is where emission trading is being currently conducted. So in September 2021 last year, emission trade allowance price ranged from £7 per ton for CO2 in China, all the way to 63 in euro, €7 per ton CO2 in China to 63 euro per ton CO2 in the EU. I want to share with you, this is how the platform will look like. Carbon prices are updated every time. This is the current. That was last year, right? Last year highest was 63. Now look at the price now. In EU is 84 euro, right? California is 32 US dollar, Australian dollar 35 in Australia, ANZAC 75, South Korea 9. So the prices vary because why is it so high? Because the more mature the market, the higher the price will be. So this will be the compliance market. Compliance market means mandatory, semestinya. And then voluntary market, dia ada pricing dia. Voluntary market will be a bit lower, which aviation industry, aviation udara, and then you have your nature-based carbon offset. This will be the forestry. Tech-based carbon offset, which is even cheaper, $2, right? But the carbon markets are approaching $1 trillion valuation. So this is the way forward. We are going there. So a lot of people are making money producing and selling carbon offset. For your information, Tesla didn't make the money from the building cars. They made money from selling their carbon points. So that is how much money Tesla is able to make. And that is the way forward. So how do we look at carbon trading? You need to do need to do validation as well. So why do we need to do all this? Like I said just now, every carbon point has to be quantified. So the only way to quantify is you need a lot of help to capture the data. So that's where ESG reporting comes into play, sustainable reporting comes to play. That's why people like Bursa is asking the PLC to do ESG reporting. That's why the banks are being instructed by Bank Negara to ask their clients, the borrowers, to do the ESG reporting, because we need to capture, we need to know where everybody stands right now. So that's why a lot of services come in. You need ESG consulting to, these people will hold your hands, give you the guidance, coaching, how to do it, how to have a sustainability management system, how to do a sustainability compliance reporting. So all this is necessary for you to look at carbon credit validation, right? Validation is to verify whether your projects have achieved the planned greenhouse gas emission reduction, right? We say we want to reduce greenhouse gas. We say we want to reduce carbon. So we implement projects. So whether these projects have actually achieved it, and how do we measure it? It's by data, right? Like electricity savings. What is your electricity saving before and after you're implementing projects? So we can quantify it in terms of your electricity saving and translating it into carbon points. So we have asked the question why, we have asked the question what are we trading, why are we trading, and we also answered the question where can we trade it? We can trade it in China, Europe, and all that, right? And now who can be the project participant? So the project participants can be a party involved, or a private or public entity authorized by the DNA of a party involved that participates in a CDM project, right? So this is a Clean Development Mechanism project, activity, or POA as applicable. So in short, it can be anyone. It can be properties owner, you can be the property management company, you can be the energy efficiency service company, the waste management company, or even other service providers. So they can be a project participant as long as they are authorized, right? So they have to do a submission in authorization. So I'll go a little bit into technicality right now. How do we do it? All right. So how do we trade? First of all, you need to, like I said, you need to verify your data. But before that, you need to do a lot of if you look at the chart, you have the Clean Development Mechanism. The mechanism is certified by the CDM-EB, Executive Board, right? And a few things need to be done. You have your methodologies, because you have a panel looking at methodology, and then you have a panel to look at the accreditation. You have a registration team, issuance team, and then you have working groups in different areas like afforestation, deforestation, and then you have carbon dioxide capture and storage. So these panels will support the EB of CDM. So they supervise the Kyoto Protocol. So you see, just now I mentioned from the very start, the history of Kyoto Protocol, that's where it comes in now, because Kyoto Protocol has a mechanism called the CDM under its authority. It's got all the guidelines serving and meeting all the parties that is contributing to the goal of Kyoto Protocol. So this executive board will be fully accountable to this Kyoto Protocol, to this conference party. There's about 190 over companies, 192 countries committed to this protocol. So with the CDM looking into verification, you will, all of us, let's say if we are participants of this CDM project, we will be issued what we call a CER, Certified Emission Reduction, right? Remember the 4 units that was created by Kyoto Protocol, the last one is a CER. So this is the CER unit that will be eligible for credit trading. So The steps to doing this will be your measurement and verification, like what I said just now, data capture, methodologies, verified according to strict international standards, and you do a submission. This report, ESG report, will be submitted to a designated operational entity called the DOE. This DOE is authorized by CDM. And CDM will look at it and validate it and issue you a certification, all right, based on what you have submitted, and give you your CER certificate. And your CER certificate is now good for application for carbon trading. So this flexibility, you can either trade locally or you can trade overseas right now. So to summarize it, so what we do is we'll need to verify the project's achievement, number one, and then we will trade it either at the local carbon exchange or the overseas carbon emission exchange. So all this verification and certification comes in, and the arrangement for carbon credit trading starts. So what are the sectors? Who can be involved? What are the sectors? These are the energy sectors that can cover for carbon credit. Energy industries, renewable, non-renewable resources, fuel, feedstock switch, energy distribution, renewable energy, energy efficiency, fuel, feedstock switch again, energy demand. We also have other sectors involved where we have manufacturing industries, chemicals, construction, transport, mining, metal, something called fugitive emission. Fugitive emission means the emissions that are leaking, the leakage of emission from your systems. We track those that is on the output, but we forget about the leakage. That's what we call the fugitive emission. That is important as well. Waste handling and disposal, afforestation and reforestation, agriculture. So the process starts from data capture to data verification, carbon counting, and onwards to carbon trading. So the final of it all, you will see this picture, this chart, where you will see the project developer. The project developer could be the project owner, whoever that is running the project. Then you apply for the project and company registration. So before you do it, you have to apply for approval. And then number two, then you go to your application for company registration, you get your carbon credits. So there's a carbon transfer of carbon credits between the buyer and the seller. This is like your buying of your stocks, when you buy shares in a stock exchange. So you buy and you sell, and then there's a transfer of carbon credit from the seller, which is a developer, to the buyer, and then there's a payment involved, right, through the brokers and exchanges. Now, these carbon credits cannot be transferred. It's not like your shares. So your shares can be transferred, but carbon credits cannot be transferred. It can only be transacted across to the buyer by the seller. All right. So with that, this is a very simple explanation of what carbon credit is, carbon credit trading is. I tried to put in a few things to answer the why we are doing it, what we are trading, and when we can trade it, and also where we can trade it. So, and the process of how to do carbon trading was also explained in a very simple process, right? Of course, the technicalities is much more complex, but I think for introduction, I hope I can make it as simple as I have done today. So thank you very much for your attention. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicole. All right. A lot of information there. Technical, but she made it simple. Thank God for the diagrams. All right. Okay. Now, before we proceed to the roundup session, I'd like to open this part with a Q&A session to Dr. Nicole. So if you have questions, you can give it direct to her or through the chat box. Okay, sesi soal jawab dibuka sekarang. Boleh buka mic, tanya direct ataupun chat box.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon.
All right, I'm Murugan from Polytechnic Mersing. Okay, Doctor, it's a very interesting topic, but I just want to know what is the status in Malaysia currently is related to this carbon offset, because we see now a lot of fossil. Okay, actually, if you see, the fossil fuels are the main driver for climate change, but Malaysia also using a lot of fossil in terms of generate the power utility, power supply by the TNB, and we have a airport system. So how this in Malaysia it's happening in order to do this offset trading?
Yes, that's a very good question, very relevant. Indeed, we use a lot of fossil fuel because we have got so many power plants, independent power plants as well by TNB. So a lot of offsetting comes from the rooftop solar, POLIC, and your solar farms right now for Malaysia. That's why we have got a lot of LSS. You have LSS 1, 2, 3, etc. In order to offset that. So the solar farms that we have will be able to create the carbon credit points to offset whatever emission that is being produced by the fossil fuel. That is our current state right now. And that is on the bigger scale. On a smaller scale would be households. All right. You can see a lot of solar providers approaching rooftops of your house and my house to put the solar PV rooftops on buildings, on commercial buildings. So that eventually will also contribute, because the mechanism to measure the carbon points contributed by the power generated by solar on the smaller scale is much simpler. So for us to use that as a carbon offset, it will be faster as well. So in other words, if we were to issue carbon points for a house and a solar farm, it's easier to issue for houses rather than solar farms because of the scale. So a lot of people are, like even Petronas or even TNB, they are going into supporting solar rooftops for houses. That's one. And then we are also given tax exemption as well if we have all these things on our houses. So that's one way of looking at it. The other method that is currently looking at carbon emission reduction, namely carbon offset, will be the energy savings that is currently being undertaken by a lot of companies. Why is that? Because that is something that is measurable, it's very quantitative, and it's very easy to target. Energy itself contributes more than 70% to climate change. So if we tackle the area of energy, then if we reduce that, then we will also contribute points to our GHG emission, to our carbon emission as well. So other than that, the other area will be waste. Unfortunately for waste, although it contributes more than 10% to climate change, our way of handling waste right now in Malaysia leaves much to be desired. We are doing a lot of landfills. There is a lack of a, how should I say, initiative to implement technologies that can manage waste or to convert waste to energy or fertilizer. So because it requires a lot of capex as well, so it requires a lot of money. So if you compare you have to balance how much money are we going to put into to manage waste in order to get the carbon points, then it doesn't justify, right? So that's why right now for Malaysia, we are still looking into landfills. And also because of the implementation of the waste management side is most of our waste is not segregated. And to use a plant to manage, to convert our waste, to treat our waste, if we don't segregate it, will incur even more expenses, even higher capex. If only we can look into segregation of waste properly, then of course it will help. But right now, it is still in the baby stage. It's at an infant stage. We have not got that yet, unfortunately. But on the other side of it, where we want to control the scope 1, 2, or 3 emission side, the banks have already putting pressure into companies to make sure that at least, all these companies must look into their own emission, that is scope 2, before they look into scope 3, all right? So that is what they would like to implement right now. So every company now is very conscious about the energy efficiency of their own building. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for Dr. Nicole?
Yeah, I have one question.
All right, go ahead.
My question is, Dr. Nicole, many companies or corporates or even polytechnics and organizations, government organizations, they do not have what we call the information deck to look at their energy trends, all right? So in other words, they will not know to what extent the usage of their energy monitored through their monthly usage and so on, right? So how do you foresee that the trend for you to talk about this carbon trading is that people need to now look at this carbon data very closely, right? But they don't have the system to capture the information about their energy usage. So what would be your advice? Or what will be the tools needed now for people to start capturing this information so that it is not too late later when the policy comes in that they have to do carbon tax and all that, and because they're not aware of it, so they lost time. So this is what I'd like to know. What would be your best advice?
Thank you, Dr. Noor, for your question. Yes, indeed, you are right. We do have a lot of experience with clients, people who have approached us where they want to do energy savings or energy efficiency. So most of them look at energy savings or efficiency in a very ad hoc manner. They feel that, oh, I just want to bring down my electricity bill, right? And then at the same time contribute to carbon reduction. Unfortunately, it is not just as simple because most of the operational level of every company is more towards collecting bills, stamping it and recording it and then paying the bills, right? And then they monitor the electricity consumption. It's more about having a very sustainable approach to keeping your data. So if you ask anyone in the company whether they got data for last year, they probably will have. But if you ask them if they have kept a database on the past 5 years, I would say a very small fraction of it will have that data. Now, therefore, if you don't have that historical data, you will not be able to understand the trend of your electricity consumption. And you will not be able to look at or project the next 5 years, how your consumption is going to go, right? There is no record. So, or if they have record, it is not with the right people. It's somewhere, somebody has been keeping it, all right? And when that somebody leaves, it's not there. So moving forward, there must be a process where you have to keep your data recording. First of all, you must have a system to capture the data, and you must have a system to record the data, to input the data into some dashboard, into some kind of a database where all this is self-analyzed and self-learning. Now you have a lot of machine learning and AI a bit able kind of programs where you can analyze the data. But first of all, you need to capture the data using the right system, and the right people have to be leading the project. It cannot be just the operational people doing. You must have a project leader that can streamline the entire process. So in a way, yeah, we are talking about the entire process re-engineering, not a business process, but that process of running the project. So you need to streamline the whole thing so that the data can be collected in a very systematic way, not by going to Department A to get something, Department B to get the bill, Department C to get from the finance what bill has been paid and all that. And just to get some data. For example, Department A, which is the what we call it, finance, look at it, the bill it has gone down, but finance pay the bill late. So they get a late payment surcharge by TNB. So whatever if initiative or projects on energy saving done by the technical department or the project department goes to waste, because each dollar that they save is being penalized because the finance is paying it later. So the entire process is affected. You know what I mean, Doctor? Yeah, so we need that kind of systematic approach to look at the process and create an operating deck for the capturing of data as well.
I think this is where it gets very interesting, Nicole, because I think as a polytechnic being a leader in sustainability now, they have a lot of opportunity to let students look at various type of data and capture data for the use of consumers and also business people. Yeah. For example, you mentioned about waste just now. I'm sure Malaysia have got so many SMEs who are in F&Bs, franchise, cafes, hotels, various kind of outlets, yeah? And they do not look at their waste as something that they want to measure. It's a matter of something that they throw because they think it's already something that they bought and they should not want to account for it. Now, the carbon dioxide issue on the carbon footprint and so on requires this measurement to be captured. Now, can we get something for polytechnics to exercise this measurement of waste, the tonnage or be it the quantity, so that people start to be more cautious about waste management and understood that all this has got a measurement that need to be captured?
Yes, I think the polytechnics can lead the way by starting at home, at the university itself, right? Whatever universities or institutes that they come from, to start monitoring their own waste disposal, how they are disposing it and weigh it as well. How much waste is being thrown every day from the lecture halls, from the library and all that. So by having all this little initiative to measure it, you will have an idea how much waste is being contributed by the polytechnics itself. So then that will create an awareness. Every time they serve a bottle of mineral water, that will contribute, right? So how to, then when they are aware, then they will need to look at how to reduce that, all right? Let's say if we have a convention or a graduation, suddenly you find that there's a lot of plastic bottles everywhere. Why? There's a lot of rubbish everywhere, so that the culture starts at home. So if the polytechnics can lead the way, immediately these are small steps that can be very visible. I have seen a lot of companies stop serving plastic bottles, mineral water bottles. All right, they go back to basics where they serve coffee, tea, and water. Right, so that is one way. So if that can reduce the number, then you can put all the polytechnics together and come up with what sort of waste you have been contributing right now, and after the initiation of the project, how much they have saved. I think that would be a way forward, and you can multiply that by how many polytechnics. I think there will be some impact.
Okay, Doctor, is there anything else? Dr. No? All right, thank you, Dr. Nico. Any more questions from the floor? Ada siapa-siapa nak tanya lagi? If they're not, we will proceed to the roundup session. Okay, no one has called for anything. All right. So, yes, is there anyone there? Okay, tak ada. Alright. So, we will proceed to the roundup session atau sesi rangkuman. Sesi rangkuman ni melibatkan panelis-panelis untuk sesi ini daripada yang pertama sampai ke Dr. Nicole. Lepas tu kita akan buka kepada sesi soal jawab terakhir untuk bahagian awal ni sebelum kita berhenti untuk rehat. Boleh kita bermula dengan panelis yang pertama tadi? Panelis yang pertama ada lagi ke?
Dr. Winardi, not sure whether Winardi is still here.
Okey, panelis yang kedua Dr. Nur lah. Dr. Nur mula dengan bahagian roundup.
Ya.
Diikuti dengan
Prof. Nobik pun
Prof.
ada
Nobi.
balik.
Kalau Prof. Nobi ada lagi ke Doktor?
Tak ada, tak ada.
Okey, Dr. Nur lah
Nicole.
dengan Dr. Nicole.
Ya. So, I think apa yang kita bawa pada sesi pagi ni, pertama dan kedua adalah untuk melihat dari segi konsep kemampanan tersebut, the sustainability concept, the framework and competency. Alright? Because competency ni dia merupakan pemakaian pematuhan standard. Dia ada ISO standard yang perlu dibawa ke dalam pengurusan projek. That's why siapa yang mampan untuk siapa yang ada kompetensi untuk buat projek mampan, dia dapat pertauliahan dan dia dapat persejilan. Sebab itu merupakan pemakaian ilmu yang kuat ya untuk menguruskan projek mengikut standard-standard yang telah pun disemadikan dalam P5 framework tu tadi. So, saya sudah sharekan buku P5 framework kepada Puan Rohania untuk memastikan bahawa pada mana-mana lecturer ataupun politeknik yang ingin mendapat kompetensi secara individu ataupun kompetensi secara berkumpulan, mereka perlu belajar tentang pemakaian P5 ni. Tapi apa yang saya tahu di politeknik, kita sudah pakaikan konsep framework P5 ke dalam mereka punya blueprint, right? So dalam blueprint tu, di situ kita sudah gunakan framework P5 untuk projek Green Campus dan juga projek-projek yang lain. Sebab tu kita akan buat assessment sahaja based on projek-projek yang telah dijalankan ataupun projek-projek yang telah dimajukan. Ya, sama ada new project, existing project ataupun past project. Sebab kita tak bawa ilmu kompetensi itu secara persejilan. Alright? Tapi kepada mereka yang mungkin sekarang dah tahu, sekiranya mereka nak menjadi seorang yang lebih terurus ataupun mempunyai ilmu yang lebih tinggi lagi, mereka perlulah mendapatkan kompetensi yang lebih tinggi untuk menjadi tenaga pengajar ataupun untuk menjadi konsultan ataupun nak menjadi asesor. Sebab kompetensi ini adalah kompetensi pemakaian standard. Alright? So this is where kita secara perlahan bila kita masukkan pengurusan projek mampan ni ke dalam industri, kita tak terus suruh orang jadi kompetensi. Kita terus bawakan kepada awareness of sustainability. Ya, sebab mereka mesti ada that mindset dulu. Kalau tak ada mindset, kita tak boleh bina dia punya penjiwaan dia tu untuk pergi ke arah kemampanan. Okay? So secara menjurusnya, panel pertama dan panel kedua adalah untuk memberitahu bahawa landasan yang kita bawa adalah landasan standard pemakaian antarabangsa untuk diguna sebagai sama ada kita panggil practices ataupun piawaian yang baik untuk dijadikan ilmu dalam kerja harian ataupun dalam kita punya projek lah. Itu panel pertama dan kedua.
Dr. Nicole, do you want to add anything to Dr. No's roundup? Dr. Nicole, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, would you like to add on anything?
Yes, I would like to add is that I think we have to first be very passionate about this project, right? Sustainability. So I remember Dr. No mentioning, sustainability is about your heart and soul. It's nothing to do with how much product you want to produce, the best process to produce it, the profit that you want to generate. So it's not about how much salary I earn as an employee when I graduate, it's about that passion of doing good, of making the environment sustainable. So when we have that heart to do it, whatever we step on, whatever we touch, it will come alive and it will reflect back. All right. So when we do a good job, when we look into good procurement, when we look into green procurement, when we look into energy usage, whether it's at home or at the office or at a client's place or in the shopping mall, we realize that it will come back to us. The impact comes back to us. That's what ESG is about. ESG is about the impact on the environment, alam sekitar kita, impact on the social, on the community around us, and it comes back to us. So if we decide not to pay attention to it, then the consequences will be reversed. So if we pay attention to it and we make it part of us to take care of the environment and the social factors and the governance, of course, it will reward us at the end. Yeah, back to you, Maria.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicole. Okay, something deep for us. Okay, message jiwa, message semangat yang jati dalam memelihara alam lestari dan juga dalam amalan kita dalam pengurusan diri. Okay, terima kasih.
Maria,
Dr. No.
Professor Nobik's presentation is about people, social.
Okay.
How we react with our community. That is also part of sustainability. That's the reason why we just cannot look at sustainability in terms of technology, in terms of environment. We got to look it in overall concept. Yeah. So that's why when we bring the speakers, we want to make sure it is not academic, not theoretical. It must be applied and it must have an impact and it has to be measured and it has to be reported. So all this is part of sustainability. There is nothing that we do here. It's only meant for glory. It's all for everyone to benefit.
Yes, so true, Dr. No. Semuanya comprehensive. Everything is integrated in our life. So we shouldn't look at it as separate disciplines. Just because it's green, it doesn't mean just the rubbish on the road. It's about the lifestyle. It's about financial management. It's about digital economy. In all, it's about the future. Okay. So with that, I think there's nothing additional, right? Okay. So we'll end here. We will come back at around 2. Okay, after 2:30, our rehat time is from 2 to 2:30. So the next panelist is Mr. Daniel Ng from Neo4J APEC Singapore. Okay.
But Maria, I thought it's start at 2.
The rehat time now is already 12:47. Okay, hold on. Let me double check.
I think Daniel will be coming in at 2.
Okay, so if he's coming at 2 because 2:30 is
at the moment
panel
in
5.
San Francisco. So he will be he'll be around to wake up lah around there. He's in USA right now.
All right.
And his topic is a very interesting topic.
Yeah.
So maybe we come back 2:15 lah, better.
2:15. Okay.
Yes.
So to all, semua peserta, please come back at around 2:15. Inilah masanya pergi makan, minum, tidur, bangun. Alright. And come refresh for the new topic that comes all the way from San Francisco, is it? Alright.
On San
Okay.
Francisco.
Okay, so you don't have to log out and log in. You can just switch off your mic and videos. So it will be easy to come in. Okay, thank you everyone. Terima kasih semua. Jumpa kembali 2:15. Hello, Mr. Daniel. Hello, Mr. Daniel.
Hello again.
All right. Well, we're supposed to start at 2:15. Let's give them a bit time, and I'll announce them to come in earlier. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Is this okay? Dr. No?
Ya, dia sebab Mr. Daniel dah masuk, mohon kepada semua peserta dan panelis untuk masuk sekarang ya. Kepada semua peserta dan panelis, to all participants and panelists, we are starting early, so please come in.
Hello.
Hello, yes, yes.
Is the mic okay?
Yes, your mic is okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So since Mr. Daniel is already here, okay, I'll take this opportunity to welcome him on behalf of us here at the webinar. All right, Assalamualaikum and selamat tengah hari. All right, good afternoon all. Okay, welcome back to this webinar session. So the next panelist here, our fifth panelist here is Mr. Daniel Ng, the VP of Marketing of Neo4j Apex Singapore. Right, with his presentation title, From Collected Data to Connected Data, Enabling Insights and Knowledge in Sustainable Projects, the launching of Graphs for SusNET. Okay, so most of you would want to know more about this because you've been asking about activities. But before I let, all right, Mr. Daniel proceed, let me tell you all a bit about his profile, his wonderful profile. Okay, so Mr. Daniel here, all right, he has a list of posts here, right, Mr. Daniel? Okay, among of many, he is a CF, he is a VP of Marketing for APEC Neo4j, board member of Asia Pacific CMO Council, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Marketing in UK, advisor for SusNET Sustainable Business Network, advisor for MAD. What is MAD, Mr. Daniel?
It stands for Marketing Business.
Oh, okay. So the MAD school, all right, by Chatsworth Media Art Academy. Also advisor for Digital Economy, Open Government Asia, Singapore Chinese Chambers of Commerce, Industries, business mentor for Singapore University of Social Science, and a curriculum advisor for the Sunway University Malaysia. So that's a lot under your belt, Mr. Daniel. And he is actually first and foremost a pioneer in the ICT industry and marketing discipline. Jadi orang ini bukan calon-calon orang. He has 38 years of experience that has taken him from software engineering, his initial beginning, gone through marketing leadership, and even in companies like IBM, Red Hat, Microsoft, and other global leaders. So his marketing development role is Sun Microsystems. This has helped him to achieve the first MSC status company, as well as contributing to building the foundation of Malaysia's multimedia super corridor. So kita harus berterima kasih ada peranannya to our multimedia super corridor. Okay. Apart from that, dia ada experience from MIPs through collected data. Ya, sekarang ni to connected data and sustainability. Okay, so Daniel can talk more about this. Alright.
He is, all right. He was listed the top 100 power leaders in marketing and communications for Asia Pacific by Whitepage International. Okay, so it's a lot. And the most that I like about him here is he is creative and an innovative leader, like Dr. No and like all of the leaders here. Okay, that's a lot. All right. So, okay, I leave the floor to you, Mr. Daniel. All right, you may start your presentation.
Thank you so much. Can everyone? Oh,
It's a bit breaking up there. Okay.
okay, let me try.
So, Mr. Daniel, what time is it over there?
Can you hear me better?
You have to speak louder.
Okay, but
Dr. No, can you hear Mr. Daniel?
Yes, I can hear him.
All right. Okay. The others boleh dengar tak? Boleh? Can you hear Mr. Daniel? Kalau
Boleh.
buat thumbs up, can you hear? Okay, that's good. All right. So they can hear you clearly, so you can proceed.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the introduction. I almost couldn't recognize myself. Selamat tengah hari guys. Selamat petang. Kami sekarang di San Francisco. Sebab
Alright.
itu macam pagi malam kita campur.
So here tengah hari pukul 2. Over there it's near midnight, right?
It's 11 plus. That's correct.
Apa tu? Ada yang cakap bunyi jauh je. Kalau tengok kat chat box.
Firstly, thank you so much for Dr. Noor and SusNET and everybody for giving me a chance to share with you from collected data to connected data, enabling sustainability projects, to shorten it. So let me kind of very quickly start off with this. This is a statement that everybody makes, and I think people will say, I recognize the statement.
Excuse me, Mr. Daniel. They say they can't hear you clearly. Can you adjust your mic a bit?
Okay, let me see what I can do.
Can you say anything? Just to test run. Can't hear you. Lost it. Lost it. No, not clear.
Is it better?
It's better, but it's broken up.
What is happening?
How's the weather over there?
Cold.
Yeah, I mean, is there any thunderstorm?
No, actually.
Okay. All right. Let's see how it goes. You can start. I think we can't do much about that. All right. So, okay. Maybe the next option, if you have another microphone headset, then it can help you.
Okay, have it, but hopefully.
All right. It's broken up a lot here.
Okay, right.
Lagging, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see and hear?
We can see, all right, but the speech part is rather slow a bit.
Okay, I'll try better.
All right.
Okay, saying data is exploding. It is exploding every second. And one of the things that people knowing data is exploding is probably not very much appreciated of structured, unstructured, and semi-structured data. When I started about 39 years ago as a software engineer, we would deal with structured data. I can't see the audience. I don't know whether you can show your hand and say how many of you know what structured, unstructured, and semi-structured data is. Yes, no.
Yes. What is it, Mr. Daniel?
So structured data is when you go and fill up the background at any bank or pejabat, whatever, you are wondering what are the squares, right? frankly, structured data about, you know, 3 bytes.
Mr. Daniel,
Yeah.
my technical part advise that could you make the mic nearer to you?
It is actually very near.
I don't know how to help some more, right? So that's the closest that we can say to make sure that it sounds clearer. And the connection, I'm not sure how to help you on the lagging part, but I think the best part is just to make it as clear as possible. And if you have videos that you can run, then maybe that will help also.
Okay, better now?
Yeah, better.
Okay, so structured data is when you look at a form, you always look at what are all squares, name, address, gender. Now, the structured database take 30 characters in name, 60 characters in address, 1 character in gender, and 7 characters in phone number. Now, every record is structured that way. That's why it's called structured data. Okay, let them the base. Then you have unstructured data, which came about when social media. If I took a picture of the nasi I ate this morning and post it on Facebook, that's unstructured, right? Unstructured data is dependent on the size of your, camera's capacity. It could be 1 megabyte, 1 gigabyte picture. So you have to see the whole concept of computing to go from structured to unstructured. And when you combine the two, that is semi. When you put that all together, that's big data. Now, why I'm telling you all? This is the context of the next few slides of the presentation, right? So every minute, not hour, not day, is minute. There are 6,103 terabytes of traffic, like what I, showing now from Cisco is traffic. My video my voice on here is traffic. There are 5.2 million Google per minute, right? I think Malaysia contribute a lot as well. 185 million emails per minute, right? And the list goes on. So now you can imagine the amount of data that we produce in a day, a week, a month, a year. People often say that the amount of data that was produced last year was more than the whole history of mankind. So it's not stopping. You know why it's stopping? Because we're introducing new data processes like IoT devices, drones, and so forth, right? So now I want to talk a little bit about graph technology connected. I don't know if you've heard of the example 7 of Conifer. Now, it's not a folk tale. About 200 over years ago, there is a project who went to a city called Conifer. And Conifer has 4, pieces of land separated by a river, but connected by 7 rivers. So the emperor said to the mathematician, Leonard, can you make sure that I go to all these 4 places, but I only want to cross the bridge once. And so the birth graph story has taken place 200 over years. So if you can look at the picture, from left to right, you see that the map of Conifer probably a more graphic, represented in the middle. And on the right-hand side is what we call graph. So a graph typically represented by the dots, the blue dot, which is called node, and the line connecting the node are called relation. Okay, so therefore, between two nodes, you can have multiple relationships, because what a relationship means, the graph, what you call theory, as well as graph technology, is things like, I know Dr. Noor from Dr. Noor, I don't want to fill the year, people will know our age. I know Dr. Noor for a long time. We are friends. Those are two relationships, right? We now belong to SusNET. That's a third relationship, right? So when you look at the between Dr. Noor, and Daniel, you now have three relationships. We know each other for X years. We belong to SusNET, and we are also, and it could, we had not come together this morning, and so on and so forth. So remember, because it will be very in the next couple. Now let me tell you a little bit of strategy goal. I got my certification last year, Dr. Noor. So this is your 17 global sustainability. I want to go into that right now, but I want to say that sustainable organizations are purpose businesses which inspire their people and partners to deliver lasting financial performance, equitable and societal value that earns retains the trust of all stakeholders. Now, if you look at all the different folded, these are nodes, and red ones are related. So between business people, you may want to have equitable. Between people and partners, it could be between business and partners, it could be financial performance. So if you map back to the graph picture that you saw earlier, now you say the blue are the red are the related. I hope I'm quite clear on that. Now once you draw it on the graph, you could see now the 12 sustainable goals map into each other with multiple related connected in everyone, which is noted by number. It could be, if you kind of look at gender equality with quality, what is the relation possible? It could be gender percentage within the university. It could be age of the gender in the university from a related perspective, denoted by number 8. Okay, then you kind of look how this maps to our life. Don't you think social media is a connected graph? Because why? We are connected. I don't know how many friends you have and how many friends your friends have. And sometimes your friends are also your friends. So that's a social media graph in that sense. So Facebook is a social media graph. Instagram is a social media graph because everything is connected. Super app. When you now order food, you go to a super app, you order food, and the food is connected to a delivery person. And the delivery person or the food connected to a restaurant, and the restaurant connected to payment system. So everything is connected. Decision making is a connected graph. Now, what I meant when I to John, I was before that I wanted nasi biryani, and for that I wanted halia. But when I walk there, then I get a whiff of asam pedas, and my decision now changed because I want a diet. Now, decision making is all note the food, biryani to halia, and asam pedas connected to diet. And that changes dynamic all the time. Life is a connection. We're connected to our relatives. We're connected to friends. We're connected to our home. The appliances in our home are connected. We're connected to bank accounts. We're connected to delivery food, or you buy at Lazada or whatever portals have. So graph is not a far-fetched idea, because we live our life as a graph. Every minute, now connected to you guys is a graph. So in your project, we believe that graphs are everywhere. Now, one asks how we connected in the bigger picture. So Malaysia is champion digital economy. Every time you buy something, you use something, you are now connected to the bigger graph. Now, the bigger graph could be bank, the bigger graph could be driven by IC number, my card, for example, right? Every time you take a train and you tap your card, that's connected. Your amount of card is deducted and it's reflected. When it is low, it will tell you, and when it will tell you, no, you can't go anymore. So I'm going to use Singapore. The previous foreign minister, I like to see these as notes, and you can, and only make sense when the relationship is connected, right? The richer the network, the more diverse the network, the more opportunities become available in the city. And I paraphrase a little bit, my colleague. He says, I like to see data in network. Data only makes sense in relation to its connections to a wide. The richer the network, the more diverse the network, the wider the network, the more value available to agency, to your company, to your department. In short, data is gold. Data is new oil, people say. But the new oil is useless if you do not have machinery that can actually, understand value and uses value in part. Now, a little connect. When we first started collecting data was disparate. So it was just bits and bytes. And then when you encrypt the data, it becomes information. What do I mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 makes no sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, comma, jalan dar makes sense. That's information. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Gandhar is where Morse becomes knowledge. And you see that is now become more apparent when we now link Dr. Noor to that end. That becomes now then, how do you translate knowledge into insight? Well, Dr. Noor always buy bread on Wednesday. So if I was 7-Eleven or wherever there's bread, if I want to my value to Noor, I would say, you want to buy kaya with the bread? Now that means business side, so I can my revenue. And maybe Dr. Noor says, no. How about I give you a cup of kaya fry, and that becomes a little bit of wisdom to increase your propensity and opportunity for the person to buy something. In this case, so data on the mobile app when discrete is valueless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What does it mean? As it progresses to the right, it becomes, and this wisdom will be something that is going to be useful to making decisions to make better business, to make better world so that we live a better sustainable world. So this are what we use in terms of terms in the computer science. RDBMS stands for Relational Database Management System, and it's all pieces of. As you go towards right hand side, you will have graph database. Is a database, all the data, but connected data, graph data and graph data. So if you guys know the analyst for Gartner, people say it takes 50% of Gartner inquiries on the topic of AI evolve discussion of the graph chain. So it's picking up. So I want to impress upon everybody, if you are not picking up or following development of this new wave of technology, please start. And why AI? AI is to help make decisions by understanding the situation. To understand the situation, you now understand that connected data provides a platform for you to make those decisions. And AI always tells the data, I make good, but I need to make me right. So just a little bit of kind of comparison between AI, which is data, involved, database, but connected data. So graph is sustainability. If you kind of look at this, if you can see it's clear enough. Biological activity related to the animal, and sensor function will connect that biological activity. And then what actually stands to sensor and devices, location element, device action, sending a message, and so on. So if you want to have a animal farm that has 1,000 cows, let's say, it is very hard for you to make sure that it's sustainable business when you don't have technology or IoT to help you with it. I mean, gone the days, I'm still very where you are herding cows. Now, the farming of cows is a big business, for example. So you need technology, and this technology of IoT devices, sensors, are planted in the cows' feeders, I've seen it happen. And this sensors then signal to a central collection point where, at the end of the day, collate the data, and this collected data will help make decisions to understand whether the cow is hot or it doesn't have enough nutrients because its fat composition is different, and so forth, right? So with that, you can actually make sure that the farm is made more sustainable, and following sustainability guidelines that we actually talked about just now. Let me go one marketing slide about Memahami. So the Swedish company was set up 10 years ago, and we became a double unicorn when we received a F funding in June last year at about $380 million. Right? I won't go through slide point by point, but you can see that number of customers we have and the varied number of will tell you that.
Hello, Daniel.
Yes.
The audio is still a bit broken off. Could you change your mic, for example?
I don't have a mic.
Like a headset maybe?
Maria, I'm okay.
The others,
can hear
doktor. The others kata tak dengar, tak jelas. Putus-putus.
Because he's far away. He's in San Francisco, so definitely we
don't know how to help you, Daniel.
Yeah,
okay.
But I think let Daniel continue. Yeah, because there's not much choice.
All right, it's okay, Daniel. So we'll make do with what we have. Survive, persevere.
Anyone?
It's all right, Daniel. Okay, go ahead. We try.
We try.
Mm.
So sorry about.
Your voice not coming out. Daniel, your voice. Mm.
Things up there.
Okay. Not coming out.
Can you hear me better now?
Ah, yes.
Okay. So I'm using two computers now.
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay.
Sorry about that. So anyway, Neo4j being a Swedish company, we actually serve worldwide customers. We have one big customer in Malaysia called, well, it's those red planes that are flying from KLIA2. So not going to mention their name because we're not allowed to, but at least you know who they are. They have used our platform to launch super apps. I know they do delivery services now and so on and so forth, right? But the overall, customers we see here basically tells you that we are not a solution-specific company. We are a platform company that provides connected data. You see on the slide, Levi's and eBay and Echo and all that, and you see Citibank and JP Morgan and all that. And let me, allow me to get into a more, how should I put it, detailed discussion on the use cases that we're using. Okay. But before I do that, AI interest in graph data science is also exploding. I was told by Dr. No that some of you are interested in understanding about AI. So this is the foundation that you should have before you go into AI, because once you get into AI, you need connected data. And what is better than to get into connected data before you actually get into AI, if you want to get into AI. And if you kind of look at Google Brain, DeepMind, MIT, University of Edinburgh, they use connected data as the foundation of all their AI implementation. The other one is machine learning. Now, usually AI and machine learning goes hand in hand, right? And using graph techniques at scale will form the foundation of modern data and analytics, says Gartner. But why is it important? Now, machine learning is basically a machine doing the learning, right? And it based itself on AI, and AI based itself on connected data. And I, like to impress upon you that, graphs will otherwise, unlock otherwise unattainable, predictions based on relationships between the data points. So once you have the foundation of connected data, you will now be able to do AI. And once you do AI, you can enhance it with machine learning, right? So we're not here to talk about that. The phrase that I want to introduce to you today is called knowledge graph, which at the end of the day, the combination of many knowledge graph is called knowledge lake. And what is this? You saw the connection between data points with relationship, and it's called nodes and relationship. Now, all those relationships put together will form a knowledge graph. Okay? So a knowledge graph will provide you the ability to discover the gems and the secrets in between data points through connected data. Now, when you have many knowledge graphs and you combine it together, it'll form a knowledge lake. That's the simplest way I could explain it, but hopefully you guys catch it. All right, I'm going to give, I've already given this slide to Baizura. She can share it with you if you like, and you could, go through it again in the interest of time. And if you have any questions, I'll give you my email address at the end and also in the beginning just now, and you could actually write to me if you like. Now let's get to use cases. Now, a lot of times in my olden days, in my school days, we always talk about industry solution. Now that has been taken over by this thing called use case. Now this is one use case that was actually put together for NUHS and NUS Datathon just late last year. It was put together by a community of people, and it is called Doctor.ai. Now, what it does is, you can see in the middle is knowledge graph and the AI engine. What it actually does, if you're familiar with Google, Google Home and Siri and Alexa, they put in front of this data a system that could use words to interact with the data. As you can see here, my blood sugar, if the patient asks, it will tell you 120 milligrams /DL, whatever that means, right? PRN means as needed. What should I eat? Your diet recommendation is the following. Now, all this data is stored in the graph database, as you've seen in the middle. Using the voice engine, it now could help you do that. Now, how do you now change that concept into a farm, into manufacturing, into all this, which at the end of the day may help you reduce carbon footprint and so on and so forth, right? So when you kind of look at what the doctors, which is healthcare professionals, can use, it's the same database that patients can inquire, the healthcare professionals can inquire, and this is being, how should I put it, tested by a lot of hospitals in Singapore right now, where the doctors will always come back and say, my hands are always full, I cannot type in an operation room, can I talk to the data? And this is being trialed. The only caveat I would put in there is it doesn't recommend a cure. It just extract data and make it more convenient for you to interact with that data. So this is kind of what it looks like in the practice, where it also have a lot of what is asked and what is provided. So for the patients, enable fast access to his private health records, monitor health and provide advice, and create alerts. For doctors, fast access to patient health history and assist in decision making. Didn't say it will make the decision, but assist in decision making, make machine learning predictable. Remember, connected data is the base of AI. AI is the partner of machine learning. This is a little bit of an interesting one. With all the WikiLeaks happening, if you have heard of Pandora Papers and Panama Papers, guess who is behind all that? Neo4j's technology. So a bunch of journalists from ICIJ, stands for International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, basically took all the data and put it on our platform and found out that there were a lot of unwanted activity. So many a times I always tell people, to the good people, we are great. To the bad people, we are horrible. Now, what Pandora Papers have uncovered is the Prime Minister of Iceland, I believe, actually through 11.6 million pages of paper, transferred a lot of money to his wife's company through many other companies in between. Okay, so it was done and uncovered. I mean, if anyone were to be able to read 11.6 million documents, that would take a long time. And even if you could read through it, it would be very, very hard to remember what relationship is accorded to which company. But on our data platform, it comes out like what you see on the top right-hand side of the page, where you can now see, notes, which could be the name of the prime minister and the name of the wife's company and all that. And suddenly you realize that why is the money all being siphoned off to this particular one company, which belongs to the prime minister of Iceland's wife. So that's one other use case. Now that's fraud detection, we call it, and it's being used by banks in this region in the world to detect fraud. It is being used by gaming companies, as well as being used by internet e-commerce portals as well. So I don't want to go into the details of this. Well, in fact, it's 11.9, my mistake. I say 11.6 million files, and all these are the details of it. The one thing that is important to all of us is, how do you map skills and learning and come up with a recommendation? So if you look at connections in the past, a person may have experience, work in a team, has certifications, and want to look at career path, education, and all that. And with all that information linked together, the interesting part is how do we recommend learning? And if work experience is linked to learning item 5, and learning item 5 is linked to learning item 4, and learning item 4 is linked to certification, and certification is linked to that particular person, you would now have a profile of what that person is qualified in, what that person possibly using AI is going to be good at, even though the person may not yet know, and then recommend a path of that learning. So this is another way of doing that. We have a partner called DXC who produces a career navigator that actually take in all this data, performance development, demand management, and so on and so forth, and make it into connected data, and through it applying AI on top of that, and would come up with a recommended career path through the career navigator. So are you ready for a Neo4j test drive? I am very proud and very honored to be launching Neo4j Graphs for SusNET initiative that is comprised of 3E. Now, being an open source company, we provide free courses, free certification. This is under what we call our enablement exercise. It is online. You can obviously, after 2.5 years of practice of doing everything online through Zoom and Google, be able to take these courses. Some are 1 hour long, some are 3 hours long, some are half a day long, depending on what you want. But what is more important is that a lot of free courses, it's used as a bait for certification. So you pay for certification. But in our case, through our Graphs for SusNET initiative, we're going to be including certification for free on top of the free courses. Okay? Then the empowerment part is how do you continue to enrich yourself continuously on the technology, because technology never stands still. It continues to evolve. We will be providing free books and, more importantly, free software for you to practice what you have learned, because it's like a language. If you don't practice, like me staying outside of Malaysia for too long, I kind of lost the ability to speak Bahasa Malaysia fluently, right? So you need practice. So with free courses, certification, you've got your paper certification. So if somebody asks you, oh, you know Graph? You say, yes, show me the certificate. You have it. But if we're so paper certifications heavy, right? And then you want to continuously to improve yourself, it's free books, and you want to keep practicing the technology that you've learned, will be free software. Now, at the end of the day, SusNET and Neo4j will be conducting webinars like this together, seminars, meetups, roundtables, whatever. And that's the 3E, the enablement, the empowerment, and the engagement. Now, I know this is very, very exciting for everybody. You can take a picture of this or whatever. If you want free courses and certification, go to this link. If you want free books and collaterals, go to this link. And if you want free software, go to this link. And the free software is not something that, some people are very, very nervous that, oh, I have to download it. Maybe it's infested with a virus. This you don't even have to download because it runs on Google Cloud. And when you finish, you could store it, you could practice it in the future. But at the same time, it doesn't take up space in your computer at all. That's all I have to say for this. And that is my email address and my LinkedIn. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. If not, then if there is time, I would be open to questions as well here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ng. Alright. Okay, sekarang kita buka pada sesi soal jawab. Dalam BM atau BI, tak kisah. Boleh letak dalam chat box. Okay, ataupun direct terus ke Mr. Ng. Okay, dipersilakan. Alright, Mr. Ng, I open the floor for question and answer session.
Thank you. Please call me Daniel.
No, Daniel. Okay. So,
Yes.
Daniel, all right.
Anak
I
Malaysia di
welcome.
sini.
Okay, okay. Dijemput mana-mana untuk bertanya apa yang perlu sebab tadi kita ada masalah audio kan. Jadi inilah masanya bertanya padu. Okay, let's see, buka chat box. Ada apa-apa soalan ke? Anyone? Questions? Dr. Noor, do you have questions?
First of all, I would like to thank Daniel for the great opportunity that he's given to SusNET and to the new network. I think this is something that is beyond my expectation because, you know, things like this, it's not easy to be connected. And what if talking about connected data, connected graph, and this is the future trends, and you are giving us a lot of free resources. I think that is a wonderful gift. I just cannot express my how to call my happiness. But I think PolyCC, who are part of SusNET in terms of this webinar, they should take this advantage to study under this what I call graph for SusNET, and then this will help bring a lot of knowledge, especially on susceptibility knowledge, into the field of connected data, right? So I guess that is so much I want to thank Daniel for your great contribution.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. I think that is exactly the purpose. You know, I've been in the IT industry for 39 years now. One of the biggest fallacy is that technology runs by itself. It does not. We all know that, you know, but what is more important is that people have usually forgotten the talent part. And I think, you know, Dr. Noor, you've been championing that for the longest time. And I would love to see how I could, you know, learn from you and partner with you to say, how do we enable the youth of Malaysia to be in the forefront of this new technology? That day I made a statement that actually got some people quite excited. I said many a times we train the professionals of today with yesterday's technology to prepare them for tomorrow's job. And that is where I think a lot of gap needs to be filled. And we need to break that mold to say, how do we train you on tomorrow's technology today so you're more ready?
Okay, thank you, Daniel. All right, in the chat box, actually there are some questions for you if you can open the chat box. I think Cik Hilmi wants to ask one. Another one is from T.S. Murugan. He is asking, how do you manage the issues on scam and hacking in your big data field, since a lot of problem is happening now?
Yes, that is in fact the biggest request from banking, insurance, e-commerce portal, and all that. So through connected data, you can actually decipher and discover the behavior of scammers, right? So we call it fraud detection, and through fraud detection, you can actually hopefully prevent the fraud from happening, because you have, you know, fraudsters are still human, and humans have a certain behavior pattern. And once you know that behavioral pattern, you are able to hopefully stop it in time, if not prevent it from happening, right? So it goes into too much of a technical discussion, but understand the fact that by detecting behavioral pattern, you're able to now understand how the scams and the fraudsters could actually come in and harm you. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, does it answer your question, Mr. Morgan, T.S. Morgan? Okay, yes, he said. Dr. Hilmi, is it? Do you have a question?
Yes.
All right,
Thank you
go
so
ahead.
much. Nice to meet you, Daniel.
Hey, Dr. Hilmi, apa khabar?
Khabar baik. After this, my presentation, but I think your topic is so interesting for me, and I'm so interested in data, especially in health data. So I just want to ask a question about what's the opportunity for the current startup, especially in the data health. So what are they going to the future?
Tremendous. We have a lot of interest in preventive medicine. So if you understand a patient's, chemistry and body and all that, you could now do preventive medicine, whether it is very much focused on coming up with a pill that is actually customized for that person. Because today, what we do is you take Panadol, everyone takes Panadol, but sometimes your headache go away, the other person doesn't, because the pill is not customized. So a lot of medical professionals are now looking at actually customized medicine. I don't know the actual phrase, but that's the thing that they're going forward. Even with current situations like COVID, Malaysia, to a certain degree, and Singapore uses our system for contact tracing, right? And why is it important? For example, if Dr. Noor walks past me and I walk past, Ahmad and walk past Dr. Hilmi, and Dr. Hilmi unfortunately walk past somebody with COVID, you wanted to understand how many hops down, is Dr. Noor, how many hops down is me, and therefore you can now decide who to quarantine. That's the way it works. Now it's connected data, but the trick there is, how do you actually know this in split second? Because if not, if you want to do this in 2 weeks, the whole of Kuala Lumpur would have exploded in COVID infection, for example, right? You need to do it fast. You need to do it en masse with scale. And that's the other medical things that people are looking for. Dr. Hilmi, people like Pfizer and AstraZeneca actually uses our technology to find the next vaccine and so on and so forth, not just for COVID, but for a lot of customized medicine and so forth. So, if you like, we can, drop me an email, we can have that discussion. In fact, we're having, a lot of discussions with the Integrated Health Information System for the government of Singapore here, and a lot of investments going into healthcare in general, and also well-being care, if you like, right? So because after COVID, everyone macam dah gila sikit lah. So you need to go into well-being and make sure that mental health is also at the forefront. Hopefully that helps, Dr. Hilmi.
Thank you so much.
Very good answer there, right? Positive hopes there. Any more questions from the floor? Ada soalan lagi?
I think just to add on to Dr. Hilmi's request, Dr. Hilmi's project is also part of our project with digital health community and citizens. I think there is a room for us to, under this new Projek graph, I think let's see something that we can work out and try to apply whatever that we can learn out of these dotted graphs.
Thank you, Dr. Hilmi. Personalized medicine. I forgot that term. Let me do one better. Doctor.ai is a community project that you are more than welcome to actually try it out if you like. If you want to do that, I could connect you with the creator of Doctor.ai, and his name is Dr. Xizing Huang. He's based out of Shanghai, but through internet, nothing is impossible. And he could possibly give you the whole system to try it out if you want to kind of look into that direction as well.
Okay, all right. So, well, that's a lot, right? I would definitely want to have digitalized, personalized health without having to line up at pusat kesihatan. Okay, it's a very strenuous activity. Okay, is there anything else before we proceed to Dr. Hilmi? Anyone else? Okay, if there are no more questions, all right. I welcome Dr. Hilmi, all right. Yes, thank you. And of course, thank you, Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Good night, Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Hope you have a good rest now.
Yes, you should. It's midnight, right, over there?
Yeah, thank you very
almost.
much.
Almost. Thank you. Take care.
Okay, all right. So now we will proceed, all right, with Dr. Hilmi Arif. Okay, Dr. Hilmi Arif is someone who's young but full of experience. He is the COO of MDC Digitech Sendirian Berhad, Hi Doctor, digital health company. He has with him, right? He has an MBS, so he's not just a medical doctor, right? But he's also a very good entrepreneur on that aspect, with 7 years of experience in business development and digital marketing. Okay, so I welcome you, Dr. Hilmi. Dipersilakan memulakan pembentangan. Dr. Hilmi kan?
Ya betul. Can everyone here boleh dengar?
Boleh tapi tak nampak lagi. Ada apa-apa sharing screen ke?
Ada nanti sekejap saya
Okay.
share.
Okay. Dipersilakan ya.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation. So I am very grateful to be in this opportunity lah, especially the discussion is something that I like so much, and it's what I am into it right now, especially from our side in digital health industries. So as you can see, I am Dr. Hilmi. I'm from Hi Doctor. It's a digital health company. We collaborate and we recently received an award from GPM for sustainability. And thank you so much, Dr. No, to invite me here. So our today's topic is more for digital health citizen. How can it benefit the community? So allow me to share the screen. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see the screen.
Yes, it's clear. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So we need to understand first. We are talking about digital health citizen. So allow me to speak in both English and Malay.
Yes, go ahead.
So
No
of course,
problems.
kan kita punya semua Melayu ni. Saya cakap
Melayu boleh, Singlish boleh. No problems.
Okay. So dalam digital health citizen ni kita bersama-sama dalam satu community, dan kita akan bagaimana sebenarnya community kesihatan ini mampu memberi impak kepada ekonomi negara lah, in a bigger way, dan kita membina sustainable community through health. Okay, as you can see tadi kita dah dengar a big opportunity from Daniel, Mr. Daniel to enlighten, to give us the current situation of how AI, how big data is used in order to make a better future. So dia orang memang dah ready dah, dia punya infrastructure, and Neo4j tu dah, it's a very big company, dia dah banyak dah jenis link, and then it's very good opportunity to learn and how they are using the graph technology to, kita panggil, the susun balik everything so that the AI can work and then impact the community. So actually from a health perspective, we are going in Hi Doctor, in the digital health citizen, we are also going to that way. So kita nak menggunakan teknologi yang ada untuk memberi impak kepada community. So digital health ni actually it's not it's a new age of healthcare, and even AI technology, upcoming technologies, how they say about personalized medicine, how it works, and in a basic term, actually we diagnosis and we give the everybody have a difference how our body works. So in current medicine, we generalize and make everyone in a same, kita susun mereka dan kita diagnose mereka menggunakan textbook. Maksudnya kalau A dia akan B, dia akan C, dia akan D. Sebenarnya that's not the solution. Actually dia kena, with the personalized medicine for example, we can go from A, we will study the biochemistry, we will study the genetics, and then we understand that, in order that way then we can give the medicine. And usually the personalized medicine we use in cancer treatment. So cancer treatment for nowadays, they're very personal. So dia akan target mengikut sel-sel tertentu ikut badan kita. So in our way, kita menggunakan digital health lah, means that kita menggunakan accessibility. Digital health citizen ni menggalakkan ke semua community yang ada di Malaysia ini untuk at least take part, masuk di dalam bahagian digital health. So digital health ni adalah community yang menggunakan apa-apa sahaja, boleh menggunakan Internet of Things, IoT, Fitbit for example, menggunakan handphone, dia boleh monitor dia punya mental health station through questionnaire for example, just through phones, ataupun yang menggunakan sleep pattern studies, yang assess nutrition of fitness. This is digital health. citizen. This is the community we want to bring in order to impact our community, in order to impact ourselves. So next, with this, actually when it comes to medicines, bila patient datang sakit, jumpa dekat kita, dia akan jumpa doktor. Standard. Okay, saya sakit perut. Okay, doktor akan tanya bila sakit perut, bila start, berapa banyak, berapa lama dah sakit perut, kat tempat lain ada ke? That is sort of question yang dia tanya. Kan? Tetapi hakikatnya, for example, all the risk factors mostly comes in from the wellness part, from how the patient itself take care of themselves. So kan, kalau kita cerita zaman kita ni sekarang ni 3 serangkai, diabetes, kecil manis, darah tinggi. Ini memang ada orang kata adik-beradik lah ni. Yang ini adalah we can use as a preventive measure sebenarnya. We can use as kita panggil preventive medicine. Before that. So kita boleh rawat pesakit, sebenarnya dia akan datang, contohnya dia kata BMI dia problems. Masalah berat badan. Lepas tu kita kata masalah kolesterol tinggi. Ini semua datang daripada pemakanan dan cara kita hidup. Cara kita melalui harian kita. So, as you can see here, okay, ini sedikit sebanyak perkataan dengan digital health. It's a booming industry, especially during COVID. During COVID kita kena tahun 2020 kan. Kita kena lockdown March 2020. Ingat lagi masa tu. Kan? Bila kena lockdown aja, so semua orang tak boleh keluar. So semua dah serabut dah, tak boleh keluar ni. COVID ni, bahaya ni. So we expect that it's almost at the end of the world. So semua orang dah risau, jalan raya kosong. The cities are kosong, semua kosong. Kan dia tak boleh pergi mana-mana. So what happened to the healthcare industries? So actually people are going back to using our phone to connect to the doctors. Kan, using a phones just to consult a doctors. Dia akan buat telemedicine is booming. As you can see here, it's 38 times more during that, and then start to stabilize by McKinsey. So you can see here, ini waktu mula-mula kita kena lockdown ni. Lepas tu dia spike orang semua kelam kabut, takut, tak tahu nak buat apa, kemudian dia menggunakan telefon untuk berhubung dengan doktor dan mendapatkan ni. Especially about COVID. Kan? So diorang, and then bila dah start okay sikit, then dia start to normalize. But still, people are using technology, especially kita, akan untuk berhubung dengan doctors. So this is a clinical intelligence enablement in the category 2020 lah, last 2 years, especially how digital health company impact the community dan how big is actually the health. So orang ingat kesihatan ni jumpa doktor, rawat, sihat. Tak, sebenarnya dia di sebalik teknologi yang ada sekarang, kita tengok dia sangat besar dan sangat detail untuk every of the treatments and everything yang ada disusun. So contoh, macam kita dalam digital health ni, kita ambil sikit je. Kita ambil clinical intelligence and enablement and a few things about administration, automation and digitalization. So this is the high doctor lah, and the digital health citizen, kita enter the community. Kita enter kita punya industry, digital health. Tapi banyak lagi, screening and diagnostic, virtual care delivery, disease management and therapeutics, primary and urgent care, drug discovery, so many things actually happen right now yang kita maybe not aware of technologies that are kita panggil booming in order for the patients to get the best treat. So this is the world. As you can see here, we have 3D printing industries that help the patients, and for those, especially we do this 3D printing ni company for those yang we are very hard to access lah. Contohnya kita buat printing, ada blueprint, and then they can access the print itself, just the blueprint, just to use it outside of the rural area, for example. So it's help a lot for those yang macam dah putus kaki ke, tak ada tangan ke apa, for prosthetic hand, ni dia gunakan. So many things in augmented reality, in education, in lab testing. So the opportunity in a digital health is very, very big. But our community doesn't have the panggil pendedahan berkaitan dengan apa yang sebenarnya teknologi kesihatan ini mampu untuk memberikan impak kepada community. So banyak sangat ni. Diagnostic, artificial intelligence, medical imaging. Kita ada dalam digital health devices, digital health dengan health management. Ini we are in the industry lah. Okay. So what happened in Malaysia? So what we want to know or what we want to assess in Malaysia. So this is a cause that we are actually kita tengok yang sedang berlaku sekarang di Malaysia lah. So we can see that 74% of all deaths in Malaysia are because of non-communicable disease, or we call it a chronic disease. So chronic illness, including all the tiga serangkai yang saya cakap tadi tu. So tiga perkara ni dia memberi, bila kita ada, dia akan memberi impak kepada organ-organ dalam kita dan sehingganya akan memberikan kita akhirnya akan bawa pada kematian lah. So it's a big 74% is a big data lah, I mean big case lah. The second one you can see kita punya expenditure in healthcare is tremendously increased. So tak cukup. Lagi-lagi masa COVID baru-baru ni, so the government still pump in money for COVID, but actually even though they pump money, but still kita masih lagi doctor-doctors is in a contract kan maksudnya. So kita as you can see the current situation is that the cost of the healthcare is very high, dan walaupun tinggi, kerajaan spend besar tetapi masih lagi tidak mampu menampung keperluan semasa. And the next one is you can see is we know that of course it's projected very high for healthcare expenditure, and as we can see healthcare reform do not address the cost. So and unhealthy diet and physical inactivity leads to rise in non-communicable disease. So this is all the challenges that happen in Malaysia that kita sebagai not just as a patient, as a doctor, we as a patient sebenarnya sebagai seorang pesakit, they must be aware of the technology that can help themselves, that can help the community, and last the community can help the nation, and then it will help our country. Okay, so in digital health citizen, this is the model of health, how we make a social setting, and then how it start from individual, and then community, and this is the nation lah, maksudnya negara kita. So we must start from individual first, then next must be from the community, and that's from the community who understand the health, and then it will give back to the kepada negara kita lah. Okay, so actually what we are focusing on right now, we are focusing on health index. So what is health index? So in digital health citizen, for those who are in our community, they have the chance, atau we will assess their health index. So in order to know their health index, they join our platform. We will do the screening, and then from the screening and analyzing of the health index, and then from that we can improve the health. So from this platform, Digital Health Citizen, we will identify the risk factors that cause the disease and leverage the technology to analyze the data. This is what we do in Digital Health Citizen. So as you can see that health awareness start from us. So Digital Health Citizen want the community to understand and be aware of their own health and start to make a change. So from our platform, we can help to measure the community health, and of course it will directly prevent the chronic disease that happen for all of you, and will reduce the healthcare cost. Okay, so as you can see, what is our initiative? So compared to when you're 4J, they are so big in terms of impact the community and they impact satu dunia. But from from a humble beginning, we want to at least make people understand of their own health, and then assess their own health and be aware of everything and they have, and bersyukurlah orang kata, dan juga make a preventive as part of their life. So in Digital Health Citizen, we have 4 components. The first one is of course digital health. So digital health comprise of Hi Doctor, and which is from our side, and Health Capita is from Dr. Nur Saidatul, is from Bahrain, and the call center itself in order to connect the bridge between health dengan wellness from the patient itself. So the second one, we healthcare, kita dah bersama-sama dengan Hospital Pusrawi, and then klinik Pusrawi Medic, dan juga klinik pergigian My Dental Care. Dari sudut wellness pula, kita dah bersama dengan pharmacy, Super Big Pharmacy, ada CPC International focusing on clinical psychologist. She's a clinical psychologist, so to assess the mental health. And Dastor is for nutrition, kita panggil a balance, a good superfood lah. And then for lifestyle, we have DHC memberships, which for those in our platforms, we will give you the lifestyle portal, how to access hotel booking, dining, everything, and of course exclusive vouchers. This is currently that we have been done in the community. So this is our partners that I said again. Pusrawi, MBC Asia is the mother company for Pusrawi, Medical Cares, and High Doctor. And also for our technological part, kita ada Health Capita from Astute, from Dr. Part Health Capita, Dr. Nur Saidatul, and also Astute Experience and Think Plus. So digital health citizen, we are currently hoping that the preventive care program focus on lifestyle modification and behavior change that help improve health well-being. So first, usually we will assess any chronic health risk. So kita akan assess any chronic health risk, and then we do the health screening. After that, we community health, we give the reports, and then we improve and implement the preventive measures, and we will track all the wellness program, especially for what we target. We target for the chronic illness. Okay, this is how the community health management process in digital health citizens are targeted. We are doing. So we have community enrollment, health risk assessment, we risk stratification, and then we engage the community, and then we will come up with the programs that's actually needed by the community itself. Okay, so so when we said about health, we are hoping that from polytechnics and community college can participate in digital health citizen, so that we can the questioning how to participate and what we are doing. So if you're participating, all the community college and the polytechnics, if you are joining the digital health citizen, so then we can do the sustainability program called digital health citizen in every college, and every college can assess their health, kita panggil health risk assessment for every students and pensyarah and all of you lah, so that we will come up with the reports to say what's the problem that actually happened amongst the student, for example. So one of the largest things that happened, one of the biggest things that happened right now regarding the mental health situation. So how we assess the students' mental health, and then after that happens, then how we actually in digital health citizen can use our platform, telemedicine, use teleconsultation to meet with the clinical psychologists in order to help and prevent more cases and to kita panggil untuk merawat sakit lah daripada situ. So that's what we are expecting from all the communities when we are engaging for each of the universities. Currently we are engaging with UIA and Dr. Nur kan, kita tengah engage dengan UIA, and now we are engaging with corporate companies, so that kita start daripada sini, so that all the health community understand what they are, what is the health assessment for every company, for each one of you, and then we can give the suggestion how to manage and how to prevent more disease lah. Okay, this is the current team actually in a digital health citizen. So we have Dr. Nur as our project directors, I myself as a project head, from High Doctors, Dr. Nur from Health Capita, and also from SusNET, and Kasturi and juga Gomatila from Astute Experience. So we are not alone, we are a combination and collaboration from multiple companies and individuals in order to make people understand what is digital health citizen and what they can benefit for their health. Okay, I think that's the end of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Helmi. All right. So a lot for us, all right, and a lot for you to give. Okay. All right. For now, I would like to open the session, okay, to question and answer. Saya buka sesi ini kepada soal jawab. Jadi boleh letak dalam chat box ataupun boleh terus communicate dengan Dr. Helmi. Dr. Noor ada apa-apa ke? Nak mula dulu? Set the ball rolling.
Yes, I think thank you Dr. Helmi for explaining what digital health citizen is. I think what is more important, this is another project which is related towards community. Kita nak bagi kebaikan tentang health and wellness supaya digital become the connector with the community to be better. Yeah. So when we are the integrator, we hope the index that the data that we collect can give enough information for action to be taken. Contoh tadi Dr. Helmi cakap, we are working with UIA, where UIA students are having this project to support the Rombak community so that they can have the digital health index, right? And from there we can know what are the critical elements that need to be supported, especially when they are having that penyakit tiga serangkai itulah. Alright. So that is a community engagement that we are doing through students. Alright. We also, SusNET at one time did send out a questionnaire to all the polytechnics, and there was one polytechnic that responded very well, and that is coming from Polytechnic Mersing. Yeah. So there were 78 respondents from Polytechnic Mersing on the digital health index, and I have forwarded the data to Dr. Hilmi to indicate that data shows a graph. Yeah, we're talking about data and graph, and there's an information regarding the situation in the campus to a certain extent, what will be the potential illness or weaknesses of the students because of their behavior style, right? Their habits and their rituals. So these are things that when we want to work with polytechnics is to have an intervention, early intervention, supaya nanti sebelum kita dapat penyakit tu kita boleh mencegah. So this is where prevention is better than cure, and the reason why we asked Dr. Helmi to showcase what digital health citizen can do is to have a platform that people can detect early sicknesses, illnesses before they get into serious trouble. Yeah. So we hope these are some of the community engagement project that any polytechnics or college community can help support their campus because it is related to sustainability in one of the SDGs. So if you care for your health, definitely that is the most priority element in campus. So we hope we can collaborate together with the concept of digital health citizen, together with the polytechnic, whether it's with the club or the cooperative or the other faculty, so that more knowledge can be shared, right? So I think that's why we want to share this information regarding what is good regarding social entrepreneurship project or social enterprise project that enlarges more kepada community. But of course, digital health citizen dia ada banyak isu environment because dia dah pergi digital. So people don't need to travel. There are a lot of costs can cut down. So again, the 5P element under digital health citizen is very strong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Dr. Noor. Okay, ada siapa lagi nak bertanya pada Dr. Hilmi? Jika ada boleh type di chat box atau direct dengan Dr. Hilmi.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, I'm from Polytechnic Mersing, Murugan. I think my student and me too also involved in this, I think, survey. I have received this from Dr. No, and we have filled up. Okay, it is very good actually, good initiative for the social impact, sustainability, which we can help our students. By I ada juga kadang risau juga kan bila dia melibatkan the medical health. Is it anyway survey macam ni, the data boleh ke orang lain interpret in safety wise, boleh ke orang interpret ataupun misuse data-data macam ni? Sebab kita tahu kan sekarang ni medical kalau ditengok all over the world sekarang ni macam-macam berlaku sekarang ni. Kita nak tanyalah your system, the system you orang develop ni saya tengok memang it's very good actually, is helping to identify, to recognize what is the problem actually in the basic level. Tapi adakah is it this type of survey or the digital dari segi data security safety macam mana give some comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I do understand. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Murugan. Yes, regarding the health data, it's very sacred. We do understand that up until today, kita tak boleh nak share kita punya, bukan kita tak boleh share, kita nak share is our own risk if we want to share kita punya health. Tapi by default, all the hospitals and the community, all the hospitals and clinics, they that will not allow their health data to be shared. Okay. So when it comes to technology, it depends on the kita pun menggunakan the latest technology to prevent data hacking lah in our platform too. So all the communities are currently all the data kita belum lagi migrate to the higher levels, and all the data are stored in the Google Drive. So I think no issues for hacking. Semua disimpan di dalam situ dulu. So untuk higher levels and application level pun kita memang look into the latest one. Then we went live dengan for those yang experts dalam kita punya data. Macam kita ada our CTO is already a company, dia ada company untuk mobile technologies yang dah multiple countries lah. So they are providing kita with the latest technologies so that it will prevent any hackings from the outsiders lah. That's what I can say. Tapi kalau bank pun boleh kena hack, apatah lagi kita dalam health industries yang bank spend billions, bukan millions saja, 100 millions for their securities. So we are using the technologies. It happens to be in our capacity to prevent the data leaks lah. So because our data right now is not that big like the banks. So we are looking forward that, especially from the health side lah. I hope that answered the question.
Okay. Alright. So Mr. Morgan said okay, thank you. Alright, thank you Dr. Hilmi. Yes, Puan Rania, do you have question? Ada soalan untuk Dr. Hilmi? Puan Rania? Ada siapa lagi nak bertanya?
Sorry, sebenarnya. Okey, terima kasih saudari MC dan juga alhamdulillah pengusia daripada ini, sebab selalunya Dr. Noor pun ada beritahu berkaitan dengan health how the apps tu dia boleh bantu kita untuk detect, tapi because maybe sebab saya pun dah cuba sebarkan kepada semua warga college community dan politeknik, tapi maybe because dia tak nampak apa kepentingannya dan how, macam tadilah Mr. Murugan bagi tahu bahawa daripada segi data kita, adakah data kita selamat dan sebagainya, maybe dari segi situlah yang menyebabkan maybe lah for the time being ni dia tak berapa mendapat sambutan di politeknik dan college community. Maybe lepas ni kalau dia dah dengar yang ini dan tahu bahawa itu adalah untuk kata kesihatan komuniti lah, bagi sustainable yang health punya ni, jadi maybe saya rasa saya pun nampak sebenarnya Dr. Nur banyak kali dah kan want to introduce me dengan this orang kata health punya yang apa ni berkaitan yang Dr. Helmi terangkan tadi. Tapi at least dalam perkongsian ni saya dah nampak lah sebenarnya apa sebenarnya tujuan dan sebagainya. Jadi maybe kalau yang ini dia boleh kita buat satu seminar khas ataupun satu perkongsian khas lah, berkaitan khas untuk yang ini kita akan boleh dapatkan data how the orang kata kesihatan kepada pelajar politeknik dan kolej komuniti inilah maybe next. Nanti kita akan cuba. Banyak sebenarnya agenda yang kita try nak membawa, tapi because kita kekurangan, orang kata kaki tangan, kekurangan pelbagai lah berkaitan isu ni. Jadi maybe Dr. Helmi and next time kita akan cuba ni saya tengok tadi sangat impresif lah how kita boleh detect, how kita tahu sihat atau tidak komuniti kita, sama ada tadi kata di Politeknik Mersing bagus seperti ini Mr. Murugan dia sangat aktif. So daripada situ mungkin data yang Dr. Murugan ada tadi tu ataupun ada report, maybe Dr. Nur ada report kan berkaitan dengan perkara ni, so maybe kita boleh share and then kita present on our management dan sebagainya. Seterusnya kita akan, sebab dia banyak laluan yang kita kena lalui. Jadi tapi saya nampak tadi alhamdulillah dia akan membantu kita nanti untuk lihat kesihatan, orang kata kesihatan di komuniti, di politeknik dan kolej komuniti. Juga CSR kepada nanti kita akan buat surrounding community surrounding politeknik dan komuniti. Contohnya Mersing, dia ada komuniti dia yang sentiasa datang. So maybe kita boleh buat itulah. Thank you Dr. Helmi. Nanti kita akan contact. Saya akan berhubung dengan Dr. Helmi. Banyak yang saya nak tanya sebenarnya, tapi kat sini maybe ruang limit dan terhad. Kita bagi peluang kepada dulu peserta-peserta ni. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Puan
Thank you so
Rania.
much.
Okay,
So just to respond a little bit, saya
okay,
respon
silakan,
sikit lah.
silakan.
Sebenarnya all the data can sebenarnya dia simple je. Dia cuma the patient ataupun community hanya perlu mengisi melalui aplikasi dan kalau kita punya network ada dalam aplikasi Health Kapita, dan all the data can be written by student. Satu hari pun dah siap sebenarnya.
Okey, tapi maybe sebab saya pun ada tengok dulu you guna maksudnya Dr. Helmi guna Google Form kan?
Yang itu untuk assess preliminary, maksudnya first stage lah. Kita nak try out kita punya before kita punya sistem.
Sebab kalau kita boleh Google Form, tapi dia tak perlu, maksudnya banyak sangat dia kena maybe something yang simple yang just tick or whatever macam tu lah, saya rasa lagi better lah. Sebab kita banyak sangat masuk katakan survey. Jadi bila setiap kali pelajar kita kena jawab survey ni, jadi kalau yang simple saya rasa tak ada masalah lah. Mungkin waktu kelas lecturer boleh bagi, mungkin lecturer penyelaras kelas dan sebagainya dia boleh bagi untuk 10 minutes, 5 minutes tu, maybe begitulah. Saya rasa dia tak akan mengambil masa yang lama lah. Kalau macam kata half day tu macam something lah. Kalau macam just 4-5 minutes, saya rasa boleh ke macam tu Dr. Helmi?
Boleh, tetapi kita bukan fokus on the general well-being. Kita fokus on the specific focusing. Contoh, kita nak access mental health.
Okay.
So what's the current situation for mental health in polytechnics? Kan? So and then kita akan answer a few questionnaires and then we can assess from that, and then daripada situ all the data tu kita boleh tahu dah keadaan student-student lah. For example, kita kena spesifik lah, sebab when it comes to general macam 3 serangkai student probably tak adalah benda-benda macam tu level-level atas kot.
Kan? Okay, kalau macam tu maybe tak ada masalah, tapi cuma dia soalan-soalan ataupun yang ditanya tu tidak mengambil masa lah. Selalunya kalau kita kena isi banyak perkataan dan sebagainya, itu yang mungkin dia tak berapa berminat lah. Tambah pelajar kita sekarang kan dia suka yang simple, you just click, you just itulah. Saya pun tak pasti, tapi maybe next kita akan boleh bincangkan lah berkaitan perkara ni Doktor. Tapi saya suka tadi yang berkaitan dengan mental health ataupun yang health yang sekarang ni, yang muda-muda tu, yang sekarang ni, yang 3 serangkai ni muda-muda, and then satu sekarang lagi dia cancer, yang muda, yang itulah yang saya nampak sekarang yang muda, trend dia, because maybe makanan dan sebagainya. Itulah saya rasa kalau kita dapat detect awal kan, awal kata kesihatan mental ataupun kesihatan yang utama di college, community college dan poli ni good sebenarnya. Okay, thank you.
Okay, terima kasih Puan Rania. Ada apa-apa Dr. Hilmi nak tambah ke?
From my side itu sahaja kot. I think we can come up with the kita in order to assess all ni dia lah ambil masa lama betul. Saya setuju dengan Puan Rohania. So memang kita kena come up with kita based on our government's policies lah. Kita tengok the health policies currently are forward toward what's they actually happen, and then in order to do that contohnya bukan saja mental health, dia ada banyak lagi isu-isu dalam kesihatan ni yang memang currently tengah berlaku, dan hopefully if we can assess, we can take the preventive ni lah step kan.
Okey. Terima kasih. Terima kasih pada pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari para peserta, sokongan padu daripada Dr. Hilmi dan Dr. Noor. Seterusnya kita akan pergi ke panelis kita yang terakhir, iaitu Datin Jaya Syabuddin, Chairman Orleans Ventures Sendirian Berhad dengan jodoh pembentangannya Sustainability Impact for Halal and Food Management Project. Okey, sebelum tu izinkan saya memberi sikit introduction tentang Datin Jaya ni. Orangnya istimewa. Datin Jaya ada ya di situ ya? Okey, tak apa. Saya akan berkongsi dulu profilnya sikit untuk latar belakang semua. Datin Jaya ni dia adalah Certified Halal Internal Auditor dan Registered Trainer for Sustainability in Tourism. Dia punya pengalaman luas daripada bahagian Human Resource Management, Tourism, Skills Training, dan dia telah menyumbang baktinya dalam bahagian latihan. Dia membentuk kurikulum dikenal sebagai NOSS, National Occupational Skills Standard. Dia sekarang ni dah hasilkan sebanyak 26 NOSS dokumen untuk pelbagai industri. Dan disebabkan bidangnya yang luas, pengetahuannya, kredibilitinya, ASEAN Secretariat telah memberi akreditasinya sebagai Assessor, Trainer dan Trainer of ASEAN Tourism Program. Okay, besar anugerah yang diberi tu. Sekarang ni dengan peranannya sebagai Chairman di Orleans Venture Group dan iaitu a consultant company in construction, green energy and halal beauty and health products. Jadi lihat, inilah dia tenaga seorang wanita yang pelbagai bidangnya. Maka dengan itu saya mempersilakan Datin Jaya untuk memulakan pembentangannya. Dipersilakan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Tapi saya tak boleh nak on video saya. I don't know why. Tadi boleh. Now tak boleh pula. You cannot. Dia kata you cannot display your video. Make sure your camera is already. I don't know. But tapi tak apalah kot. Suara ada kan?
Suara ada, terang.
Suara ada.
Mungkin boleh on and off camera? Ada device lain ke yang berdekatan?
Tak ada. Saya tak pakai. Memang saya concentrate ni saja.
Okey. Tak apa. Datin mulakan pembentangan, nanti mana tahu lepas tu kira okey sikit ke device tu.
Tak boleh start video, tak tahu kenapa. Tapi my slide will be controlled by Zura.
Minta Zura lah, Zura yang mainkan, senang.
Sebab saya tak pernah guna Webex ni, biasa guna Zoom saja. So
macam tu tak apalah, biar Puan Zura yang uruskan slide, permulaan slide lah macam tu.
Alright.
Okay, jadi tak perlu share screen.
Ya.
Nanti saya tunggu tu. Zura dah setting dah. Alright.
Okay.
So Datin boleh bermula.
Terima kasih kepada Puan Moderator tentang perkongsian. Kita punya program pagi ni memang sangat menarik lah. So ini sebab last kali sesi yang terakhir ya. Saya berharapkan masing-masing still bersemangat untuk mendengar ya. Alright. Jadi tajuk yang diberi kepada saya ialah Sustainability Impacts in Halal and Food Management. So disebabkan saya ni salah qualified halal auditor dan juga mempunyai pengalaman, ada juga dalam qualified auditor dalam Muslim friendly tourism. Jadi nanti saya akan terangkan apa beza halal dengan Muslim friendly lah. So next, Puan Zura, next. Saya terpaksa kata next lah ya.
Ya.
Okay, ini background saya tadi, Puan moderator telah pun memperkenalkan. So next Zura. Next. Itu rupa saya lah sebab saya tak boleh on video ya.
Okay.
Okay, the first slide is sebelum ni Zura, the previous slide. Okay, so ini yang saya akan highlight dalam setengah jam atau dalam 20 minit program kita hari ini. Saya akan menerangkan tentang definisi halal, and then procedure requirement dan juga monitoring dalam halal food management dan juga sustainability impacts dalam halal and food management. Macam mana kita nak kaitkan halal ni dengan sustainability, 5P ya. Okay, seterusnya Puan Zura, next slide. Okay, dari segi definisi ya, definition halal ni adalah permissible atau allowable according to syariah law. Maknanya dibenarkan mengikut undang-undang syariah kita. Bolehlah, dibolehkan. Jadi itu yang dulu sebagai hijau. And then haram ni merah, jangan, dilarang ya, mengikut undang-undang syariah. Dan in between antara halal dan haram ni ada grey area dipanggil syubhah. Itu disyaki ataupun diragui. Kalau boleh kita sebagai Muslim, kita dinasihatkanlah untuk jauhkan sikit daripada syubhah. Kalau boleh kita elakkan. Kalau tak boleh, okey, tidaklah mendatangkan apa mudarat. Okay, next. Next Puan Zura. Okay, dari segi halal industri ni, in fact world ya, global halal industri, kita ada dibahagikan dalam 3 kategori lah. Products, services dan lifestyle. So produk ni biasanya adalah food, cosmetic, pharmaceutical, toiletries, sabun-sabun kita tu kan, health products, medical devices. So itu biasanya itu adalah produk. Manakala servis adalah rumah sembelihan, slaughterhouse. Lepas tu logistik, perkhidmatan logistik, branding, marketing dan banking. Tapi biasanya banking ni kita terus panggil, kita tak panggil halal banking ya, terus panggil Islamic banking. Ya. And then lifestyle, hospitality services, travel and fashion. Lifestyle pula biasanya dia tak panggil halal lah, dia panggil Muslim friendly. Why? Sebab takkanlah nak panggil haram, hotel haram kan. So it is very, orang kata harsh. Begitu juga fashion haram, so jadi very harsh. Jadi itulah dia panggil lifestyle. In fact hotel, some places dia panggil syariah compliance hotel. Okay, next. Seterusnya ya. Jadi kalau halal food and goods ni products lah, ya ditentukan oleh 4 fakta tu tadi, iaitu dia mesti bebas daripada benda-benda yang dilarang tadi dan juga bebas daripada najis atau naj. So and then source of food free from forbidden, maknanya kita source-nya juga, maknanya sumbernya. Macam mana kalau kita dapat ni dari segi handlingnya apa semua diambil kira ya. And then ingredient juga. Ingredient dia tidak ada keracunan, poisonous dan hazardous. Tidak mendatangkan kemudaratan. Kalau ada poisonous racun dan hazardous ni boleh mendatangkan kemudaratan ya. And then processing, dia ambil kira dari segi memproses, penyimpanan, packaging dan transporting shipment apa semuanya diambil kira ialah di dalam kondisi ataupun situasi yang halal. Maknanya tidak ada pencampuran yang non halal tadi. In fact kalau boleh kita mengurangkan perkara-perkara yang syubhah tadi. Okay, next. Next ya. Alright, jadi mungkin ada yang bertanya, mungkin yang non-Muslim nash ni apa dia najis ya. Mungkin Muslim ni walaupun dah tahu kita sebagai revision lah. So nash ni Arabic words yang bermakna kekotoran yang tidak suci. Seperti darah, air kencing ya, dia impurity ya. Jadi syariah law ni adalah undang-undang yang berasaskan Al-Quran dan hadis. Jadi kita halal ni bukan saja halal, tapi yang dipentingkan ialah halalan thayyiban. Jadi nanti saya akan terangkan selepas ni slide-slide seterusnya bagaimana yang dikatakan halalan thayyiban itu. Okay? Okay, next slide. Okay, halal certification, persijilan halal kan. Biasanya di Malaysia ni certification body-nya ialah JAKIM ya. Okay, next. Kita mesti dapatkan sijil halal ni daripada certification body. So di Malaysia ni halal certificate, sijil halal dia hanya dalam 7 area, 7 bidang ni sahaja. Ini sehingga tahun 2021 lah. So tahun ni belum ada lagi penambahan. Kita remain 7 ya. Jadi maknanya dalam makanan, food product, beverages, food supplement. Lepas tu food premise ni macam restoran apa semualah. And then customer goods. Customer goods ni lebih kepada produk-produk makanan lah kan. Non produk. Dia customer goods, contohnya kalau sikat tu ada orang kata sikat dibuat daripada tulang babi. Yang tu, yang produk-produk macam tu pun ada mendapat sijil halal. And then cosmetic and personal care. This one definitely lah sebab banyak juga yang cosmetic and personal care ni, especially skin care ya, yang menggunakan non halal punya produk. Jadi kalau kita boleh dapat produk-produk kosmetik ni dapat sijil halal, memang bagus untuk promosi jualan ya. Then slaughterhouse ni rumah sembelihan, iaitu definitely lah mesti mendapat halal ya. And then pharmaceutical, ubat-ubat. Dan juga yang ketujuh ialah logistik. Mungkin yang bertanya kenapa logistik perlu halal haram? Dia sebabnya logistik ni kita tak nak dicampur gaulkan yang dia buat shipment, dia transportkan benda-benda halal dengan haram together. Memang tak boleh. Halal ni kalau halal semua barang dalam lori tu halal. Kalau nak yang non halal pergi ambil yang lori lain. Macam tu. Jadi itulah sebabnya logistik ni very important. Walaupun sumber dalam tu memang produknya memang dah halal, tapi cara kita mengendalikan produk tu sudah menjadikan dia tidak halal. Itu yang kita katakan tadi, iaitu halalan thayyiban. Okay, next. Next Zura. Puan Zura, next slide please. Okay, so kalau nak mohon persijilan halal sekarang ni online semualah sebab sekarang ni penggunaan kita Malaysia sudah advance ya, seperti website, pergi ke website JAKIM. Next. Alright, ini dokumen-dokumennya memang detail, detail lah dokumen-dokumen perlukan. Kalau kita pergi yang sistem tadi, kita login, kita create user ID dulu, dia akan beritahu lah apa keperluannya, dan in fact dia punya cara macam mana kita nak apply, dia punya flowchart semua ada kat situ lah, everything there. Boleh ya? Okay. Saya laju ke?
Okey je, okey. Tak ada masalah.
Alright. Sebab ini bidang kita ya. Kita selalu buat kerja ni, jadi semangat nak cerita, semangat nak knowledge sharing ya. So Malaysia Halal Certification cycle ni sebenarnya dia start dengan internal halal audit dulu. Maknanya internal halal audit ni dia punya auditor ialah staff dalaman dia. Dan some company bila dia dah siap dengan internal auditnya, dia panggil external auditor datang just nak dapatkan second opinion kan. Tapi some company dia tak nak lah, dia kata buat apa nak panggil external, nanti kena bayar lagi. Tapi the big company normally dia buat external auditor, dia panggil juga supaya dia dapat second opinion. Alright, then bila dah okay, lepas tu barulah halal audit daripada certification body dia, itu JAKIM lah, akan datang bersama dengan auditor dia dan audit. Dia punya prosedur sama juga apa yang kita internal auditor buat dan external auditor buat, sama saja. Cumanya external auditor, internal auditor ni dia buat supaya menghasilkan satu dokumen. Dokumen ni akan dicek oleh auditor, JAKIM auditor. Jadi JAKIM auditor tu tengok dokumen tu dia akan nak verify mana bukti-bukti lah. Jadi apabila kita dah dapat halal cert ni, kita kena maintain taraf tu. Janganlah kita kata bila dah dapat tu kita pun buat tak tahu, tak ada jaga kan monitoring apa semua. Jadi to ensure the halalan toiban ni sentiasa diamalkan di premis kita, JAKIM memberi satu, dia panggil halal assurance system. Dia ada satu guideline dia, term of reference or SOP dia, HAS ni, apa perlu ada, apa kita perlu check sebagai internal auditor, apa kerja dia, semua adalah kat situ. Jadi supaya dijaga halal, taraf halal kita tu, halal cert. Kita tak nak bila dah dapat buat tak tahu kan, kita buat tak kisah, macam tu. Alright, sebab halal ni adalah satu yang sangat penting sebab dia berkaitan dengan agama. Okay, kehendak agama, hukum syariah law ya. Okay, next Puan Zura. Next. Zura, seterusnya, slide seterusnya. Okay, ini kita punya, kita nampak macam mana lah mulai internal auditor, lepas tu kita panggil external auditor. Ini external auditor optional lah. And then baru daripada certification body dan seterusnya certification body akan bermesyuarat untuk memberi keputusan sama ada diberi halal cert ataupun di renew halal certnya ataupun pending ataupun ditolak. Okay, next. Seterusnya Zura. Okay, dalam halal assurance system saya kata tadi, apa fokus area dia memang detail lah halal ni sebab kita nak menjaga ketulinan makanan dan juga barang-barang produk keperluan harian kita ya. Yang fokus area ni kepada raw materials. Jadi nak tahu raw material ni adakah halal, jadi dia kena check supplier tu. Supplier pun kena dapat halal cert. Kalau supplier tu dia supply contohlah hasil-hasil pertanian, okey, itu tak perlulah halal cert, tapi dia kena tunjukkan proof that memang dia punya data-data daripada pembekal itu memang pure lah, tak ada kekotoran. Yang penting ni bukan saja bahan tu halal tetapi tidak ada kekotoran. Tadi kan hazard, impurities. And then processing, cara memproses tu nak tengok. Kita tak nak lah kan, kita selalu dengar di restoran, dia ayam dia memang halal, sudah sembelih tapi dia letak atas lantai. Jadi handling tu dah kotor. Jadi tak ada halalan toiban di situ. Jadi itulah processing. And then production, penghasilannya. Kalau maknanya makanan-makanan dalam tin ni, macam mana packagingnya? Adakah pembungkusan tu daripada barang-barang ataupun bahan atau materials yang halal juga? Dia tak naklah pembungkusan tu, contohlah pembungkusan tu kulit, ada daripada kulit babi. Dia tak mau. So everything ya. And then storage. Storage as I mentioned earlier, storage ni dia tak mau dicampurkan produk halal dengan produk tidak halal. Dan juga distribution dia, distribution logistik lah. So kalau kita tengok, dia kena tengok di sini, di sebelah makanan kita tu, personal hygiene, cleanliness and personnel, maknanya kaki tangan punya kebersihan pun diambil kira di sini. And then safety and hazard diambil kira. Contamination, semuanya kena dijaga ya. Cleanliness, noise free of equipment. So bukan saja equipment, dia sampai kepada kawasan persekitaran kilang ataupun premise tu pun diambil kira. Termasuklah cara waste management, cara pembuangan sampah, bahan sisa tu, itu pun diambil kira di dalam halal. Ya. Dia memang detail. Itu yang orang kata ini memang susah. Sebenarnya tidak susah. Kalau kita ini dijadikan amalan, memang tak susah. Adalah untuk kebaikan kita. Ya. Okay, next Zura. Slide seterusnya Zura. Okay, kalau kita tengok ni, dia punya halal audit ni, dia dikirakan halal food ni daripada farm to fork. Maknanya daripada ladang sampailah kepada fork. Sudu garpu kita. In between tu semuanya diambil kira. Ya. Raw material dia, cara handling dia, proses dia, ingredient dia, storage, transportation, distribution, semuanya diambil kira. Memang detail sebab very concerned because when it is related to the religion, memang kita kena sangat-sangat teliti. Alright, next. Okay, next Puan Zura. Okay, so tadi first part saya dah cerita pasal definisi halal, macam mana nak dapat sijil halal, apakah yang dikatakan halal. So saya dah ada idea dah tentang halal. Jadi macam mana kita mengaitkan, how do we relate the halal ni with the sustainability impact, ya. Okay, next. Okay, next Zura. Okay, kalau kita tengok halal impact on SDG, ya, on the 17 SDG yang betul-betul relate dengan 17 SDG tu ada 7, iaitu SDG number 3 good health, and then number 6 clean water and sanitation. Ya, of course lah, kita nak untuk memproses makanan dan menguruskan makanan, air bersih sangat penting kan. Sustainable communities. Communities ini not only is more refer to the staff lah, community, employee community. Ya. Tapi we can also relate with the surrounding community. And then SDG nombor 12, responsible consumption. Of course, yang ni consumption ni refers to the dia punya waste management, bahan-bahan terbuang lah, sampah ke ataupun food waste ke, macam mana kita mestilah responsible consumption, penggunaan yang pengguna yang bertanggungjawab, ya. And then life on the land, definitely, because dia berkaitan lah tu, ni kita punya kehidupan on the land. Peace and justice, yes, mesti, sebab ini adalah bila halal ni adalah kehendak agama, justice, peace, keamanan, ya. Then of course partnership for the goal. Partnership ni kita partnership with the municipal council dengan inilah governance lah, ni badan-badan penguat kuasa seperti JAKIM, certification body, ada partnership untuk towards the goal, untuk menghasil kita punya goals ini ialah matlamat kita ialah halal food. Okay, next. So 7 out of 17, 7 ni yang berkaitan rapat dengan halal, ya. Alright. Next slide, Puan Zura. Okay, slide seterusnya Zura. Itulah saya tak tahu nak ni. Jadi mungkin ada bertanya, why sustainability practice is crucial? Yes, definitely it's a crucial, it's very important, you know, to fulfill the current needs and bring positive impact in socio-culture, economy and environment, to protect future needs and opportunity. Jadi kita kena protect ni. Itu yang very crucial. And also for the religious related matters as well. Alright. Next, Zura. Slide seterusnya. Jadi sustainability element practice in halal food. Maknanya elemen-elemen sustainability yang diamalkan di dalam halal makanan halal dan juga pengurusan makanan halal. Ini saya nak terangkan ya. Okay, next Zura. Okay, next. So far okay ya. Okay, next Zura. Next slide. Okay, saya bagi kita comparison lah non-sustainable practice and sustainable practice. So kalau non-sustainable practice, maknanya kita proses ni raw materials, kita ikut recipe, equipment, all that. Untuk menghasilkan produk, kita mesti dapatkan taste, appearance and look and also price kan. Dan mesti profit. Outcome dia profit. The higher the better, isn't it? So that is sustainable practice. Tetapi kalau non-sustainable, kalau sustainable practice, kita ni mengamalkan prinsip 5P, 5P framework. Okay, next Zura, 5P framework. So what is the 5P framework? Kalau sustainable practice ni kita proses untuk mendapatkan products. And then daripada produk tu people dan juga planet dan seterusnya untuk prosperity, prosperity ni kita panggil government, kita panggil kemakmuran ya, wawasan kemakmuran bersama. Tapi kalau mungkin dalam agama dalam Islam dia panggil keberkatan lah, lebih berkah, barokah ya. So dalam sustainable practice ni kita concern kepada people, planet and prosperity. Sebab proses and product ni akan memberi impact kepada people, planet and prosperity. So macam mana halal food dan juga food management, pengurusan makanan ni berkaitan dengan sustainability ni. Ini yang saya nak terangkan, nak share, knowledge sharing ya. Okay, next Zura. Okay Zura. Okay, ini semua dah rasanya sudah mahir lah ni ya. 5P framework ni. Product, process, people, planet and prosperity ya. Okay, so next ini Dr. Noor memang sentiasa highlight Dr. Noor kita kan ke ambassador, sustainability ambassador, green project management ambassador. Okay, next. Alright, next. Okay, jadi sustainable practice ni dan impactnya based on 5P dalam halal food management. Ini yang saya nak terangkan. Okay, next. Kesianlah Kak Zura kan. Okay, dalam proses impact ni kita tengok kan. Kalau ikut 5P framework tadi, proses ni effectiveness of project process and then efficiency and also fairness. Jadi kita bila kita analyse dalam halal tadi, dia mementingkan minimize the loss from rework and wasted resources. But bila kita mengamalkan prinsip-prinsip halal ni, dia memang ada dia punya SOP apa semua. Jadi memang kita dapat mengurangkan pembaziran kata. Sebab pembaziran tu adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh agama kita. So in fact Nabi kata, Rasulullah kata membazir itu sahabat syaitan. Jadi kita boleh mengurangkan kesalahan. I mean, we avoid the mistake. So increase profitability in this area. So kita ensure transparency dan juga fair to the customer, sebab kita kita follow SOP, term of reference. Jadi kita fair kepada kita, adil kepada supplier kita and then providers kita dalam halal kan. Sebab itu adalah etika mengikut agama. Improve reputation and loyalty members or staff. So loyalty members ni dia lebih kepada staff dia, sebab dalam halal ni salah satu dia punya dokumen tu dia akan tanya, kita kena bagi khusus kepada staff kita. Salah satu requirement ya. Masuklah khusus supaya staff kita, tak kira lah Muslim or non-Muslim, all staff they must understand what is halal, apa keperluan halal semua. Barulah dia boleh mengamalkan prinsip-prinsip halal. Jadi apabila dia ada komitmen, barulah dia loyal kepada members, to the employers dia. Okay, next ya. Okay, dari segi produk kita tengok lifespan of the product. Kalau tengok 5P tadi kan, lifespan of the product and servicing of the product. Apa yang kita highlight kat sini yang berkaitan dengan halal ialah kita increase value benefits, sebab halal ni orang bila tengok halal orang percaya produk tu kan. Jadi mengurangkan risiko. Dan juga mengurangkan keburukan dari segi environment ya, decrease environmental impact kata. Dan juga reduce disposal cost, sebab salah satu syarat-syarat dalam dokumen halal tu dia tanya ke mana kita buang kita punya sisa-sisa bahan buangan kita. Kalau bahan buangan tu macam radioaktif ke ataupun yang berkaitan dengan ubat-ubat ke, dia kena buang mengikut apa yang requirement KKM kan. Ada company khas yang akan mengambil bahan itu, bahan buangan tu. Jadi dalam requirement halal tu dokumennya semua ada tu. Jadi kita boleh reduce disposal cost. Kalau kita betul-betul mengurangkan mistake tadi, kita tak banyak bahan buangan lah kan. And then kita increase value and benefit, customer pun dapat good experience ataupun good products or good services, and then reasonable cost, not simply minimize cost. Sebab kat sini kalau non-sustainable, dia kalau boleh nak cut cost. Tapi sini dia bukan nak cut cost. Dia maknanya kita minimalkan costnya kalau boleh ya. And then whole supplier service and service provider the same standard. Maknanya kita tidak ada discrimination. Supplier ni kita bagi lebih supplier ni kita tak suka. Kalau dia boleh memberi perkhidmatan atau produk yang bagus, kita kena treat them equally. Dan yang paling penting supplier ni mesti transparent. Tidak ada under table, so that is halal ya. Tapi saya rasa in fact dalam governance, good governance also, transparency is one of that, isn't it? Okay, next. Dan seterusnya kita pergi kat social impact. Kalau kita tengok ni social or people. People refers to social impact, So dia ada 4 kategori kat sini, iaitu labor practice and decent works, society and customers, human rights and ethical behavior. So apa yang dikatakan people or social impact ni ialah dalam slide seterusnya, Puan Zura. Slide seterusnya. Okay, di sini ya. So labor practice and decent work, employment and staffing. Sebab dalam dokumen halal tu ada. In fact, setiap company dia mesti ada internal halal committee. So internal halal committee tu mesti headed by the Muslim. Sebab orang Muslim lah yang dia tahu keperluan. Jadi tapi yang di bawahnya tu yang dia punya komiti AJK dia, dia tak kisahlah, boleh mix lah Muslim and non-Muslim. Tapi the chairman and halal exec mesti Muslim. Okay. And then labor management relation. Of course, dia dari segi hubungan ni mesti bagus. Ini project health and safety, ini memang dalam halal dokumen satu part mesti kesihatan dan keselamatan pekerja, ya. Ada part dia. And then kita tengok training in education. Mesti setiap majikan perlu memberi khusus kepada staff dia. At least tentang halal, keperluan halal, halalan thayyiban macam mana. Dan of course lah khusus-khusus lain. Macam sekarang ni company-company, big company, they might have, HRDF and courses, isn't it? And then organizational learning as well. Okay. Dan seterusnya kalau kita tengok human right ni, no discrimination. Tidak ada discrimination. Patah belakang balik Zura, belum lagi. Planet belum lagi. Kita masih lagi dalam people, ya. Alright. Society and customer ni, ini lebih kepada public policy compliance. Dia governance lah. Jadi kita mesti follow, adhere to the public policy. Then of course ethical behavior ni, procurement practice, dia ada, in fact ada macam Dr. No, dia bagi green procurement, so that is part of that, and anti-corruption as well. Okay, next Zura. Okay, kalau kita analyse dari segi planet pula ataupun environment, bagaimana 5P ni berkaitan dengan halal dan food management, ya. Kita analyse sama-sama. Okay, next Zura. Jadi kita tengok dari segi transportation tadi, of course lah sekarang ni dah digital communication ni, halal kita pun berkembang mengikut peredaran zaman, dan logistik mesti halal, ya. And then katalah kita nak transport bahan produk makanan kita, ataupun kita nak transportkan raw material, bahan asas untuk memproses produk makanan kita, mesti logistik dia mesti bertaraf halal. Okay, land, air and water, of course lah kita mesti guna air bersih kan. Tak bersih macam mana pula. Ini even though bukan halal pun, we need this. Then consumption ni, ni yang saya kata tadi, disposal. Pembuangan sisa-sisa ni. Dan juga contamination and pollution, kita mesti elakkan. Di dalam halal dokumen tu dia akan tanya kat mana kita buang.
Apa? Boleh dah?
Alright, boleh dengar ke? And then waste generation, ya. Okay, waste generation pun masuk dalam halal. Okay, next Zura. Next, P yang kelima, ya. P yang kelima ialah prosperity, ataupun ekonomi ataupun kemakmuran. Okay, next slide. So setelah kita analyse kan, saya analyse, next slide Zura. Di mana impact halal ni, macam mana impactnya kepada ekonomi ataupun prosperity, iaitu business case analysis, direct financial benefit lah. Maknanya di dalam halal audit tu dia tak adalah nak tengok kita punya profit loss, tapi dia perlu ada, maknanya financial data lah. Setiap company tu, of course they must keep financial data. Jadi orang halal auditor dia tak naklah tengok ini dapat untung berapa, tak. Kita nak pastikan dia ada financial data. Okeylah. Okey, lagi economic stimulation ni, maknanya local economic impact ni, kita mewujudkan peluang-peluang pekerjaan kepada community, ya, kepada community. Dan of course company yang besar-besar ni dia memberi CSR, dia give back to the community. So itulah dia punya prosperity element.
Atas kena serentak tau.
Okay. Okay, next Zura.
Antara bersama. Bila kita antara bersama.
Next Zura. Okay, kalau kita tengok tadi saya dah terangkan apa dia halal, bagaimana nak dapat sijil halal, macam mana nak maintain halal, sijil halal, amalan-amalan halal kan, especially di dalam food. Even though tajuk kita food and food management, sebenarnya is apply to other area as well. Ya? Dan second part tadi kita analyse sama-sama, kita antara halal dan juga 5P ni memang berkait rapat, realign dengan SDG dan juga 5P frameworks. So kita boleh katakan sustainability versus halal ni maknanya sustainability dalam lingkungan yang luar, yang besar tu saya letak, and then halal is part of the sustainability. So mungkin tanya, kenapa pula halal kecil daripada sustainability? Sebab ada benda-benda yang ada sustainability impact tetapi dia bukan halal. Contohnya produk-produk yang kita yang non halal ingredients kan, produk-produk khinzir ke apa semua, dia ada sustainability impact tetapi disebabkan dia tidak halal. So itulah kita gambarkan sustainability in a bigger area, and then halal is part of that. So we could say that halal is a symbol for quality assurance of products, services and lifestyle with sustainability impact, you know. Jadi dia memang produk yang berkualiti. Okay, next ya. Maaflah saya tak boleh nak buka video, tak tahu saya punya laptop dia kata video doesn't work. So okay, sebelum way forward ni saya nak terangkan, saya tak masuk dalam slide saya. Cabaran-cabaran di dalam halal kita sekarang ni, iaitu saya nampak ada 3 cabaran besar. Yang pertama, ramai orang yang tak nak memohon sijil halal ni, especially yang Muslim ni. Dia punya perception, sebab aku ni dah Muslim, aku ni dah Islam, tak perlulah nak dapat halal. Itu adalah persepsi yang salah. Sepatutnya tak kira lah, dia even though you are Muslim or non-Muslim, you should have halal certificate. Dan sekarang ni lagi pula, dia kalau boleh ada HACCP yang hazard and critical control point tu daripada KKM tu, in food handling tu lagi bagus kan. So kalau kita ada 2 ni yang pengeluar makanan ni, if the industry players have halal and HACCP, memang sangat bagus. Okay. And then cabaran yang kedua dia, banyak industry players after dia dapat sijil halal tu, dia tak maintain amalan-amalan halal tu. Jadi itu yang bila kita selalu dengar ada one report, restoran tu halal, tetapi sekarang ni nampak macam tak halal. Dia letak ayam, makanan bahan-bahan asas makanan atas lantai yang sudah kotoran, jadi kotor kan. Jadi sebab halal ni bukan saja bahan asas tetapi cara handling, processing, packaging, transporting, semua dia punya network seluruh itu tu mesti dalam lingkungan halal. Itu yang dipanggil halalan toyiban. Jadi dan cabaran yang ketiga saya nampak biasanya kita ni bila especially kita Muslim lah. Jadi dia kata nak ambil halal ni mahal sikit lah, susah lah. Sebenarnya tak susah. Kalau kita dah amalkan amalan-amalan halal tu di premis kita, dia cuma dokumenkan sahaja, just the documentation, because auditor dia nak tengok documents. Saya sebagai auditor kan, saya nak tengok dokumen, apa mana dokumen. And then selepas dokumen tu saya nak verify. Apa bukti? Saya kena pergi melawat ni, saya kena pergi melawat warehouse dia, saya kena pergi melawat logistik dia. Kalau memang semua dah verify, barulah kita sahkan. Tak susah sebenarnya. So itulah kita cabaran-cabaran buat masa ini. Dan saya rasa macam knowledge sharing lah sikit kan, boleh kan moderator?
Silakan.
Yang terbaru ada satu ini di Pengerang. Pengerang ni they are looking for caterer yang ada halal, big caterer yang ada halal dan juga HACCP. Untuk membekalkan makanan kepada pekerja di Pengerang tu seramai 15,000 orang. Jadi saya dah cari banyak caterer-caterer aku nak pergi kahwin ni, semuanya tak ada halal. Tak ada halal cert. Kalau peserta-peserta kat sini ada kenal-kenal lah. Saya tak ada nak apa, saya nak bantu. Sebab kat Pengerang tu ditanya. Saya kata belum dapat lagi ya. Saya ada yang halal tapi HCCP tak ada. Tapi tak ramai yang ada halal. Kawan saya ni dia siap ada wedding, dia tu wedding planner, ada dewan kenduri kahwin apa semua, tapi tak ada halal. Dia kata buat apa aku nak ambil halal? Dia kata aku dah Muslim. Itu yang persepsi yang wrong perception kepada industri players ya. Kalau politeknik boleh kembangkan ini maklumat, wujudkan awareness ni kepada student dan juga pada masyarakat tempat, kebaikan, keperluan CJ halal tu memang baguslah. Okey, jadi way forward kita ya, kita halal ultimate goal is to meet the present and future needs based on Syariah law. Jadi how? Jadi to ensure sustainability impacts in food management, we should practice halal, which is really realigned with 5P framework ya. And then 5P framework ni kalau kita tengok tadi realign with the SDG, ESG, SPV 2030, wawasan kemakmuran bersama ya, Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. And then jadi kita punya way forward ni everybody kita semua ni especially politeknik yang mengajar banyak student ni kan, kita play our role lah. Product owner, service provider, authority, we play our role to ensure that halalan thayyiban in food supply chain in everyday life ya. Sebab food supply chain tadi kan from farm to the fork. Jadi in between tu mesti ada, walaupun dia halal tapi thayyiban mesti dipraktikkan. Jadi saya setakat ni lah perkongsian saya. Saya buka kepada ini perbincangan ya.
Okey, terima kasih Datin Jaya. So seperti yang telah dinyatakan, sekarang kita bergerak ke bahagian sesi soal jawab dan sekali harum dengan rangkuman kepada panelis-panelis yang ada. Jadi bermula dengan Datin Jaya lah, siapa yang ingin bertanya padanya melalui chat box atau direct. Dr. Noor, kalau nak start the ball rolling again.
Ni Dr. Noor ni sifu saya lah, sifu saya dalam 5P. Okey. Tak dengar doktor.
Salam ya. Datin Jaya dah beri penerangan yang betul detail in terms of pemakaian halal punya principle of halalan thayyiban and mapping it with the P5. Itu satu framework yang betul untuk mengatakan bahawa halal tu salah satu daripada compliance. Tapi sustainability is beyond the halal. Sebab dia merupakan kita punya practices untuk menyelamatkan planet supaya tidak merosakkan komuniti yang lain daripada kita punya orang yang makan kan. Dan terusnya kita nak meningkatkan ekonomi. So sustainability is the main agenda for halal. So bukan kerana halal kita nak buat bisnes. Kita buat bisnes kerana kita nak create community and then juga protect the environment, protect the health and safety. The meantime, bring good food to the people who probably did not practice halal. So we increase the sustainability impact with the halal compliance. So kita tambah lagi the element of halal. So that is why the P5 will become more ada lah sebab dia ada halal compliance, not just P5 compliance. So I think jelas apa yang Datin Jayah mention, not because she is a halal auditor, but she can understand project management dalam pengeluaran produk halal merupakan selalu tanggungjawab yang besar. Ramai orang ambil cetek. Dia kata, I dah ikut prinsip JAKIM. Cukuplah dengan halal ingredient. Tapi practices dia tak sama dengan apa yang dia sepatut lakukan. So this is where orang nampak halal kita tu tidak begitu toiban, hanya halal saja.
Betul, Maya?
Okey, terima kasih. Tambahan daripada Dr. Noor. Bagaimana Datin? Ada apa-apa mungkin nak tambah supaya kita dapat ramai sikit bertanya?
Itu yang banyak. Kadang-kadang walaupun dia dah ada halal tapi ada isu, orang komplain, dia maknanya dia punya praktis tu tak berapa betul kan, tak mengikut. Dia betul-betul ikut tu masa nak dapat sijil saja. Dah dapat sijil dia buat sama level. Lepas tu nanti bila nak audit lagi sekali untuk renew sijil, baru dia betul-betul untuk dokumentasi.
Okay,
ada juga mungkin ada juga yang bertanya, ada juga orang bertanya kepada saya. Dia kata ada spa kan yang ini salon ni spa ada sijil halal tak? Jadi kalau spa tu dia memang JAKIM tak bagi halal spa, tetapi bahan-bahan yang spa gunakan tu dari segi kosmetiknya, dari segi alatan, so dia masuk dalam alatan lah. Jadi sebab saya tengok hari tu ada company dia buat khusus halal spa. Jadi dia panggil lah semua spa operator ni. Jadi kawan saya tanya saya, adakah halal spa? So saya kata kalau ya untuk nak increase your knowledge, pergilah. Tapi sebenarnya halal JAKIM hanya 7 area tu sahaja. Kalau yang hotel tu dia panggil Muslim friendly hotel. Yang itu JAKIM tak buat inspection, tak buat audit. Yang buat audit JAKIM bagi authority kepada UIA rasanya. Yang INHAT tu. INHAT kan doktor? Institute apa doktor yang penuhnya?
INHAT, yes. I know INHAT.
Institute Halal, International Halal and Training. INHAT. Itu di bawah UIA. Muslim friendly hotel.
Saya juga ingin menjemput Dr. Hilmi sebab kita sekali harum buat rangkuman lah ya. Sebab ni kat huruf hujung. Saya menjemput Dr. Hilmi, mana-mana panelis yang ada untuk turut serta lah dalam bahagian topik akhir ni.
Puan Rohani yang ada?
Puan...
Okey, ada doktor.
Boleh. Kalau ada apa-apa nak ditambahkan, nak ditanya.
Nak tanya Dr. Jayah ni sebenarnya.
Bukan doktor. Belum lagi insyaAllah.
InsyaAllah.
Amin.
Sebab tak seronok kan bila bercakap tapi tak nampak muka ni kan sebenarnya.
Itulah tak boleh nak on video saya. I don't know why.
Rasanya macam friendly tapi suara tu friendly tapi orangnya kita tak nampak. Jadi dia macam sedikit lah. Okay, maybe next kita akan jumpa semula lah. Okay, saya sebenarnya tadi baru nak bertanya berkaitan dengan contohnya kami ada program halal di food kami ada dua, satu servis halal, and then satu lagi untuk food halal management food untuk food tech, halal management lebih kurang macam itulah. Cuma semasa kami bangunkan tu mungkinlah kita belum lagi nampak bagaimana nak connect di antara halal ni dengan 5P. So tadi bila saya dengar tadi sebenarnya banyak yang kita boleh masukkan. Selama ni kami rasakan bila green kita just go on more more on macam tadilah Puan Jaya mengatakan bahawa kita akan dalam bahan, alat dan sebagainya. Cuma how kita nak masuk macam tadi banyaklah kita dapat. Jadi lagi satu, saya pun semalam kami baru present ada satu program yang spa tu. Saya pun tanya juga bagaimana kita nak jadikan spa kita ni as a halal spa lah. Macam tu juga tadi. Tapi bila dah dengar tadi berkaitan dengan spa ni, bagaimana yang dikatakan halal spa tadi, nampaklah dia punya way forward. How sebenarnya apa sahaja yang sustainable sebenarnya kita boleh kaitkan dia dengan halal lah. Saya nampak, itu yang saya nampak lah. Bagus. Alhamdulillah saya nampak Puan Jaya punya presentation ni membuka ruang lah, membuka mata kami bahawa sebenarnya halal tu sebenarnya kalau kita kata kita halal jakim saja tak semestinya dia dia akan sustainable. Maksudnya dia bukan 5P tapi dia halal on kita dapatkan ialah halal Islam lah, maksudnya dia mau kita kata dari segi yang kita praktis sekarang dari segi macam sembelihan yang kita daripada segi orang kata bahan makanan. Itulah, tapi sekarang nampaklah saya maybe next kita akan cubalah mungkin Puan Jaya akan bersama kita atau kita panggil untuk bagi tahu berkaitan dengan halal. Halal ni boleh dimasukkan 5P punya orang kata elemen dalam program kurikulum. Betul kan Dr. Noor? Sebab selama ni kami mungkin kita dah lama bergerak dengan keadaan hijau ni, orang kata kami bagi elemen hijau lah, teknologi hijau dan sebagainya. Tapi banyak yang kita masih rasa sekarang ni, at least kita dah nampaklah semenjak kami berjumpa dengan Dr. Noor and the team ni, nampaklah dia punya orang kata how kita nak implement supaya yang ketulah sebenarnya kita nampak macam mana mampan tu sebenarnya kita nak diamalkan. Tadi macam ada peserta tadi bertanya memang pelajar ni tak boleh, tapi sebab dalam kurikulum kita pun kita dah nampak lah bahawa kita cuma ajar tapi amalan tu kita tak bagi. Kita sendiri pun masih cetek dari segi amalan tu. Puan Jaya, thank you very much. Sangat orang kata saya rasa memang excited lah, macam tak nak habis nak dengar je Puan Jaya cakap tu, macam banyak ilmu.
Yelah, kita map kan, kita buat mapping kan tu. Jadi baru kita tahu kaitannya kan. Tidak.
Ya, nampak. Sebab tu dah sekali saya nampak, macam ni sebenarnya kaitannya. Maknanya kita ada 17 SDG tu. How 17 SDG tu kita nak implement dalam setiap orang katalah daripada program engineering. So how 17 SDG tu nak masuk dalam program engineering, and then kalau kita kata dalam tadi halal also macam mana nak masuk dalam food tech, macam mana nak masuk dalam logistik dan sebagainya. Jadi nampaklah juga at least dia punya orang kata connectionnya.
Betul.
Betul.
Baru kita nampak. Jadi kita
nanti kami akan panggil lah mana semua yang panel ada ni, maybe untuk kita bagi talk untuk awal penggubal kurikulum nanti di college community dan politeknik. Nanti kita tengoklah.
In fact sebab saya pun bidang tourism kan. Tourism tu saya dah buat mapping, saya dah map kan hal ni tourism ni dengan 5P ni macam mana dia punya kaitan tu. Saya hari tu saya ada bagi talk lah tentang sustainability in tourism kepada student UniKL. Saya dah buat mapping lah.
Kita nanti kita akan buat kepada penggubal kurikulum. So daripada situ dia boleh connect how dia nak relate semua program dia, katalah engineering ataupun program yang berkaitan dengan pertanian dan sebagainya, macam mana nak relate. Maybe daripada nanti Puan Jaya boleh share itulah dalam kita punya sharing nanti, boleh
Boleh, no problem.
Thank you Dr. Noor. Dr. Noor ni bantu kami sebenarnya daripada kami tak faham.
Puan Rohania?
Ya, saya.
The recipe book is in the P5.
Betul.
Everything is engineering, tourism, agriculture, solar, whether it's F&B, whether it's early education, semua orang akan pakai application P5. Hanya model mereka berbeza because they have different community, they have different target group, different safety element, different compliance, plus element of planet tu berbeza. But bila dia nak jadi mampan, dia kena ada integration of the 5E. Itu yang buatkan dia punya impact boleh diukur based on different industry. Itu yang kita nak bawa ilmu kompetensi itu ke setiap bidang fakulti supaya setiap fakulti amalkan practices P5 dalam setiap projek yang dia nak bawa. Dan boleh ada amalan tu boleh dipakai.
Ya, terima kasih pandangan tambahan Dr. Noor, sentiasa membantu. Jadi pada sesi yang ini saya menjemput juga panelis-panelis yang daripada pagi untuk turut serta memberi pandangan untuk bahagian round table rangkuman yang akhir ni. Sekiranya Dr. Helmi ke atau siapa-siapa, Dr. Noor dah banyak dah bagi rasanya.
Tak, peserta lah, pandangan peserta.
Pandangan peserta, kalau siapa nak tambah dari segi bahagian rangkuman akhir ni, cadangan ke? Dipersilakan, boleh type juga dekat chat box kalau ada mic problem.
Kita nak tahu juga sama ada webinar kedua ni topik-topik yang kita bawa untuk pengurusan mampan dapat menjelaskan bahawa setiap projek itu berbeza, tetapi semuanya mempunyai amalan mampan untuk dibawa kepada sama ada lebih kepada komuniti ataupun lebih kepada environment ataupun lebih kepada ekonomi. So combination dia tertakluk kepada the project manager. Siapa yang takbir urus. This is where kita galakkan dia takbir dalam keadaan dia gunakan framework yang ada standard. Bila guna framework yang ada standard, maka pengukurannya lebih teratur. Itu je.
Dijemput para peserta kalau okay, Dr. Ilmi, marilah bersuara sekali.
Ya, betul.
Boleh.
Dr. Noor, saya rasa kan kalau saya lah berdasarkan kepada kali kedua webinar ni, saya rasa kita dapat banyak input berkaitan macam mana nak relate di antara kita punya contohnya kita punya activities program dengan how kita nak connect dia dengan 5Ps, how kita nak yang saya concern sekarang bagaimana kita nak memastikan ataupun menentukan keberkesanan tu. Sebab sebelum ni kita buat je, so kita just report, katalah kita kata report on berapa banyak SDG carbon footprint yang kita dah kurangkan, berapa banyak. Jadi maybe yang itu more on technical lah. Sekarang kebanyakan kita yang ada dalam program di Poli bukan semua on technical ataupun college communities, dia ada yang on soft skill lah. So daripada sini kita nampak sebenarnya walaupun soft skill kita boleh mengira how kita rasa daripada awal tadi kan ada yang kata kampanan ni sangat susah untuk dikira, tapi bila kita tengok kepada 5P framework saya dah nampak bagaimana kita boleh mengira orang kata peningkatan peratus amalan yang telah dilaksanakan di setiap politeknik dan college. Itu yang saya rasa sangat webinar yang ini hari ini saya rasa sangat sangat memberi orang kata kesan atau impak kepada kami lah rasanya bagi saya dan juga tim-tim yang ada di politeknik, terutamanya pengurus. Saya rasa pengurus hijau ada dalam ni dan mungkin pengurus hijau dah nampak juga bagaimana kita nak menjalankan aktiviti dan bagaimana kita nak memastikan bahawa membuktikan bahawa aktiviti itu memberi impak kepada keseluruhan poli dan kolej mereka lah masing-masing. Macam itulah saya nampak sekarang. At least setelah beberapa tahun, sudah 10 tahun kami menjalankan program Green ni. Jadi kita dah nampak hala tuju dan juga bagaimana kita nak mengira lah, memastikan bahawa pencapaian tu. Maybe lepas ni kita akan bagi bagaimana yang Dr. Noor cakap tadi, kita nak membuat laporan lah, reporting terhadap orang kata aplikasi yang kita dah buat lah di Politeknik. Okay.
Terima kasih pandangan yang bernas. Dr. Hilmi, ada apa-apa?
Okay. So thank you so much everyone. So I think that kita actually sharing the same goals and the values walaupun different industry, tetapi kita masih mengejar satu, kita sharing the same values kan, values of the green technology behind kita punya masing-masing pegang benda yang sama for greater good for the 5 P's yang Dr. Noor tu always explain to all of us. So I agree with Puan Rohania. So dia implementation and how to calculate the result. Macam ni kita nampak result daripada apa yang kita dah discuss panjang-panjang ni kan, dan implementation macam mana kita nak pastikan dia terlaksana lah. So I think dia perlukan perbincangan, dia bukan bincang lagi, dia perlukan do it now lah. Dr. Noor tu dia suka. Dia akan cakap, okay kita nak buat apa sekarang lah. So kita tengok apa benda yang kita boleh capai dulu, kita buat walaupun tak banyak kan, kita buat sikit tu, nanti lama-lama dia akan buka jalan yang lebih besar lah insyaAllah. So little bit lah from me. Thank you.
Okay. Daripada para peserta ke ada apa-apa nak tambah? Terima kasih ya Dr. Hilmi. Ada siapa-siapa nak tambah? Nanti bila ke arah hujung ni saya minta semua orang switch on kamera. Datin Jaya tak apalah. Okay, kita dah tahu rupa dia macam mana. Okay. Mungkin ada cara nanti boleh share screen ke. Minta semua peserta dan pembentang buka kamera nanti untuk sesi fotografi bersama panelis-panelis pada petang ini dan juga dengan Dr. Noor. Minta Puan Zura sedia bila bagi sign sikit kat saya bila nak ambil tangkap gambar. Kalau tak ada pertanyaan lagi dah. Dr. Noor nak bagi rangkuman akhir last ke? Tak ada Okey. Sekejap saya tengok kalau dia dah sedia. Okey. Kira akan screenshot, nanti dia bagi tanda kat saya sekejap Dah boleh Okey, ready? Semua senyum. 1, 2, 3. Tahan. Alright, okay.
Okay.
Ada lagi ke Fira? Okay. Page kedua pula, orang-orang di page kedua. Sabar. Okay, senyum semua page 2. Page ketiga. Tak apa, kita ambil gambar nama lah. Kalau boleh onkan kamera ya.
Bukti kehadiran pukul 4.37.
Ya. Siapa yang tak on lagi gambar tu on lah ya. Tak apa, kamera problem tak apalah, nak macam mana.
Kalau Zoom boleh tapi tak tahu Webex ni tak boleh.
Saya pun tak tahu, Webex pun saya tak boleh nak komen.
Pagi tadi saya pakai Zoom okey, ada meeting pagi tadi.
Fira ada ke?
Sebab Webex ni boleh ramai, kalau Zoom tak boleh ramai.
Okey. Dengan itu akhirnya alhamdulillah kita telah sampai di penghujung majlis. Terima kasih kepada semua panelis atas perkongsian ilmu, konsep dan cadangan daripada para pembentang dan para peserta yang memantapkan lagi pengurusan hijau yang memangkin pemikiran kritis dan kreatif serta meluaskan amalan tabiat pengurusan lestari daripada sekarang hingga akan datang, insya-Allah. Izinkan saya akhiri dengan 2 rangkap pantun. Okay. Inilah yang dikatakan ibarat menanam sudah dituai, ibarat musafir sudah sampai, umpama berlayar telah sampai ke pelabuhan, umpama berjalan telah sampai ke destinasi. Bagi pihak majlis, kami ingin mohon kemaafan sekiranya terdapat kekurangan dan keterlanjuran di sepanjang majlis ini diadakan. Terima kasih dan mohon ingatan yang baik ditinggalkan dari sekarang hingga akan datang. Terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Jumpa lagi. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bye.
Jumpa lagi.
Jumpa lagi insya-Allah.
Jumpa lagi.
Halalkan ilmu.
Insya-Allah, insya-Allah.
Terima kasih Dr. Noh.
Terima kasih semua. Terima kasih Cik Anwar.
Sama next juga.
InsyaAllah. Okey. Sekarang siapa yang nak meninggalkan sesi ni boleh keluar. Okey. Jangan lupa yang bahagian yang siapa yang nak CJ boleh berurusan dengan pihak urus dia. Okey.
Dia share kan ni?
Dah boleh tutup majlis ke Cik Anwar?
Boleh.
Okey, kita end for all ya.